We are live. Hello, everybody. My name is Moriarty, and we're hanging out with some people here today. So let's do our introductions as usual. On the far left, we have DJ.
Hi, my name is DJ. I'm more commonly known as DJ. I run the Twitch channel DJAtomika Plays and the YouTube channel DJAtomika Plays. I've been on YouTube for about 7 to 8 years now, and only recently started streaming to Twitch because YouTube was starting to get old and boring and stale and slow. So I decided to try out Twitch in October of 2019. So far, so good.
There you go. And then next up, of course, is myself. Hi, I'm Moriarty. And then next we've got what's your name again?
Me?
Yeah, you.
You know my name. I've been here the whole time. Did you forget about me?
Oh. Yeah, so
it's Ryan. It's Ryan. Hello.
Hey. So he's here too.
I'm also here.
You know, technically. And then on the far right, we have the Dan, the Man Show, which I believe is one word. Is that correct?
Yes. No, it doesn't really matter all that much. I make the funny YouTube videos. I do gaming, animated shows, movies, whatever. I just feel like it. Been working on some big stuff, small stuff. I don't really have a deep backstory. I wish I prepared one for tonight.
You didn't write your own lore for this podcast. Everybody came with their own lore.
Yeah.
You seriously don't have anything prepared? Like, what are we going to be doing? Oh no.
Galaxy far.
Right? You gotta come with the lore, man.
DMC copyright.
So, yeah, here you go. And we're going to have the Golden Bolt. He was on episode 1 or 3. I don't remember. He'll be back a little bit later. He is doing something. We're going to watch something special for him. I got something I'm hoping will enrage him. I'm really hoping that he just gets very annoyed by this.
That's always the ideal.
Right? We turn on our audience and then we turn on the guests.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Somebody hit play.
Oh, oops.
Wow.
That was loud.
I thought that was just for me, and that was an ad.
No. That's very loud. So the only
turn this down.
On the right-hand side, inside of Watch Together, you can turn it down. So you guys got to miss that. That's great. Hey, did EFAP just finish up? That's a thing. So we're gonna watch a couple of trailers. We're gonna go through a couple of games, and
hey, Big Mitchy, don't judge.
Don't judge. There you go. We're gonna go through a couple of things. We're gonna watch some trailers for some video games. It's gonna take a couple of hours probably, because that's what we do. And then when Bolt gets in here, yes, we're gonna watch the Ratchet and Clank Rant. I'm really, really excited for this video because it's so poorly put together. It's just, like, I want to chef's kiss how bad this video is. It's really, really terrible. And I'm not like huge on Ratchet, in the way that the Golden Bolt is huge on it. He literally named his whole channel after this game, so he's gonna definitely have some stuff to say, and I'm excited for that. Yes.
Is he big on Ratchet? I didn't know that.
Yeah, right. Couldn't even tell. I had no idea. So we had I don't know. There was like a big week.
One of the biggest collectibles in that entire game.
Exactly, and that he is the legally distinct Golden Bolt, not Gold Bolt. He's very clear about that. He's not Sony's proprietary Gold Bolt. He is the legally distinct Golden Bolt, which is not necessarily gold, right?
Fair.
Very fair.
A golden bolt isn't necessarily gold.
It's not. It could just be golden colored, right? It could be
coated. I see what you mean. Yeah, it could be like a gold foil on the outside, but it's not solid gold.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's no way to say that it's 100% gold. So
yeah,
we're gonna do.
You can't say for certain.
Exactly, and therefore it is legally distinct because you You can't copyright or trademark the concept of a bolt that is slightly golden in color.
You can't copyright a color. No, of course not. I mean, I guess you could.
Well, Pantone does
Like-
it all the time.
Coca-Cola lightning gold.
Ford Blue is absolutely like copyrighted, trademarked. I think it's or red. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's something weird about like it's only like trademarked in its own industry. So like, I think I could make like a car Coca-Cola
Patented.
red, but I couldn't make a soda Coca-Cola red if I'm
Yes,
not mistaken, but not sure.
patented is the right word. There are definitely patents for colors.
Words mean things.
Yes, not trademark, but patent. So yes, there are things like that, and whatever. So he is legally distinct, and is in no way related to or affiliated with Sony or Ratchet in any way. But he's also like the #1 Ratchet fan. So coincidentally,
Yeah.
Just a coincidence.
So I'm really excited. I'm super excited because this rant is so stupid. It's really terrible. I look forward so much. He'll be here in like 2 hours, and we'll do that, which is just enough time. We're gonna go through like 6 trailers because this week, for whatever reason, everybody decided they needed to drop a new trailer, and some of
I
them.
feel like we've been saying that every week for the past 2 weeks.
I don't-
There's usually not that many trailers, but this week.
This week there's a lot.
I feel like last
There's
week
been, like-
was the direct, and then this week was State of Play, and then a bunch of
Yeah.
other stuff went down.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that
I
makes
remember like
sense.
2 state of plays carrying out like over the last like 2 or so weeks.
Well, there
It's
was
like,
BlizzCon
IGN
directly
flooded
before
with
that too.
trailers.
So you had
Yeah,
like BlizzCon, the Nintendo Direct, and then State of Play. So it's just feeling like it's really busy right now. And I'm sure eventually there'll be one trailer that was released this week, kind of a thing. But for now, whatever. We're gonna go with 6, and then I've got another Watch Mojo. We're going on that streak.
Oh,
This will
yeah.
be our 3rd week in a row where we're watching a Watch Mojo. But this one I think is equally bad. It's
Oh no.
yeah, it's pretty bad. Watch Mojo, man. Like I don't know. They yeah. So let's see. To Tim, what are your thoughts on Skyward Sword being $60? Do you mean $60? I'm assuming you mean $60. Yeah,
It's
I mean
very, very old game.
right. It came out in 1961. It was on the PDP-2, and it competed with Space War. Yes. So $60 for a port of a Wii U game on the
Wii.
Switch. Wii? Was it Wii?
It was wait, because the whole thing with Skyward Sword was part of it was just like a way to sell the Wii Motion Plus because you really couldn't play the game without it.
I don't know. I don't know. I made a video like I don't know, earlier this month, which is called "The Nintendo Switch Kind of Sucks," and that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. They are actively leaving money on the table every time they do this, and I get why. They have a monopoly on their own IP, of course, and they monopolize it further by keeping it onto their own platform. And if you want a new game, you got to pay $60 for it. And, that is how they work. I don't think that that's particularly friendly or long-term. I don't think that they're seeing the long-term with their IPs because they are not. When you think about it, right, they're trying to be Disney. And I'm sorry because I didn't really plan out this statement here, but they're trying to be Disney. They're trying to vault everything. They're trying to throw things away, and they're trying to be able to more heavily and highly monetize their IPs. But unlike Disney, they don't have 500 IPs. They don't have Cinderella and Snow White and Frozen and whatever and Marvel and Star. They don't have all this stuff together. Instead, what Nintendo has is like Donkey Kong and Mario and a couple of smaller ones. But when you're talking about like the big ones, right? Donkey Kong, Mario, Pokemon, and I don't know that they have a 4th that's on that level.
And Pokemon's generally handheld, so it wouldn't even really be playing into the Switch as much.
Well, I mean, the Switch is handheld too, but it's not the point.
Yeah, well, I just mean like the older games have already been like throughout the 3DS, whereas like you wouldn't, they can't really sell them for $60 on the Switch the same way they can the other games.
Yeah, so
I find it interesting that you put that the three that you mentioned as the top three were Mario, Pokemon, and Donkey Kong.
well, I'm
like
talking.
Donkey Kong is great, but like I don't see him.
I'm not
like,
talking about in terms of like sales. I mean in terms of like IP that they own that is highly visible and highly marketable and so on. Like if they were to bring out a new Donkey Kong game, it would sell just because it's Donkey Kong, not because of maybe Zelda, like is being said. Maybe Zelda would be the fourth one. So like you could throw that up, whatever. They don't have enough that you could take, two of them and throw them away for 10 years. They just don't have enough that you can do that. If Mario were to suddenly not be in a game for 10 years, like, Cinderella isn't in a movie, they don't release the Cinderella movie for 10 years, I just don't think that they can pull that off. I don't think they have the IP for it. And I think one of the things that's interesting about Nintendo is they're so nostalgia based, right? Like their sales is so focused on nostalgia that if you hide your IPs, you don't get a chance to build that nostalgia with today's kids, and therefore you're hurting yourself in 15 years. That is how I've felt about their current marketing scheme. Beyond the fact that the Switch itself is like a horrible piece of hardware, it's very cheap. Like it's not a robust console. Beyond that, I think that hiding your IP away when you're so reliant on nostalgia is it's going to hurt yourself long term.
I don't necessarily agree that the nostalgia is going to hurt them as much as you say that, because I think like the kids who are getting into the Switch games who aren't buying like their last gen games, they'd be playing the current Zelda and the current Mario, and then when they grow up they'd have nostalgia for the games that are coming out right now. Like they wouldn't have nostalgia for the games that we grew up on.
I guess. I don't know. I think I am not sure that I agree with their plans for this. And so a $60 Skyward Sword, I don't know. It doesn't.
Yeah, but you're looking at it at such a face value where it feels like you're not really taking into account what's different between the Skyward Sword on the Wii and what's different with the Skyward Sword on the Switch. And I'm not just talking about portability. You've got 60 frames per second, 1080p. I don't know if it's 1080p handheld or 60 FPS handheld, but even dock, that's better than it was on the Wii. You've got the button controls, which is a huge upside right there. That's a huge selling factor right there. Let me tell you, as someone who has played Skyward Sword, I haven't finished it, but not a big fan of the motion controls, so I'm glad that that's an option. I mean, yeah, the portability too is a big thing. That's three big things right there. Again, to each their own. I personally would prefer it if they had bundled it all together, like they did with the Mario 3D thing, like the Skyward Sword, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. And I think from what I've been hearing through the grapevine, they're planning something with Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. But
so if they release all of them, would you say that getting those games again on a Nintendo Switch is worth $240? If they release each one of them at $60 a pop? I mean, it's not a brand new game.
So like Skyward, in terms of Skyward Sword, I think the $60 is worth it, just because of all the things that I mentioned. Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, I'm gonna have a harder time being convinced because I don't see them making any more changes to what they did on Wii U. They didn't really do anything with Twilight Princess on Wii U, and I think that was a little bold that was 60. But then again, a lot of those physical copies came with the Wolf Link amiibo, so at least that's a little justifiable.
Because Wind Waker it comes with something physical.
Yeah, like it came with something physical, like the Wolf Link amiibo. Wind Waker HD, I feel well. Actually, so I got Wind Waker HD for free because I think Nintendo was doing like some marketing stunt where if you bought Mario Kart 8, you get one of 4 games for free on the Wii U. I don't know if anyone remembers that. It was like
Nobody remembers the Wii U.
It was
No,
New Super Mario Bros.
Nobody remembers that.
No one remembers the Wii, and that's why all these Wii U games are coming to Switch.
Yeah.
And I'm not a huge fan of that as someone who owns a Wii U. I understand why.
What you did? You bought a Wii U?
Yes,
you're
I
one of
bought a
like
Wii
4
U.
people. That thing.
Look,
wow.
You don't understand. I needed to play Scribblenauts Unlimited. You don't understand my need.
And then it came out on Steam.
The Luigi's Mansion minigame in Nintendo Land was like one of the most fun games like I've ever
Nintendo Land
seen.
was awesome.
It was really good.
You know what's funny? This was a thing we brought up last week because it's just such an interesting fact. Luigi's Mansion 3 has sold more than every Zelda game combined except for Breath of the Wild. So people say, "Oh, I think Zelda is a big pillar." Not compared to Luigi's Mansion 3.
Yes, but at the same time, I think a lot of sales numbers on the Switch are breaking a lot of previous sales numbers. Like I think Origami King is the highest selling Paper Mario game.
Well, that
and
makes
I love
it the
that
best.
game, but I think people hate that.
No, it's clearly the best. It is.
I mean, I love it. I think it's the best. I will stand by that, but I
think Arlo really hated it.
I watched that video.
Yeah,
he had so many bad points. I'm sorry.
Did he? I can't. I don't
want to hate on the guy because he seems very enthusiastic, but
he's super nice. I've had dinner with Arlo. He's a really nice guy. I would be okay looking at one of his videos one day. But it would be a conflict of interest to an extent because I know the guy.
And I don't like he's a very enthusiastic fella, and I think that he has very good points here and there, but it was I have a whole page of notes with everything that I found wrong with that particular video.
Oh man.
There was just
well, maybe we should do a video sometime on it. Yeah, we can go after Arlo and I can soften the blow. The idea of copyrighting colors is silly, but I understand why for some of them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of copyright or patent law as it is right now. I think it's the mouse threw too much money at it. The Wii had the Motion Control Plus. Yes. Did you find the Resident Evil refinance in Luigi's Mansion 3? I did not play Luigi's Mansion 3, and I know nothing about it other than its impressive sales numbers, where it is the best-selling Zelda game.
I didn't even know there was a Luigi's Mansion 2.
Yeah, don't play that one. That one's not.
Nobody talks about it. They just don't talk about Luigi's Mansion 2 at all.
I see we have the new Deus Ex 2 of the new generation of gaming.
Right? Oh, Deus Ex 2, Invisible War. Yeah, man. Here's the thing. I played that recently, and I don't think it's that bad. I think there's two things, right? First of all, they made such a drastic departure from the Deus Ex art style. Right? Such a drastic departure. And then 2, it was, for its time, very, very high-end, like a Crysis or something like that. And nobody could play it. So the people who played it were like, ugh, it's so just laggy and broken and ugly. And then the people who could play it were like, oh, and it doesn't look like Deus Ex either. Just my opinion. Just throwing it out there. No, you people don't care.
Yeah.
This is what I get for having an opinion with you.
I've never played a Deus Ex game, so I don't have the insight that you do.
I've only ever played Human Rev, so
I think I started playing. I started playing one and then I kept cutting myself and then decided to stop. It's just very edgy.
I don't think Deus Ex is edgy. What the fuck? Okay, we're not going to have this argument right now.
The only thing I know about Deus Ex is it had one of the worst pre-order bonuses I remember. It just had a really stupid what was it? A tier, a pre-order tier thing, right? One of the Deus Ex games?
I don't know. I don't remember this. I don't know.
It
I don't know.
It also
I don't know.
did spawn one of the biggest memes of that particular generation of gaming, which is "I never asked for this."
I never asked for this. Yes, good. I haven't even tagged anybody to let them know that the stream is here. Wow, you guys are actually like good people. You're here without being tagged. You're here without being told. I love you all. I still let's actually tag people. I was about to write your name as Dan the Man instead of the
Ooh.
Dan the Man. I can't.
Oh my god!
I would have.
Wow.
I would have right here and there because you can badmouth my mother, but when you forget in the beginning of my name,
yes,
that's taking it too far.
Yes, Twitch notifications work about as well as YouTube notifications. Rico, nobody abides by those. All right, there we go. So we've tagged everybody. Let's go ahead and you guys get to see some of my chat. You got to see me type. This is why I need a new. I'm such a terrible stream. I'm a terrible streamer.
You need another monitor.
I have another monitor. I need another install of Discord. Like I'm gonna have to start using another Discord install on another monitor. I'm gonna be like the day trader of streamers with just Discord windows everywhere.
You even have my monitor.
Hey, Deuteronomist, that's Alpha Roach. We stream every Sunday and have been for the past couple of months. Every Sunday at 7 p.m. until about midnight. You know, sometimes a little longer. So let's
until
go.
we put ourselves to sleep.
Really, yeah, like until we fall asleep.
Guys, sleep?
Well, you know, or until it's like time to go. So we got a couple of trailers. I want to get to those, at least start them. This first one is a trailer that I immediately hated. I looked at this and I was like, boy, this looks bad. Just instantly. But I wonder if I'm wrong about that. So we'll start with that. And you guys, I won't say anything too much. And hopefully you can let me know. Yes. And yes, Acorn, that's all you got to know is that the Watch Mojo guy is here. Watch Mojo guy, would you like to say hello?
Hi, it's me from, you might know me from such videos as top 10 toxic video game communities. I make a lot of videos, a lot of content. None of it's good. I don't put any effort into any of it at any point.
Oh, they're so bad. Actually, okay, so we've been talking about it, right? He has made his own Watch Mojo video. He has decided he's not going to put it on his channel. Yes. So I'm thinking that we're going to throw it up onto the archive channel because it's too long to watch on stream. Like we would just be sitting here watching and not saying anything for a while. So I'm thinking we put it up.
I mean, you can rip it apart. You can I guarantee.
But it's not fun because
there's some gaps in logic.
Yeah,
somewhere.
of course there are. But
Wait,
you put them in there.
Is it a video?
I mean, they'll slip in by accident. You know, I'm not the best writer. Get off my back.
So
are you making fun of them in the video, or are you like parodying them? Like, are you being a parody of Watch Mojo?
It's a parody. He's a hardcore parody.
Okay.
It's very satirical. It's really good. It feels like a Watch Mojo video, which is sad. So I'm thinking we put it up onto the archive YouTube, which is linked down below in the panels, or you're watching it right now if you're watching it. And we'll like premiere it on there. Maybe on Tuesday? Does Tuesday feel good to you?
Tuesday feels right with me.
All right, so we'll put it up there on Tuesday at let's do 7. So it's normal. Everything's 7.
Oh wow, that's like standardized. Look at that.
We'll standardize it at 7, and you can watch it on there in 7. It's only like 8 minutes long, but it's just too long to watch on here because sit here for 8 minutes. We are on a timer. We got to keep things running and moving here.
Yeah, no, we have no downtime. We're moving topic to topic to topic to topic. We can't spend more than 30 seconds on one thing, or else like we're gonna just.
That's it.
We don't have the attention span for that.
All right, let's watch this trailer. That's not the trailer. That's Blender.
Wait, It's all. Oh, sorry. I didn't need you to pause it for that.
I mean, go ahead. What do you have to say?
No, I was doing like the wait. It's all blank like meme, with the astronaut with the gun pointing at him.
Oh.
It's months old meme. That's
Gotcha.
how up to date I am with you guys.
You wouldn't be wrong making a joke about that meme, because this is Astronauts with Guns, the game.
It is Astronauts
is it?
with Guns, the game. Yeah, it really is. Oh,
I played the closed
That actually
alpha.
sounds-
So it's
Is
Skyrim with
game
guns
cool?
and in space.
Yeah.
Your mileage may vary. I played the
Wait,
closed alpha. We'll get a good opinion about that later.
Before you continue, so this is a game trailers video,
Mhm.
but why is there an IGN watermark?
Couldn't
in the
tell you.
bottom right?
Here's the thing. All right, so I went on the games trailers, and there were several just straight ripped from IGN. Okay, and they even had the IGN thumbnail on them. So I don't know if they are just like
No.
straight stealing from IGN now, but it sure feels like it.
Like there's
Yeah.
so many other places to take from where it's so much. I don't condone this, but at the very least, the watermarks are less visible and you can crop them out. IGN is not the best place to take them from.
No, so you're recommending that people crop out watermarks, is that correct?
Yes, deal.
Okay.
Children.
Look, you can't say anything worse than Raiden. I'd like to remind everybody that on our very first stream, and I say this
You
almost
would
every
like to remind them, wouldn't you?
on his very first stream here, he told everybody that they should kill their dogs for the aesthetics.
Oh my god.
Because it's aesthetic to kill your dog. This is his words exactly. He said, everybody, you should go home. You should kill your dog for the aesthetics. And you can't say worse than that. You just won't ever be able to.
You can. It'll just get you banned on Twitch.
You can't say worse on Twitch.
Well, I could clarify that that isn't exactly what happened, but then I'll have to keep doing that. So, I mean, I
No,
can
no,
just
go
take
ahead.
the blow here.
Feel free. Clarify what you felt happened there.
I
Tell us your
trying-
truth.
My truth is that yes, it is true that I said you should get. See, I don't know the exact words I use now because it's on a button. You can go find it. If you guys are curious, let's go check
Oh
out
my
episode
God.
1.
No, you don't need
But no, it is.
Oh,
So I
God.
said there was two Tims in here. Did I? Two Tim?
I didn't realize there were two
Give
teams
your
in
dog
this
a nice
voice
little
chat.
pet for me. Give it a little pat on the head and say, "Good boy. I'm gonna keep you around. Ride in the street. You're allowed to stay." Just say that to him.
Yes. So, oh man, you're making me cough.
Drink some water. Don't die.
Right, and I know very little about you, but I can make baseless assumptions that is something that you would absolutely say.
Oh yeah, baseless assumptions are welcome.
Oh, and accurate.
And yes,
Uh,
believe everyone always.
The Framinator says that he watched episode 1 and very clearly remember you saying that he should kill his dog for the aesthetic.
Okay, yeah, perfect. I just wanted the record to be set straight. So now we've got that out of the way. What's going on with this astronaut? Is there like
Oh, I don't
debris
know.
in
Let's
space
find
and
out.
stuff? I wonder if he got hit by a meteor or something.
Let's find out. All right, so this part right here specifically, I'll let it hold on. Okay, so as you can see, it is. I don't know if it's a battle royale. What you played it, right? What kind of game mode
It
is
is
it?
a multiplayer PvP shooter.
And it takes place in space in
Yes.
6 dimensions, right? Which,
Yes.
oh boy, that just does not feel fun to me.
It's actually quite fun.
You
Saying as
enjoyed
the
it?
person who played the closed alpha, I enjoyed it quite a
Man,
bit.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Like, there's a reason why a lot of competitive FPS don't include too much verticality, and that's because people don't look up, right? Like, nobody ever looks up. It's why one of the golden rules of level design is don't stick anything up. Nobody's going to look. They're never going to see it.
This
No?
game teaches you to look up, down, left, right, front, back.
Clearly,
because, well,
you've never
you're
played
floating in
PUBG.
0G.
Mhm.
That's not true.
Say that again, Dan. Sorry.
So clearly, you've never played Bubsy because that game is great. And they do a lot of verticality.
Yes. Bubsy.
See, in space, which way is up?
Well, yeah.
So
Exactly.
Yeah.
there you go.
So you could just be looking down all the time. Yeah. Point is that, like, having this kind of freedom, I don't think people are going to enjoy so much. I mean,
I want to play a space game with like realistic rotational momentum.
That's
So like
what
every
this
time
is
you
supposed
shoot a
to have.
gun, you start spinning backwards
Oh,
endlessly
God.
and you can't stop.
oh.
Yeah, isn't that how that works? Unless like they're wearing like thrusters, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
kinda
you'd have to have
You
counter-
know,
a-
every time you shoot a gun, you would like move in the opposite direction. But like if you shoot it away from your center of mass, like you would absolutely start rotating. Like it would be horrible trying to shoot
Yeah.
a gun
It
in
is,
space.
unfortunately, this game is not that realistic.
No,
Wait, but
fortunately.
can you shoot a gun in space? I'm trying to
No.
think of
Yeah,
the
yes.
physics
Oh,
of
yeah.
that.
No,
Like
absolutely.
how does
Well, not a
bullet-
traditional gun that like relies on combustion.
a gas-fed one, no, but you could absolutely fire several different currently existing firearms in space. In fact, okay, so fun fact, one of the things I once read that Baron Hilton, when he in the 1960s or 70s or whatever, he was like, I've made it a part of my company's plan that we will be the first hotel company to have a hotel in space. And they intended to launch it by 2000, which that worked out. There's going to be a hotel in space one day, right? And I read that and I was like, man, if you get a hotel in space, you know what the next thing that's going to happen is space pirates. Because of course, right? Like that's the next step, I think. It's the logical next step. Hotel in space.
I think there might be a step or two in
No,
between, but I'm following
hotel
you
in
with you.
space.
Yeah,
Hotel
I
in
feel
space.
like space. I feel like after Hotel in Space is Space Cruise and then Space Pirates.
No, pirates.
then,
The
after
cruise
all
comes
that-
after the pirates. The hotel.
No, the cruise
comes
comes before the pirates, and after all of that is Space Motel 6.
Maybe. So pirates in space, regardless. Pirates in space. And I thought about that and I was like, a lot of people go, oh, I wanna like have, laser beams and shit. And it's like, no, you just want standard old projectile weapons, because you know what? There's no bullet drop in space. And it's not like we care about where they're gonna go after. Like if you miss, they can go out into space. Who cares? So projectile weaponry, man, perfect for space pirates. And you know what?
I
You can
suppose
put that quote
laser
on the
weapons
box.
would be faster because the laser weapon would be as fast as you could possibly shoot a weapon. Whereas,
And laser's light, too. So,
Yeah,
or
laser's
like
light.
a factor of light. So,
Sure, there's speed, but projectile weapons, right? You could create, even today, you could create shielding for a laser beam. You just need a fucking mirror, and you've instantly got shielding for a laser beam. Okay, you get a projectile weapon though. That's gonna go straight through your mirror, and then into your Hilton, and then you go in and you take all the money, because I presume lots of cash will be in this space hotel. People will bring suitcases of actual hard currency, fiat currency, into space that you can steal.
Because you're living in a video game.
right?
but wait, but if the gun has a recoil, do you shoot the bullet or does the bullet shoot you back?
Well, so you would prepare for that, right? And I think the easiest way to do it, if you're building this, right, is you get your gun, your bullet fires out, and you would create the barrel in such a way that your excess gases would go in an opposite direction from the bullet, from the barrel, right? In order to help offset what you're talking about. Do you dig? Do you dig? You don't dig.
I don't know. I feel like maybe.
Okay,
I
and
don't
we
know
should
if you- I don't
clarify.
know if
You're
you have
actually
it-
a physics major. Like you do this. You've got a degree in physics, so you.
Yeah,
can
this
have
is what we do all day in physics. Is we just
Yes.
they have a, think up what would happen if like space pirates were fighting.
Exactly. Well, thank you
Yeah.
for proving
That was an
my
entire
point.
course. Is like, guys.
But I just want to clarify that this isn't like some people just sitting here going, "Well, what could happen?" No, you're actually a physics guy. You could talk about this. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, well, what you probably want to do is you'd probably put like the thrusters on the suit. You wouldn't put it on the gun. But more than that,
Well,
like
I'm talking
I don't know.
ship, not like forget this.
Well,
trailer.
a ship would just have like a rail gun on it, and then you would just like shoot off whatever.
Hmm.
Yeah, if it's like a mounted turret, you don't need to worry about that.
Well, you still need to worry about it because it would be pushing your spaceship backwards.
Yeah, but the difference in mass
wait,
of the
what?
bullet versus the ship
Are
wouldn't
you
move it that much
assuming this is like?
as compared to a human.
Are you assuming this is like a ship, like a rowboat in space? The ship is going to have thrusters. What do you mean?
It doesn't necessarily. You're not going to have the
Ship
thrusters
back.
on all the time.
So
Even if you don't have thrusters, on all
You
the
generally
time, are
would
telling
actually.
me-
You would accelerate halfway to your destination, and then you would decelerate the rest of the way back to 0 speed.
Well, yeah,
So,
but
like,
I mean,
the
if we're
fastest way
talking
of traveling would be constant acceleration.
if we're talking about a space pirate that is, strafing a space Hilton, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to be with their thrusters on because they'd be going way too fast. They have to be able to stop.
Wait, but are you making the assumption that this hotel is on, or is it just like a hotel that's out there in the middle of space, or is it like on a planet or a moon or something?
No, it's out in the middle of space. It's a space hotel.
Yeah, it's a
So
space
that means it's
hotel. It's not a
constantly
planet
moving.
hotel.
It's not a moon hotel.
That means it's constantly moving if it's just out in space, because then they would have to divert all of their power to make sure it stayed stationary. And that
Not
doesn't make any-
necessarily. So it could either be an Earth orbit, or it could be at like a what's it called? Those like stable points, like in between the moon or whatever.
See?
Earth's
what are those called
orbit.
again?
Doesn't that mean it's still orbiting around the Earth? So it's still constantly moving, right?
Mhm.
No, it wouldn't. You can basically be God, I'm trying to remember what the name of the points are called.
Geostationary,
Geosynchronous.
geosynchronous.
No, so you would think that gosh,
Geo-liberated.
Geothermal.
dude.
Quick, we need to think of a more words with the word geo in
Geometric?
front of it.
Geometro.
Lagrange points. So yeah,
Oh.
there's basically.
I mean, we were close, DJ. We were.
Yes, we were.
So there are 5 points around an orbit that are actually just stable points. And so you'll find that actually like a lot of the meteors in our system are around these Lagrange points because like it's just a natural equilibrium.
Mm-hmm.
It's where basically these are the points where poles would be 0. So you can have you can have either stable or unstable equilibrium. So you could have like an unstable equilibrium would require constant like thrust to keep it in orbit, right?
Mhm.
So imagine like you've got a pendulum, right? A pendulum resting at the very top of a clock is in stable orbit, but it's gonna fall to the left or right, and then as it falls, it's gonna like obviously go to the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
that would be an unstable point, and so that an unstable point, meteorites and asteroids would likely not be collecting around. So it would take minimal thrust to keep you in that like unstable equilibrium, but other objects wouldn't be like absorbed into it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there are stationary points that you can just chill out in space, using the gravity of the sun and the Earth. To,
And
like,
you
kind
could
of
put
keep
a
you
hotel
stationary.
there, and
you could
then
put a
you
hotel
could
there.
rob it.
Okay, so yes, you could put a hotel there, but in terms of the pirates, they would still need to make sure that their thrusters are always on so that they could stay in that, what did you call it, Lagrange point?
No.
Yeah,
No. They would be coming in at speed and therefore have to slow down. They would be using thrusters to slow down to get there, but they'd be moving at a totally different velocity. Totally
Yes,
different.
but because they're not landing anywhere, they have to keep their thrusters in orbit to stay in that point, right?
No, once you're there, you're just there, man.
Yeah, but where are the pirates landing?
They're probably just, I don't know, floating by and picking up the suitcases of cash.
No, okay, so like with a pirate ship, in order to stay stationary, you need an anchor. So in my mind,
generally what you're doing when you're going into space is that you are staying on a stable orbit of the Earth. So generally, like when we would travel, we would go into an orbit of the Earth, and then we would go to a higher orbit of the Earth, and then we would burn difference, so that at any point, like, we're still orbiting safely around the Earth. Like, it's not like we're fighting gravity constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that makes sense. But I'm just thinking, like, in terms of this non-existent pirate ship that doesn't even matter.
It matters!
Oh my god. I'm just thinking, like, in order to actually get to and stay in reasonable distance within the
Okay. Here, forget
hotel.
that. All right? Pirates come by, they throw out some sort of a harpoon, they grab a hold of the space hotel, and they either pull it with them or tear off pieces of it, and then they shoot people, and there you go. Your problems are solved. That will also slow down their thing, and then they can thrust in and blah, blah, blah. Perfect. We've solved it.
Here, if I had some sort of stealth technology, then I could just turn off my engines and wait, because I know that they have to decelerate to get this hotel. So I'm in between, like, Earth and the hotel, waiting for them to decelerate. As they're decelerating, if I get a shot off before they notice, and I can hit their engine, then they can't slow down enough to reach the hotel. They just float on by, and I can just catch up to them and then just, take what I need.
Mm-hmm.
I like how seriously we're all taking this.
That works. And I do apologize. I'm going to try and fix my microphone here real quick. It looks like clicking on you guys a little bit.
It sounded fine to me.
There we go. Should be a little bit better now. I can see it. I can see it activating. It shouldn't be activating so much. Anyways, yes, stealing a space hotel with a harpoon. This is the goal.
Wait, sorry, we're taking the hotel? I thought we were robbing people.
We are robbing
people en route to the hotel.
We're stealing it with a harpoon now, okay?
No, he thinks that they're actually going to the hotel and robbing them instead of robbing the people that are on their way to or from the hotel.
Yeah, no, that's a terrible idea. If you rob them on their way to, you steal the hotel, and then
why would you? What do you do with the hotel?
Here's the thing: you shoot the harpoon through the space hotel, okay? Then you take it with you and rob it at your own speed. No more worrying about, am I in geosynchronous orbit? Am I in a Lagrange point? No. We take the hotel and then we rob it at leisure.
You ever slow down if you harpoon the hotel and then you take it? If the pirate ship ever slows down, wouldn't
you just let it go after
not
that?
be able to slow down then?
You just let it go and you veer off, okay?
Right?
We don't care anymore. We don't care about these people.
But it crashes into the pirate ship.
No, it doesn't. Because, we've shot the harpoon through. We've walked over there. We've said, give us all your money, okay? And we take their suitcases of cash that they brought with them onto the space hotel. We go back to our pirate ship. We cut the line and we change our direction.
You just wanted to steal the entire hotel.
But we've taken, we took the hotel in order to steal from the hotel. You get it? You get it?
Steal the hotel, take over as the management, and then charge
go legit
overpriced. Just go legit. It's the ultimate form of piracy. Just become the corporate corrupt executive everyone was meant to be. Fleece people for money.
I think that is probably the right choice here.
I feel a little bit disappointed that nobody's considered, the high-profile guests, or should I say hostages, that are now in our hotel. Yeah. Who can afford the hotel on the Lagrange point on the outer, rim of the solar system? Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and probably one other person.
Why are you trying to steal from a hotel when you could just steal from the people?
Because of the suitcases of cash. They brought suitcases of cash. Fiat
Why
currency.
would they bring suitcases of cash? Why would they? Okay, you're telling me that we live in a society where we can have a hotel in space at a Lagrange point.
Yes.
Yet for some reason, we have no way of being able to pay for the hotel beforehand, and it's necessary for these patrons to come with suitcases of, by the way, not a credit card, not a debit card, but cash.
Yes,
Unmarked
cash.
bill.
Yes. But I like how you brought, we live in a society.
I had to bring it up in some way.
He did say that in the new trailer, didn't he? You said
He absolutely did.
Yes.
Yes.
He
Yes,
absolutely did, yeah.
we live in a society. Oh
Oh,
man,
Snyder.
he's bad. This is gonna be a bad.
He started off
movie.
this bit watching a game about space.
Well, yeah.
In
We're
space.
still not done.
Oh no, we'll get there. All right, let's see what else is happening here. Yeah. Like I'm not wrong, right? Oh! Are those projectile weapons in space?
Like, I don't know. I feel like it looks cool, but the stuff they're showing us isn't like interesting.
Okay.
But like everything, I don't know, man.
I look at this and I see two things, right? First of all, I see people getting very disoriented and feeling sick because when you have full motion freedom, it happens. It happened in any space game. It just happens, right? But I think it'll be worse because with this, you're going up against other players who are also in different orientations from you. That happens. Whatever. Secondly, though, all of the maps they're showing, right? All of the environments that they're showing look like they're taking place around very small things. And I don't know. Like, space is huge, but their space feels small.
Yeah, you're just orbiting like a small little space like station around a planet. I mean, you said there were 6 different dimensions, and like, what does that mean?
6
Like,
degrees.
is that in
6
in
degrees?
space?
Sorry, 6 degrees.
Oh, okay. I was confused by that. Okay. That
Yes,
makes
I
more
used the
sense.
wrong word. This happens pretty frequently when you're me, and people should just learn to adapt.
There are
Gotcha.
2 maps that I played during the closed alpha of this game. One was a bigger map set in and around a rather large space station, which was the team. This was the team deathmatch mode, and then the other mode was a smaller part of the same space station where we were playing Conquest. Well, not really Conquest, more like domination in Call of Duty. 3 control points. You just battle to capture the points, and whoever has the most points wins.
Did you find yourself being disoriented at all?
Initially, yes. It takes a bit of getting used to having 6 degrees of movement in a first-person shooter, no less. I'm kind of used to it already, having played a lot of space games like Elite and like House of the Dying Sun and No Man's Sky and stuff like that. So
yes, No Man's Sky, that great combat shooter.
No, it's a space game, so 6 degrees of movement.
I get it.
Yeah.
I understand. It
But
just felt
it's
kind
the
of.
first time it's the first time I've seen this being applied to an FPS, which is very strange. And it took me like an hour to get used to the fact that I could move up and down and diagonally, as opposed to front, back, left, right.
Yeah, I could see that.
I remember. I think there was a level in Nightfire. Remember like the 007 game?
007 Nightfire. That was
it had
by
a one where you go to
Gearbox.
space.
Fun.
Was that one?
Yeah, that was a Gearbox game. It was one of the.
That was a damn good game, man.
One of the first games they did after the. I can't remember if it was immediately after Brother in Arms or immediately before, but it was around that period of time. I know this because I made a big video about Gearbox once, and I only know things that are in my videos. And then
That makes sense.
Yeah, like I don't know anything before or after. I exist exclusively as videos.
I think the
I
biggest
see in
thing
this is COD Ghosts. I can't really. It just every time I see a FPS in space, that's the first thing my mind goes to, and I
COD
can't.
Ghost. Yep.
Yeah.
I did see somebody mention Infinite Warfare in the chat a little bit ago. I don't think that feels like this at all.
Yeah, no, Infinite. This is closer to the space the space section from COD Ghosts as opposed to the all of everything in COD Infinite Warfare.
That was a good game though.
It was.
The HUD and stuff is giving me major like Halo vibes.
Oh, one of the other things that is present in this game is normally you have regenerating health in most of your bog standard modern military shooters of the day. This one doesn't. The only way you can activate your regenerating health is if you repair the tears in your suit that results from the fact that people are filling you full of holes. If you don't repair the holes in your suit, you die, and the time to kill is very fast.
I feel like if you have a hole in your suit, again, I'm not a physics major, so I don't know. If you have a hole in your suit, isn't that like a really, really quick death?
I just flex tape it.
I mean, if it'll hold in water, sure, it'll hold in air. The thing is, right, there's not a whole lot of pressure in space, imagine that. And if you have a pressurized something, it doesn't explode super violently like you see in movies typically. If it's a small tear, you could probably just throw some tape on there and be good. I know that astronauts use duct tape for holes in the space station, so I imagine it'd be fine on a suit too.
I mean, you probably wouldn't trust it that much. You'd probably want to get that.
No, but if we're talking about, like a 5-minute period of time, it's fine. It's not going to be like...
I mean, probably, yeah.
Yeah, and if you have a tiny hole, I mean, a bullet hole is reasonably small, right? It may not be like an explosive evacuation through of all your air and bodily... That's not going to happen there. Though your temperature would probably, it would probably get very cold very quick. I don't know. You should write a paper about this, right? And that's what I want. I want a paper about this game and Space Pirates.
Gotcha. I'll get right on that.
Ooh, wait. He has a harpoon!
He has a grappling hook, yes.
See?
Oh.
See?
Everybody has grappling.
No, okay, you can't.
See?
No, you can't equate some guy using a harpoon to say, let's fucking steal the entire hotel.
Yes, you can, and here's the thing. They've already done it. There you go. Case is closed, my friend. As Rico says, it's a fucking space harpoon. Case...
Why don't you use the harpoon to kill people?
Closed.
Yeah.
Right?
Case closed! Closed.
Yeah, no, I'm siding with him on this one. That's clearly Space Harpoon.
Space harpoon!
I'm not arguing the legitimacy of whether or not that's a space harpoon. I'm just saying, and I'm not even arguing if it's possible. I'm just saying that just because he's using a personal space harpoon does not mean that can equate to us to pirates stealing a space hotel using.
I think it does
space
perfectly.
harpoons.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, it just demonstrates that the science was sound behind a harpoon attaching to things in outer space and then pulling them.
Yeah.
So exactly. I think we've kind of basically proven everything we've really we've got a proof of concept here.
We don't know if he's actually pulling. For all we know, that could be him pulling himself into it.
Book.
Yeah,
closed.
No, I can confirm with the game with having played the game and having played the class that has the grappling hook in the game. You pull yourself towards the structures. The structures don't move towards you.
See, I told you.
No.
It's all relative.
Yeah, it's relative. It's
all
relative. Space. You're moving together.
They may have the spaceship may have such huge inertia it doesn't seem like it's moving, but it is moving.
Yeah, exactly.
With every action force exerts an equal and opposite reaction force.
Yes. I mean, that's just science. I don't know what you want, Dan. Dan.
So if a tiny space rock hits a satellite or a space station, what happens?
It is contributing some of its force.
Does the space station now go off course?
Yes, and it slows down slightly.
It would change it, yeah. They would exchange momentum.
100%. This is well known.
It would depend on the angle. So it depends on the elasticity of the collision, which is just based on the material of the objects, and it also depends on the angle. So if you imagine it comes in almost at a straight line and just kind of skims the edge of it, that doesn't really transfer as much momentum as if it came at a 90-degree angle and just hit it flat, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or if you imagine like a 45-degree angle would kind of bounce off a little bit more than it would. So depending on the angle and stuff like that, they transfer momentums differently depending on the speeds. So it can vary.
I just wanted to show this to Klee specifically. There is now a Cry More Shark emote if you have given enough bits. You haven't yet, but you're getting there.
How do we
That
get
was
sharks
kinda
in
neat
space?
looking. Hold on, that was pretty neat looking. I want to see that part. Look at where the solar panel here. Watch
Yeah.
it. That looks pretty neat as they're exploding. That's cool. That's pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
that actually happens. That can happen in game. Yes,
That's
it is
pretty neat.
It is 100% accurate.
Yeah, you said where do sharks come from in space? Well, I mean,
No, I said how do we get sharks into space? Like we gotta.
so first you got to put laser beams on them, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is required. Then we can worry about getting them into space. But there's no point if they don't have laser beams.
What happened to ballistic projectiles?
Not
being
for
good enough?
sharks. What do you? Come on. Not for sharks. That's just dumb. Sharks need lasers.
So the pirates just have projectiles in
Yes.
laser shark infested space.
Yes.
And like, why wouldn't they just weaponize the sharks? Like,
No, that's.
I don't know.
you
I'd
can't do that.
I'd harpoon the shark, turn it around, and then start directing the lasers. I'd like ride the shark.
Well, wait. If
Imagine
you
that.
harpoon the shark, aren't you killing the shark once you harpoon it?
No.
You're
No, I
piercing
wouldn't.
its skin.
I wouldn't aim for vital organs. I
Yeah.
would aim like for the legs.
Yeah,
I'm
you hit them
pretty
in the
sure
legs and
the
you'll
legs.
be okay.
I'm pretty sure if you harpoon a shark, any part of a shark's not going to be willing to help you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah,
have
I mean,
definitely...
I might puncture it. It might need to repair its spacesuit.
I would say that if you've hit a shark in the leg with a harpoon, you've certainly offended its beneficence. So it may not be willing particularly to help. But if you come with some flex tape, perhaps you could at least make the argument that you were just trying to, like, slow down with your harpoon.
Wait, are we assuming that these sharks are in spacesuits? Is that the assumption?
Well, we've put them there, so they better be.
Well, yeah. Why
Well,
would
okay,
lasers-
but
Wait,
like,
you
I
picturing a
I
shark
always
just
assumed-
like not in a
I
spacesuit?
assume like for sharks to be in space, they need like water headphones to put around their gills.
Water headphones.
Well, no, you ever watch like
Like in Hellboy?
no, like in the critically acclaimed My Gym Partner's a Monkey, the shark has water headphones. So I just assumed that's what they use, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just realized that sharks can't breathe while they're standing still. Like they need to move, like swim, in order to breathe through
so
their
I
gills.
remember hearing.
So,
So they
we would
just
need to
keep
get
their-
like some circulation in their
No,
chute.
they
and,
just
like,
keep the
make sure-
thrusters moving. That way they're moving through space. Done.
Right.
Mike
Right.
drop. Mike drop.
Yeah.
Prove it.
I mean, the mic still just kind of floats there, though.
Well,
So
there
it's-
you
the
go.
mic-
Mic
the mic's right
float.
there. You need to like kind of push the mic a little bit. You can't just drop it in space.
Yeah, good. All right. Let's finish this thing up. All right, there you go. So that's
Boundary.
That's Boundary. I actually can.
Interesting.
I watched this video for Breath Edge, but it's
Oh yeah.
Subnautica in space.
It is. I didn't like the humor. It seemed like too overdone to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just felt more cringy than like charming. I was just not.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
they
know.
released a new trailer, and I didn't feel like showing it. So we're not going to watch that, but it's there if anybody else
Okay. Yeah.
cares, which you shouldn't.
This
'cause
is
it's
what
not.
you've been deprived of.
Here you go. This is what we're not giving you. All right. Here's another one.
Awesome. More space.
My childhood.
So, from what I understand, right, this is just Republic Commando being brought to the Switch, and for
And the
some
PS4.
reason the PS4, but not the PS5.
Right.
It's weird, right?
They should just remake this game already with better
I would like a
graphics
remake.
and
I don't know.
bigger, longer story.
I don't know if this particular, like, I haven't watched this trailer, but I think what they're doing is just 100% port. Like,
It's 100%
100%.
port. No lie.
Join the three brothers and become fierce.
And this was a good game, too.
Yeah, this is a great game. I replayed this over and over and over again on my Xbox.
I love this game.
Yeah. So doing just a straight port, kind of disappointing, but I guess, you know, you can't exactly put a new, fresh AAA title on the Switch.
Well, that's how I felt about the pod racing port.
Okay, I like the episode 1 Pod Racer.
I like the game, but like they basically just ported the N64 game to modern consoles, and that's what I feel like they're kind of doing here.
These are all the old LucasArts games, right? They're not EA. So
yeah, I think that Pod Racer is LucasArts. Yeah,
pretty sure that is, and I think Republic Commando is too. So do you think? Because I know that after EA lost the rights to Star Wars exclusivity, which was like 3 months ago, and we got like the massive Star Wars game that's been announced through Ubisoft, and we got a bunch of other random Star Wars games that I don't remember. They did say they were bringing back LucasArts as a game. I don't know, as a game publisher, some sort of like the Vanity is coming back. Is it possible that's why they're releasing all these older games?
If it was 2 months ago, it's really hard to tell because I think Pod Racer was October or November 2020.
But like that would fit right into the timeline that they had announced that they were bringing back the LucasArts game.
Is Sam & Max LucasArts?
Yeah, it is. Well, yeah.
So then maybe
the games are right. I think they were done by LucasArts, and what was his name? Tim Schleierface. He did them, I think.
Well,
right?
Wait, were the 3D ones LucasArts?
No, those were Telltale.
Oh, those were Telltale. Okay, never mind. Because the Sam & Max, the first 3D one came to modern. They remastered it, so that came out recently.
That was Telltale. The older ones were the like 2D ones were LucasArts.
Interesting. That's a good point. I didn't think.
I don't know. I'm curious about like the background part of this. I'm curious of the LucasArts stuff. Yes, I'm losing my words on this.
Execute assault. Affirmative, sir. Hit him hard, Delta.
I guess the frame rate looks nicer. I don't know that I remember the frame rate, but it looks like it's like 60 frames, right?
Yep.
Grenade! Cover me.
Wookiee freedom must not be sacrificed.
Yeah, so I don't know that I have a whole lot to say about Republic Commando, except for the fact that I miss games where they had really smart squad control stuff, like Freedom Fighters and Republic Commando, and I guess like GRAW, Ghost Recon Assault Advanced Warfighter, where you had these kind of like, you had your squad and you could control them and move them and tactically and do stuff. I really enjoyed those, and I don't think we've seen something like that in a while. It's Lucasfilm Games, not LucasArts. Yeah, so there's something weird going on there with the Lucas game stuff, because all of a sudden we're seeing old LucasArts games coming back, and we're seeing all these, I don't know, new things being done through like Ubi and other people. There's something there.
Well, they're also aren't they trying to do like their new after episode 9? They're trying to like relaunch with a whole new kind of. I don't know what they're doing, but
Oh, well, apparently Ryan Johnson's getting a whole new trilogy. He'll be doing.
wow!
Yeah, so we'll get.
Isn't everybody getting a trilogy though?
We'll get 3 new films from Ryan Johnson. That's
Looking
exciting.
forward to that. That's gonna be.
I honestly, I had no problem with Ryan Johnson. I think if he was given, like a Rogue One or a like solo
standalone?
style movie, like a standalone, I think it would have been fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is he took episode 8 and tried to make it a standalone.
I love Knives Out. Knives Out, top tier movie. But
I actually haven't watched Knives Out yet. I'm guilty of that.
I highly recommend you do. I think it is a really good movie, and I think the one downside is Daniel Craig cannot do a Southern accent.
God, that was. I thought they were gonna reveal that it was a joke and he was faking it the whole time.
Too. Oh my god!
I was actually mad when it wasn't fake at the end. I was actually mad.
Literally, I thought that was like that he was hiding a secret from everyone, and that's why he was doing the accent. And I'm like, so that's really how you talk, huh?
It was
that's,
so bad.
That's your voice.
Good God, I forgot about that. Oh,
so what I expect is murder mystery. Daniel Craig has a horrible Southern accent, and
he's not really important to it. So
he's really not. But like, he's also a perfectly reasonable actor in this film. It's just that accent is so distracting.
I'd like to read you a message from the chat. He likes Knives Out. Kick him.
Dang.
Why?
Knives Out is, I think, pretty universally considered to be not so great.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty universally.
I don't think it's universally anything. I thought it was controversial.
It's controversial, sure. I think most
Why
people.
Is it controversial?
A lot of people don't.
Yeah,
like
wait.
it.
I'm also. This is the first time I'm hearing it being either controversial or bad.
Really?
For that manner. Like I've heard people say it's
same.
overrated, but I wouldn't say it's bad.
Oh yeah, definitely heard lots of bad. Knives Out sucks, to be honest. Knives Out is garbage. He likes Knives Out. Kick him.
Are you sure you're not thinking of Bad Times at El Royale? Because you might be thinking
That one
of
was
Bad
a good movie
Times
too.
at
What are
El
you talking about?
That one was a good movie, but
See, this is why I don't bring people on to talk about movies, because everybody just has their own bad takes.
I like Bad Times at El Royale, but you can make a case for Bad Times at El Royale B. Are you sure you're not talking about Murder on the Orient Express? Because you could be talking about...
Don't you dare hate on Agatha Christie. Do not.
No, I mean the one that just came out.
Yes,
wow.
I'm talking. Do not hate on Agatha Christie.
No, and I like that movie too. But again,
Good.
I'm comparing it to Knives Out. I just don't see how it's
like I think it is very challenging to make a mystery kind of movie that everybody universally likes, because you're either gonna make it too vague and confusing to hide the mystery, or you're gonna make it too obvious that half of the people, you know what I mean? Like, some people aren't gonna understand the ending, or half of the people are gonna figure it out halfway through, and you can't really you can do one or the other, but you can't really make the movie for both audiences.
You know what my favorite murder mystery is?
What?
Who
Clue.
Framed Roger Rabbit? Oh.
Clue.
That was a great movie. Yeah,
Clue is so good.
Wait,
it's amazing.
Oh, the old one. I haven't
With
watched it.
Yeah, what's his name? Rocky Horror Picture Show guy.
Yeah, God, he's
Tim Curry.
He's in so many things.
Tim Curry. Yeah,
Tim Curry. Yeah.
Oh, Tim Curry's great. I love Tim Curry.
So Tim Curry, he plays Mr. Body in Clue. Fantastic. I have to ask. So Dan, have you seen Lord of the Rings?
And Hobbit, yes, all 6 of them.
You saw all 6 of them. There you go. That's your answer to Tim. He's seen all 6 of them.
What was your favorite Hobbit movie?
Oh, that's a rough one.
Oh God. Okay, so I think the first.
Not
one
a specific
was...
Hobbit though. Like
No. I'm saying the Hobbit movie. I think the first one wasn't terrible. The second one I really liked.
You liked the second
The
one.
plot with Smaug. I really liked the plot with Smaug, but in the third one, they really fucking dropped the ball with Schmaug in the third one.
Mhm.
I'm just
Yeah,
calling
I'm a
him
big,
Schmaug.
awful, scary dragon. Is dead 5 minutes into the
No, it's like the second one. I'm sorry, spoilers for the Hobbit trilogy. The second one ended on this big cliffhanger with Schmaug just going out to destroy literally everything. And it's like, oh god, what do we do? We can't stop him. The third one begins, it's like, oh, 10 minutes in, we stopped him. And then the rest of the movie is like, oh, this is our gold. No, this is our gold. No, fuck you, this is our gold.
But that is the last, like, quarter of the book, though. He shoots
Yes,
the
but
dragon.
why make it 3 movies?
Yeah, if
Well,
if they were going to dispose of the dragon that quickly, they shouldn't have ended on the cliffhanger and like made us. Like,
I think we all agree. Yeah, but
know, yeah.
okay, here's the thing. This was because Guillermo del Toro wrote the Hobbit, right? He wrote the Hobbit films. It was
I
supposed
think
to be...
J.R.R. Tolkien wrote The Hobbit. Actually.
Yeah,
He wrote the
Tolkien
Hobbit
him.
films, right? He was going to do
Yeah.
2 films, so he's going to split it up so that the first film would be what is essentially the first film, right? And then the second film would be the battle against Smaug and the Battle of the 3 Armies or 6 armies or whatever the hell it's called, right?
5 of them.
5 armies, whatever.
5.
There was arguably 5 armies, but the 4 armies.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he was going to do that, and then something happened where he left. And he left really quickly, and it was, well, now what do we do? And Peter Jackson was like, well, I guess I'll come in and do it. And he took parts of what Guillermo did and then just wrote something else. And
It baffles me that they couldn't just do 1 movie.
well, I think what he wanted to do was go do his own. What was it? The Strain, where because he did Blade 2, and you remember the Blade.
Oh god, Blade 2.
Yeah, well, so remember the vampires had like the predator mouths that were like, and they had this the alien inside thing that would come out and like bite you.
I try to forget every Blade movie that's not Blade 3.
That's another hot take right there, I think. So
No, but Blade 3 is bad, but like it's enjoyably bad. Like Patton
to
Oswalt
say it's
makes
better
that
than
movie.
Blade 1 is very.
I'm not saying it's better than Blade 1. I'm just saying I like watching it more than Blade 1. Blade 1 is a better movie. Blade 3, I have more enjoyment watching
Okay,
because of
How do you remember watching Blade? How old is this movie? How long ago would I have seen Blade?
Well, Blade was like one of the first Marvel movies.
It was one. He was one of the.
According
Yeah.
to Wikipedia, 1998.
There you go, 98. I was good, right? I said 97.
I was playing Game Boy Color. I had no time for Blade.
Dan is very old.
1990.
Are you telling me?
Dan is very, very
I
old.
watched a movie from 1956 yesterday. You can watch movies.
You cannot do
years
that.
after they come out.
That's against the law. It's against the law.
Anyway, yes, Blade 3.
Unless you watched it on Amazon Prime, in which case, please subscribe with your
With your
free
Amazon Prime.
Prime.
Nice pitch. I like
You
how
got
you're
it.
just like, no,
Straight
please,
into-
I'd like your money.
Just straight into that corporate sponsorship, right?
Right,
Just
straight into
right
it.
in
Unless
there.
you watch it on Amazon Prime, in which case, please remember to give us your
What? Don't you
Twitch
guys
Prime
have phones?
subscription. Don't you have phone? Oh, we're gonna get to that. That is
Oh,
coming up
yeah.
tonight. That is coming up tonight.
Oh, that was
Yes,
a
we're
beautiful
gonna get to that.
cacophony of terribleness.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Oh,
I don't
wait, yeah,
remember what
so-
we were talking about.
The Hobbit.
Oh, right, The Hobbit. Yes, your favorite films.
What were we talking about with The Hobbit again?
I don't know.
Which one's your favorite? It was you said the second one.
Yes.
I would have liked the second one more if they just wrapped up the Schmaug stuff right then and there. I think that.
Oh, that's right.
with-
And then it was
because of that, I
Guillermo
can
del
look-
Toro,
I'm pretty sure I have the wrong opinion on this one,
which is
which is that the third one was my favorite.
the third
The
one's your
third one
favorite.
is so.
So okay, let me first go over this. The
Oh
first
my
one
god.
was so boring. They were just sitting at Bilbo's house the entire time, and then they just like leave and they're like, let's do the cliffhanger that we did from Lord of the Rings again.
Excuse me. That's exactly what they did in the first Lord of the Rings too, and nobody had a problem with that.
Because it was the first time they did it, and then they just do the first movie. You can't have dinner and then start singing about the bread you're baking for 40 minutes, and then start
and yet
having a rabbit sleigh chase running away from orcs
Star
around the
Wars
hill,
episode
and then it's like,
7.
oh no, the orcs are gonna catch us. It's like, oh, don't worry, the birds are remember the birds from that last trilogy? We're still in that same franchise, so they still exist, but it's earlier, it's before that. So
Star Wars Episode 7 did the same thing Star Wars Episode 4 did, and people complained, but they were nowhere near as complaining as they were with The Hobbit 1.
Look, I'm not out here saying Star Wars Episode 7 is my favorite either, okay? I'm
but they're saying it's the
talking
best
about
of the trilogy.
Hey, Moriarty.
Someone has said that. I agree that someone out there has said that at one point.
Hey,
What are
Moriarty,
you
I see
people
why
talking
you-
about?
I
so
see why you
lost.
don't do. I see why you don't do movie reviews on this Twitch
Yes,
stream.
we don't do movie reviews.
Look, someone brought up The Hobbit, okay?
My point is just the first two Hobbits are bad. The third one is like bad enough you can enjoy it finally.
Finally. Oh,
I think the first
my.
one is the only serviceable one.
Wow. You guys
just-
have some takes here, man.
And you know what? On Lord of the Rings, just biggest middle finger that they took out the scene with Saruman, with whatever happened to Saruman. Like, are we just supposed to believe that he died on that tower? Like,
Oh, you mean like the scene they took out for the extended edition? Like where, yeah,
like
for the theatrical
Why?
cut, makes no sense.
it just they literally took out a scene that completely takes you out of everything that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's so unbelievable. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one thing that really pisses me off about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, as Acorn
One
said,
thing.
that is not a hot take. Everyone agrees.
Okay, I'm glad that
That
everyone
one's not the
agrees.
hot take. All the other things you said were the hot takes.
No,
That-
okay, I only said the things about the Hobbit because you brought up the comment. Okay, you're the one who's like, ask him about the Hobbit.
I know.
No,
it's
I asked you about the Hobbit. He asked you about Lord of the Rings. I'm the one who brought in the Hobbit.
exactly.
Of course, you're the one who asked me about it right after you asked about killing dogs for aesthetic.
Again, I'm not bringing these things up, okay?
Yes. Yes, very good. I don't know, Acorn. I don't know how we got here. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you. Let's just... I don't... Let's watch
Let's
this
go to the
next
next
one.
trailer, quick. Get
Yeah,
the next
let's-
trailer,
let's
quick,
watch
before
this
this
next
train
one.
goes any more off the rails.
Let's watch this next one. I have no idea what this game's about, but let's find out. Hold on. We have to, right?
Oh yeah.
I knew it. I knew you were gonna do that.
This just sounds like regular speed clapping. It's because it's 4 different people doing it at 4 different speeds.
Oh,
This
God.
is so dumb.
All right. Why does this feel like a Kurosawa film?
I don't know.
Okay, so it's like an Arkham style fighter then.
This is like that one scene from Old Boy.
Basically, is the one scene from Old Boy. It's the same color scheme. It's the same hallway as an elevator at the end of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it really is. You're right. It totally is just that one scene from Old Boy.
Yeah.
I hope there's more to this game, though. I watched this trailer before, but
This actually looks pretty
so
interesting.
let's continue looking at it.
The camera movements are very like unique.
They can't possibly be like this in the game. Could you imagine like how incredibly infuriating it would be if the camera was constantly jittering like that? Like that can't be.
I would love that. I'd hook it up to my 4D motion chair and just like have a day of it. That would be amazing.
Could you? No.
A rodeo.
You would die. It would actually kill you. I don't know. I kind of think that is the camera, though. Do you see it? Like, here, watch this.
I think it-
I'm
I think
having
it
a harder time
is.
seeing than you are.
I think that's actually the camera. I don't think
No,
that's...
I think this is an elongated cinematic. I can't imagine this being the camera.
I think that's the camera, Dan. The Dan. I think.
Like, what would state of play imply on that title?
Just look at how it's like clipping on the walls. I think that's the camera.
So in with the whole thing we mentioned before with Old Boy, maybe it's going for like this narrow, like claustrophobic feel in this particular scene.
Maybe. The combat just reminds me of Arkham. And I know that that's not fair to every other game that does that, but they all remind me of Arkham automatically.
I mean, Arkham does it very well. So I'd say that's a compliment.
I thought Arkham felt to me a lot like Assassin's Creed's combat.
I guess.
I can't really see that. I mean, I can kind of see that, but I can't really.
If you strip it all the way down to a mechanical standpoint, Assassin's Creed combat and Arkham and the Batman Arkham series combat are the exact same thing. You have multi-directional attacks, parries on flashing attacks that can either insta-kill or push enemies away, and it's essentially the same.
Yeah, it's just less forgiving because you can't just hold right trigger and then just chill there forever.
Yep.
And those are all based on the Werehog stages from Sonic Unleashed.
No.
Very good.
What?
What?
Time has progressed.
Wait, okay, so I don't know what they're going with here, but wouldn't it be, this is me throwing shit out there, right? Wouldn't it be kind of interesting if every time you died, your beard got longer? So
I think that's what they were going for in this
Just
game.
imagine, like, at the end of this game, your beard's like all the way to the ground. It'd be great.
Yeah.
You suck.
Well, how do you do that? Because some people are going to die more, some people are going to die less. Like, do you tie it to, like, exponential decay where you're getting minimum returns at the end? Or is it, like, an infinitely long beard if you keep dying?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess you could do it sort of like, what was that, Horizon? Not Horizon, but the other one that I always think is Horizon with the girl, the mental illness game. She's fighting her inner demons.
You're gonna have to be more specific. That sounds like a lot.
Where she's got the taint on her arm that slowly, as you die, the arm gets more, and it says if it reaches your arm, Senua's sacrifice. Thank you.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
If it ever reaches your heart, you die.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, there is a Hellblade. Yeah. So there is a point where eventually it no longer actually gets higher, right? So the whole thing that they said, they told gamers, if the taint reaches your heart, your character's heart, you will lose your save. The game will be deleted. Okay, that is it. It was a lie. Like, Ninja Theory was lying about that, but that's what they told everybody. What? So you could die as many times as you want, and you'll never actually get a delete. But every time you die, the taint on her arm gets a little bit higher. So you could certainly do that and just lie to people and say if your beard touches the ground, you know, or maybe you just make it ridiculous and let somebody have, you know, a 12-foot long beard.
I'm not Sean Murray. I'm not going to go on live TV and say, see over there, your beard can grow that long. Like, I'm not going to say that because then people are going to try to grow their beards that long and they're going to be like, oh, why is my beard? It stops at the floor. It just clips through the bottom. They can't actually see it. It's like, what?
Yes.
I've been around for a while. Game companies don't just lie, okay? They don't lie.
Game companies don't just lie. Ugh. I wonder what EA
Hello,
has been doing
Aaron
over these last few
Animates.
years.
How are you? Yes. See that mountain? You can climb it. Yes, that was the reference.
Also, I want to point out the whole beard to the floor thing is a shtick and a trope of old Chinese kung fu movies.
Yeah, exactly. The more of a master you are, the longer your beard.
Okay, right? I got it. Okay. So you every time you die, your beard grows down. Once it reaches the floor, the chance that you'll just it's like, you know, Smash Bros. Brawl, like just the chance that you'll slip and fall on your beard, like, increases every length it goes further than the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll
So
just
you'll
trip
just
up
be
and
just a
fall.
random chance that you'll just fall. Yeah, you'll just like trip on your beard and just fall over.
That makes sense.
And then it's just it's a very fun, rewarding mechanic because once you get to the point where you've died so many times that you're like falling over to the ground, like really fuck you at that point. Let's just like make your experience as miserable as possible.
Well, what if instead of dying, you go into like a fighting-induced coma? Because then that would make sense with the whole beard thing.
Yeah, I mean, we could show it's a dream world by you having like a different color beard
Oh, yeah, you could do that.
or something. Yeah.
I like how we're making this up. Like we have, like we still. I have no idea what this is about. This
Well,
whole
that's
game.
what we do here. This is that's how we survive. All right, let's see. His beard's definitely getting longer, and his hair is too. Dude, I think we're right.
Oh,
Look at that. I think
I really liked the when he was spinning the stick, like the air motion was really cool there. I don't know how to
That
say
was-
it, like
when
the
he's spinning the stick. Oh,
he's-
yeah. I see it.
that's pretty awesome.
Like the heat effect.
yeah.
Yeah. Is there more here? No, there's no more. Yeah. I don't know. Looks kind of neat, I guess. We'll see.
Fun fact: the name of the game, Sifu, is Mandarin for master.
For Master? Yeah, Master Sifu. Ha ha,
Sifu,
yeah.
okay.
Because of
Oh, like from Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda. Yeah. Shifu. Yeah,
And
yeah.
also every other martial arts school, studio.
Yes,
temple,
but
wherever
Kung
you
Fu
call it,
Panda
you-
is what
you-
I'm bringing it to relate to people.
I'm sorry,
course-
Moriarty. You brought a Chinese person who learned wushu for 6 months.
No. We're talking about Kung Fu Panda, which is way more culturally relevant.
The Dan the Man Show. Which is your favorite Kung Fu Panda movie?
Kung Fu Panda 2.
I will
no question.
judge you very
Okay.
harshly. Let's hear it. Which one is it?
I just said Kung Fu Panda 2.
Okay, that's fair. That's fine.
Well,
Full
well,
disclosure
wait,
here,
now-
I have never
now I'm
seen a
curious.
Kung Fu Panda.
Now I'm curious. What would you have said if I had said any other movie?
If you'd said 3, I would kick you.
I don't know. I can't. 3, I just don't think lives up as much as 2.
It's
I
fucking
think
trash.
1
It's trash. It's trash. I
don't
love
think
Kung
it's
Fu
kids'
Panda.
movie.
I
But
have.
think
It's a kids'
the
movie.
weakest.
No, it's not a kids' movie.
No, Kung Fu Panda is a coming of age story. Okay.
Yes, it's brilliant.
It's
It's
a coming of age
fantastic. It's
story.
beautifully done. I absolutely adore it. I love Kung Fu Panda. Okay, like I should. It is. I have artwork from Kung Fu Panda. I have original film cells. I'm a Kung Fu Pan fanatic, I guess. Super love it. Right. This is you're getting a glimpse into me here. I love Kung Fu Panda. Kung Fu Panda 3 sucks. It's terrible.
Well, okay. I still think Kung Fu Panda 2 is the best because I think Kung Fu Panda 1 does a good job setting up the character of Po and kind of getting him to be this like Kung Fu master.
Mhm.
But I think 2 really, really does a good job like getting the stakes supremely high. I
And-
love the villain in 2.
Yes. Oh my God. Gary Oldman's fantastic. But also, right? They didn't do what you tend to find in all of these other, the Matrix, whatever kind of stuff, where you get the hero and then they take away. I don't know what the trope is called, but it's where they take away all of the powers and they make them weak again, right? They didn't do that in Kung Fu Panda 2. He is still the Dragon Warrior, and he is still very, very talented, but he is not able to easily face this particular problem. He has to overcome it, which is, who am I, and where did I come from, and if that's not who I am, then is anything real? And it's just, I love it. I love it very much. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you basically took the words out of my mouth. I think Kung Fu Panda 2 is the best
Yes.
one.
Kung Fu Panda 1 is really, really well done, and I super enjoy it, and it's good comedy. It's, I would say, the most enjoyable. Like, you could put your kid in front of it and they'll have a good time. But Kung Fu Panda 2 really wraps it together. I just think, yes. I've easily seen this movie 500 times. Easily.
500?
At least. easily. I'm such a nerd.
That's once a day for 2 years.
Yeah.
When
Probably.
did this movie come out?
A while ago.
Wait, which one? 1 or 2?
2.
2 came out, I think, in 20.
Yeah, like 2016. No,
2010?
2010.
No,
2011.
2011. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because
so it's been out for 10 years.
1 came out in like 08 or 09.
Yeah, so it's been out for 10 years. Easy to see it 500 times. That's just 50 times a year. It's easy. So here are my.
You watch Kung Fu Panda once every 6.57 days.
Once a week? I mean, yeah, well, okay, so here's the thing. For several years, I went to sleep to one of 3 films every night, right? I fell asleep to The Emperor's New Groove.
Oh, hell yeah.
Kung Fu Panda 2, sometimes Kung Fu Panda, but mostly Kung Fu Panda 2, or Serenity, the Joss Whedon Firefly.
Wow, that is a very that took a direction I was not expecting. That
Yeah.
was that's like apples.
You have broken
Root
up on me, but
canals.
I
It's
assume
like-
you were saying apples and oranges.
No, I was saying apples and root canals. It's just
What?
completely 180. Did not expect you to say Serenity.
Yes. All right. Good.
Animated movie.
Mhm.
Animated movie. Hard sci-fi.
Mhm. Yeah. So I fell asleep to one of the 3 every single night for many years. I would just put one of the 3 on. That's how I went to bed. So I've seen it many, 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 many times. Yeah. Super many times.
I fall asleep
Wow.
to Adult Swim. I don't really.
I did not think the next word you were going to say was swim at all. I heard the adult and I was like, he's about to say films. And that is going to be a moment.
No, because I don't like going to sleep with a video that's not like cable or like a DVD or something. Because then I think to myself, okay, well now I'm keeping it in the DVD player for like 6 hours and I'm really not using it. It just doesn't seem. And then I gotta wake up and take it out and then put it back in the case, and that's just a waste of time.
Interesting. So
I love listening to podcasts to help me go to sleep on Sunday nights.
See, I'm always nervous to do that because
he was talking about this
I
one.
don't want to miss out on stuff being talked about in the podcast, and I'm afraid I'm going to fall asleep to something. I want to listen to the podcast. I don't want to
But damn,
miss out on it.
he was talking about this one.
Oh,
This is the podcast.
oh.
He was talking about this one. All right.
Well, that's okay then.
So the next trailer is for a game that I don't care about, but I figured I'd put it on here for Raiden because he's really into this.
Yay.
Let's go.
What is it? Am I?
Also, I don't know if you saw that. I want you to take a look at this. Do you see what we have here? I think this is the first game ever
Let's go.
that starts with the Xbox symbol
Oh my god.
coming from PlayStation Studios. I think this is the very first game to ever do this.
Let's go.
Huh.
For the first time ever, MLB The Show is available on Xbox consoles.
Man, it's very exciting, isn't it, Raiden?
Is he a Muppet or he's a mascot of that team? What is happening right now?
Well,
What?
you're the fan.
Right,
No, he's
yeah.
not a Muppet. He is
Legally
I think
distinct.
I think that's Derek Jeter.
He is legally distinct from the Muppets.
He's a
Oh,
Muppet.
I got you.
He's a Muppet. I think that's actually legally like owned as well. I think the Muppets are a real thing. They are.
Well, actually, I think
they
the
are a real
Muppets
thing.
were the villainous Muppet gang from the
Yep.
Muppets 2011 movie,
They are the.
if I remember correctly.
They are the villainous Muppet gang. Oh, that was good.
With like gold chain Fozzie Bear. It was so weird.
So you're
It's
saying-
like those. It's like those Looney Tunes shirts that you see with all the characters wearing bling and like clothing, but like in Muppet form.
Yep. Yes, sir. I'm glad you remember that. You're really old, though. It's good.
You know what
Oh,
that
do you
means,
think I-
Fernando Tat-
Oh, geez. I don't know. Hold on.
That isn't me.
We're gonna do a prediction here on the channel first, okay? So we're gonna see. We're gonna do is Dan older than
It's the Dan.
the Dan
Oof, that was close.
older than 35? All right, we'll do 1 minute for this. We'll let people say, I think yes, clearly older than 35. We'll see once everybody's got their predictions, and then you can reveal it. And people are actually going to win channel points here or lose them. That's a thing,
Wow.
man. They are
That's a
putting
risk.
it up. They are risking it. Because here's the thing, right? When we do these live predictions, you're able to use your channel points. And if you use them, you get to win from the losers. So, right? You gotta and we also have a poll prediction here, which, since we're taking a mild momentary break here, I suppose I could throw in a poll for you guys, which is
It's
Dan
leaning heavily towards yes right now.
is the Dan the new J? Now that's something you
I don't
won't
know
understand.
Yeah, I don't get that.
And that's fine. I will start that poll now as well. That'll be up for 5 minutes. And then we'll check and see. Jay is a guest on another podcast. So we'll see. Right now, is it over yet?
We got some like Chekhov's dynamite in the background here
Mm-hmm,
of that video. I'm excited to see where that goes.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing closed.
It is closed. So, Dan, are you older than 35?
I'm 23.
Oh my god! Oh, fuck!
Did you really think I was 35?
I would have guessed 37, 38.
Really? You thought I was 37, 38, and making videos about the top 10, top 5 video game sons. You really?
Yeah.
That my
Hey, nothing wrong with
crossed
making
your
top
mind.
tens, my dude.
Nothing wrong with making that. I'm sure about that. But making videos about sons in video games isn't exactly my top priority if I'm 40. Do I sound 40?
I mean,
You sound older than I do.
I'm 13. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god.
I'm shaking my head at you, Em. Just so you know, I'm shaking my head at you in real life. I'm shaking my head.
23. 37. Oh my
Crypto
God.
Spook says he thinks you're like 45. So, there you
That's
go.
fair.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
I like this one. I'm used to gambling. I got Bitcoin. I have Bitcoin as well, and this week has sucked. There you go. That's crazy. All right, so let's watch this.
MLB The Show 21.
Wow, with our incredibly old. And then we'll check that poll in a few minutes too.
Oh my
Junior.
god.
What?
It's time to party.
Dale, papi.
MLB The Show
I called
21
it.
also-
I knew they were setting off that dynamite.
Well, yeah, of course you wouldn't have it there, right?
It's actually a different dynamite. The one that I was looking at was like red and blue, and now it's like gray dynamite. I don't know. I'll let their continuity error go.
For the record, just because I'm 23, that doesn't mean I have to only like stuff from the current year.
Okay, but here's the thing. Because you're 23, people are able to dismiss you easier. That's the important part here,
That's fair.
right?
Yes,
Everybody
that's
knows
fair.
that what you have to say matters less.
No, I'm 23, which means I equally know everything and nothing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay? That
Um,
means that my point is
What's that
valid.
mean?
and
You're like the
invalidated.
youngest here.
What? No, I'm clearly
I?
the youngest. What is that band? Right? I'm 23. There's a song. It's a famous song.
23 and
No, 23andMe? No, that's DNA, dude. Oh, there's a song. I can't remember it. It's
25 or 6-4.
who would have thought
There's
it'd be 23? Blink 182?
There's
Blink 182?
23andMe is like a DNA test.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Deuteron is saying Blink 182. What's my age again? Is that about him being 23? I feel like there's a Incubus song about being 23 too. I don't know. Point is that you're at the perfect age to become a rock star, and if you don't do it now, then you never will.
Yeah, that's the moral of the story.
That's the
Well,
moral
I do
of the
play the
story.
drums, so like it's not entirely out
Well,
of the out of the question.
You've got like the clock is ticking, my friend.
Yeah, but I don't like loud noises, so
That's
rock
going to
doesn't
be
work
kind
for
of a
me.
problem if you'd like to be a rock star.
Jazz though. Let's talk jazz.
Yes, the
because-
biggest jazz musician in the world in 2021. He's coming out, guys. This is it.
Oh,
jazz
yeah.
drums. Single jazz drums.
Solo jazz drummer.
Solo jazz drums.
The Dan. And he goes live.
I'm not gonna lie. I play a pretty mean jazz kazoo.
I don't know how to feel about that, but thank you.
Probably angry,
I'm
Upset.
gonna be angry.
disappointed. I guess not angry, more disappointed. Yeah.
I played the mouth harp once, but I would not recommend playing the mouth harp if you like your teeth.
Like the harmonica?
No, I mean the mouth harp.
Yeah, the mouth harp.
Like
that's the
you use your teeth to pluck the strings? Like
No, it's this little metal thing. It's called a jaw harp as well. And you hold it in between your teeth
jaw harp,
and
mouth
you
harp, yeah.
smack it. Poll has ended.
It makes like a doing noise.
Is Dan the new Jay? 79% say yes. So there you go.
all right.
You are.
I thank you / y'all suck. I don't know how to react to that.
I love Jay. He's a really fantastic human being who has some very bad opinions.
I know too many people named Jay.
Yeah.
So
This is JXE.
oh, Jay! I know Jay. I actually do know Jay.
Do you really? You know JXE?
What? Yeah, I know Jay. I've talked to Jay in the past.
Well, there you go.
Freaking. Are you talking about? Oh my God! Wait. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same guy, same person. You're talking about the one who made the hoops video, right?
You know, that's a good question. I'm going to Google it. Netflix Hoops is painfully unfunny. Yes.
Yeah, Jay. Oh my God, I love Jay. Jay makes awesome videos.
Is Hoops
Jay is
actually
a great
unfunny?
Content creator. No, Jay's awesome. Jay is like one of the funniest content creators out there.
So Speedy Acorn says, "Mom, can we have Jay?" Then, "Mom, we have Jay at home." The Jay at home is Dan. Yes, he used to be Cinema Sins. Yes, exactly.
Yo, okay, honestly, I will take that I will take that as a massive compliment. I love Jay so much. Jay's content is some of my go-to. I love Jay's content. It is fantastic. And plus side, that means I don't have to learn a new Jay because that's a Jay I already know.
There you go. Yeah, so you are apparently this podcast's Jay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Series X, Xbox Series S, and Xbox One consoles. For the first time, Xbox fans will get to experience MLB The Show and every nail-biting at-bat. And
You hear that? Do you hear that, Raiden?
Yeah, like I mean, I can experience all this.
You
It's
get
amazing.
to experience all of this finally.
Is
I know you've been
MLB The
waiting.
Show?
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I watched my friend play, I think Madden, like the newest Madden game, and it is obviously absolutely terrible. But there is a specific mode in it. It was like, I don't know what it was, if it was like a draft a player mode or like a story mode, but it has like these cutscenes where you start off as a college player and like you can make decisions on like
Career
what team
mode.
you want to be drafted by. Yeah, your career mode. And like basically the entire game sucked, but just those cutscenes were like so enthralling to me. It was literally like, I honestly, the only way I could describe it is it was like if I had a sequel to Tony Hawk's like Underground,
Hmm.
but it was just a Madden game. It was just this like one random campaign because it was just bizarre that like the story beats that were happening and like the janky animation and like terrible acting. I was just loving like watching the entire story mode of that game. So
Right,
like
so you're
I'm
a
like
huge fan
back
of
on
Madden.
board for like half-ass story modes that are like really cringy. Like they're I don't know. It just got that in that. Maybe I'm excited.
So to confirm, you're a huge Madden fan. Got it.
Yeah, the moral of the story is I'm a huge Madden fan.
Yes. All right.
So is MLB The Show owned by EA? 'Cause-
No, MLB The
Okay.
Show is the PlayStation's one that was done by 2K, I think. Not 2K. Was it 2K?
Good, because I know the 21 line of EA.
Oh no, I think 2K was just MLB 2K. I thought the show was EA.
San Diego
Wait, I'm gonna look this up.
Studios,
I'll look it up.
and it's
'Cause
owned by.
Oh,
It doesn't.
The 21 line.
The problem is, I don't care enough about MLB. I'm only showing this for Ryden because he loves sports.
Oh yes. Okay, so it is not EA, I think, and it doesn't even matter because the point I was going to make is that the EA 21 line of sports games have some of legitimately the worst box art I have ever seen.
Ever?
Look up FIFA 21.
Why don't you just send it
box
to
art.
Ryden and he can pull it up and we can use our new feature? We have a new feature.
Oh yeah. You ready for this new feature?
I want to stop dying. Oh, shit.
Are you okay?
Are you alright?
Oh god.
Fuck.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what it was. I'm okay.
Just think about Kung Fu Panda 2. It'll all be over.
All right.
I think you saw the box art for FIFA
Okay.
21.
Oh my god. I'm sorry if that was louder. I may have died a little bit, but I'm okay now. Really.
You do not sound okay.
You sound perfectly fine.
I'm all right. Would you believe
Is
I'm not even a
someone
smoker?
sending me some box art or what?
Oh,
What's
did you
going
want
on?
me to do that? I could do that. Let me just let me get that for you. Okay, yeah. I guess I'll just post in the group chat we have.
I'm not even a smoker, Acorn. Like that's the thing. I'm dying.
Oh, I love it when that happens.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All
I
right,
think,
let me show you.
I think
this
some air
beautiful
went down the
box
wrong
art.
hole. Let's see.
We're also letting you go heads up with crossplay. Whoa!
Okay, so this is a Sony Interactive Entertainment game that is allowing you to cross-play with Xbox players. That's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, Sony seems to like their IP to be their IP alone, so
Yeah.
this is surprising.
Yes, I agree.
All right. Box art queued up.
All right, so here's something that it's kind of neat, and if you're a streamer or anything like that who does like interviews and stuff, we found this thing called OBS Ninja, which allows me to click a button and boom, look. Oh wait, there he went away. There we go. This is Ryden's screen desktop now.
That's my computer.
How cool is that? So take a look at everything he has saved right up there at
Look
the
at
top.
that. Wow.
And see if you can
Useful
use any of
stuff.
that against him. That's
Yeah, try to hack me. Don't turn
Or-
that off.
or cancel him.
Disable that one. Whitelist.
Yes, well, it doesn't work on Twitch anyways. So there's the cover art for FIFA.
It's awful.
That is terrible. It's really bad.
Legitimately, like I said, it's one of the worst box arts.
I think
I've ever
Kanye
seen.
designed this.
It's pretty terrible.
Like Kanye
I
West
can see
definitely designed this.
I can see that.
Now we're gonna watch you Google.
Yeah, we're gonna look up some Kanye merch and just like compare.
Oh yeah, it does kind of have that Kanye feel,
Like that's
doesn't it?
that's very much.
Mhm.
Or yeah, the cover of Life of Paulo. Yeah, like that is some Kanye merch right there.
Yeah, it is. All right. The rhythm is
Beat Fernando.
overtaking me. Coach.
You know what this trailer screams to me of? It is Steve Buscemi in a teenager's outfit going, "How you doing today, fellow teenagers?"
It really is, isn't it? It really is. This is super terrible. Is this who they think Xbox players are? Is that, like, they've clearly designed this to appeal to Xbox people. Do you think that that's who they think the average Xbox player is? And
What? They're a Muppet?
well, they're like, yeah, hardcore dude bros.
I feel like that's been the case for a while now. Like, isn't that the whole point of, like, wasn't Xbox always seen as like the big, like, dude bro manly man kind of console, right? Wasn't that right?
I didn't think so at all.
Well, because they always associate Xbox with like Mountain Dew and Doritos and I don't know.
Interesting.
But like, I think that there was just a couple guys in the boardroom, and they're like, okay, we've got the exact same game as last year. How do we make it seem like it's different? And
Well,
they're just like,
wasn't there actually a controversy where I forget which specific one it was, but like one of the sports games of this year is legitimately just a sports game from last year, like coding wise and everything. Wasn't that a controversy recently?
I want to say that was NBA 2K.
That might have been NBA.
I want to say
2K.
that's what they did. They just released the exact same game, but they updated the player lists, the rosters, and it was just the same game. 100%. Nothing changed but the rosters. And people were pretty mad about that. They're missing the Doritos and Mountain Dew. Yes, but Jeff Keighley's not here, so it makes sense. I think that's it. All right. Just 2 more and we're done with trailers, and we'll be done with the intro.
Oh, this one I actually have seen, so I'm looking forward to talking about this.
When I first found you, you were nothing. You were small, pathetic. But now, you are more. Are you ready?
I have nothing to... I'm trying to think of anything to say about this. Did you play any of the FNAFs? Raiden?
No.
I have never played a private. I think we went about this. Remember, you were shocked that I had like wasn't like even aware of like what they're about, or I've never seen gameplay.
That's right.
Until the trailer, yeah.
Yeah, you're like a terrible gamer for this gamer-oriented podcast. But FNAF, and I don't want to just have it sitting on the screen. Boy, that like FNAF is certainly a thing that exists, and it's a mega property, Five Nights at Freddy's. Yes, so there is a new FNAF. This one is Security Breach, which I think you play as an animatronic now.
No, you don't.
No, you still play as a security guard, unfortunately.
No, you actually play as a little kid who's with the security guard.
Yeah, I knew there was a difference. Like, they made a change to it, and you play from a different perspective.
Well, actually, you play as a little kid in 4, so it's not really.
There you go. See, I'm wrong. All right.
Yeah, I have played for them, so I have an idea.
I'll let you rant all you want once we get through this thing.
Oh, I'm looking forward because I do have something to say.
I wish I had anything to say. Like, here's my opinion about FNAF, right? It is super cool that Scott Cawthon, whatever his name is.
Cawthon.
That he is able to turn his thoughts into money and become a multimillionaire that is influenced tens or hundreds of millions of people. That's super cool, and I absolutely applaud him for doing that. And I don't care at all about this game in the slightest. I've never cared about FNAF. I thought it was just bleh and fine. But it's one of those massive properties, you know? It's something that swept the internet and swept culture. It's a cultural touchstone at this point for a huge amount of people, especially small children, you know? If you meet a 9-year-old, they know FNAF better than anybody else. And that's just what it is today. This is the game that they're going to be looking back on and remembering. This is their Zelda. And that's, I don't know, interesting.
That is interesting. Is it just me, or is like the upgraded graphics making it like less scary than when it was like the VHS filter on it?
Like, it looks amazing. Like, it looks graphically, it looks amazing. But you're right in that and you'll see more with also the environments. It just takes away from the scare factor. If you keep going, you'll see more and more of like what I'm talking about with the locale. Like, you've already seen bits and pieces, but it's even worse.
Okay.
So bad.
Gregory, we can get you out of here. You and me together. They won't stop hunting you. None of them will stop hunting you.
Is this the first FNAF where you can explore? Where you're not stuck in an office?
So
Looks to be that way.
Well, not the first. Okay, so it's not the first one where you're stuck in an office, because FNAF 5, you had some control and you weren't stuck in an office, which was sister location, and that one was fine. FNAF 6, I think you were. I can't even. There's so many goddamn games. FNAF World was an RPG, so don't worry about that. The FNAF mobile game was an AR game, so don't worry about that. I think 5 and 6 you weren't in the office, and then 4 you were in a bedroom.
Yeah.
So there was some
but
liberty.
you're still
with 4
stuck
or 5.
in a place. Like, you're still stuck in one spot.
Not 5.
In
5
4,
you actually had some.
I'm saying in 4
you were
you're still stuck in
place.
one place. Yeah.
Yeah. 5 you had some liberty, and for the life of me, I played 6, the most recent of them all. Cannot remember 6.
That tells you a lot.
That being said, like I said, I have some more opinions about this, but I'm going to wait for the trailer to be over.
We have to get you out by morning.
You will do as I say. You will bring me what I want. And if you fail me, then you will. Both of you burn!
Yeah, I wish that was exciting looking. You know what it looks like? It looks like Hello Neighbor or the Blackout Club or any of those where you are running around hiding from a patrolling monster.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks kind of like Alien Isolation.
Alien Isolation, same sort of thing.
That's an insult to Alien Isolation.
Yeah, but it's the same type of game where you're wandering around and a monster will come out, and if you get spotted, you have to run and hide, and if you don't hide, it kills you.
I don't think I'm into these
and
kind
that
of
kind
games.
of takes away from that was my problem, and then it takes away from what Five Nights at Freddy's was really all about, in that in each game, even in the ones where you had some free roaming, you always felt like you were trapped and confined, even if they weren't anywhere near you, just because of how it controlled and what you were doing. And in this one, it just feels like another horror game where you're running away from a bunch of monsters, and it doesn't seem fun because you're in a huge place. Like, this place is ginormous, and it's just not fun.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even if it's fun, it doesn't seem like a FNAF game.
Framinator says the fact that they have voices is awful and the cartoony aspect is bad too. The reasons the first ones were spooky was they were creepy, broken down animatronics. And I do agree, just watching this, they don't feel like animatronics. They feel like men in
like they're too
masks.
clean. Everything's clean and sanitized. Like it should be dirty and kind of like grimy and like like it's not a new animatronic. You know, it's like it's 20 years old, broken down thing. As he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
They keep making the animatronics sexier, and I don't know how to feel about it.
Well, I mean, it's obvious how you feel about it. It's how do you feel about how you feel about it?
Look, if they want to make it sexier, that's more power to them. But then you're really missing out on the whole scare factor. Like, I'm not scared of a clean and shiny freaking punk rock fox girl animatronic. Okay? Like, why? That was a problem I had with 2 as well, where a lot of them took on this more cartoonish appeal. But at the same time, 2 had up the factor in terms of it still had that broken down aesthetic to it. And then 3 was just terrible. Don't play 3. Like, if you're gonna play the games, just don't play 3. 3 is not worth your time. But yeah, stop making them sexy. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, even look at the logo. Why is he so buff? Why are you making him buff?
He's supposed to look like a security guard, right?
That doesn't look like a security guard.
Yeah, he looks like a.
It's supposed to relate to him being a security guard, protecting.
He looks like a Geodude.
He does. He looks like a fucking Geodude.
I don't know what that is. Yeah.
The Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't play trading card games or anything. So.
Do you want to see what it looks like? We can do this.
But you really
have the technology.
Like.
I have
you
no
really
idea.
don't know what a Geodude looks like. You don't follow Pokemon.
I don't follow this. What? Is this weird?
Look, you
at
don't.
that Geodude.
I can understand you not knowing what. Okay, I can't. My suspension of disbelief. This is where it kind of tapers in that I don't think you don't really know what a Geodude is.
I have no idea. It's what, some sort of Digimon?
Oh my god!
Does it turn into a truck?
You know, if
it might. I don't know. By now, it might. I don't think so. It didn't when I played.
Logo, he'd look like a Machoke. That's what he looked like. If he had
makes
legs.
even less sense to me. Tim has requested a poll: who would win, the Locust from Gears of War or the Camaro from Resistance? I don't think I ever played Resistance. So
yeah, no, I'm picturing like a Mustang versus an entire alien swarm.
Yeah, right. There we go. We'll see what the people have to say. So let me see this thing. Is it loaded up? And I can click the ninja, and you can show me the Geodude.
Oh, it was loaded up. Now it's loaded up again. Yeah,
Okay,
you can check out that Geodude.
Where'd it go? What did you do with it? What are you doing with it?
It should be.
Oh, there it is.
It should be there.
So that's a Geodude. Yeah, I guess I could see it kind of, except it's got stuff on top of it. Maybe if the Geodude was wearing a crown.
It's like a Geodude with a
crown.
I mean, it's kind of triangular. Maybe it's more
or like a pineapple. Okay, so if you were to put a pineapple on top of Geodude,
I think he's got extra arms, but I mean, it's kind of maybe more it's Graveler.
No, Graveler's got legs.
He's got like legs and arms, but he's kind of if he's holding them in like
I'd
that.
say it's more like Golem. No, not even Golem. Like
but his head, he's got a little crown head.
A Alolan Golem. It looks like a Alolan Golem.
A Alolan Golem?
Yeah, a Alolan
what are you
Golem.
people saying?
Alolan?
No, Alolan is how you spell it. Yeah, Alolan Golem.
Okay, we're not looking at this. We're done. I'm not looking at that thing. It had like a mustache? Is that have a mustache?
Yeah, it's a Alolan Golem.
It looks like a taser.
What is this?
It does kind of look like a taser. I don't know what you're looking at. I don't know what.
Yeah, I have a delay on my end, but I know what a Alolan Golem looks like.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's sure
Right.
is does it turn into anything?
No, it's a lowland golem. It's the final evolution.
I don't know what that means. Does it turn into like a Camaro or a jet or something?
Oh, we got this guy over here. He's got like the kind of crown. Is this the closest? I think a lowland Geodude.
A lowland golem. It's a golem.
I don't know.
Dude,
it does kind of look
You're saying that? Look at the arms, though.
Yeah, I don't
like that's. I think the Alolan Geodude is much closer than Alolan Golem.
Is there an Alolan? Oh yeah, no, you're right. It totally is. He looks like he has Play-Doh hair.
Like Plato, the Greek philosopher, or Plato, like the
silly Plato. We're done looking at fucking Geodude. I don't understand it, and it confuses me, and it makes me uncomfortable.
And then go to the hospital. That Plato.
We have something else here, though. This is, I think, the most disliked video game trailer of the year. By the way,
is it? I know nothing about this, so I'm looking forward to this.
I know nothing about this either, so this is new to me.
That's right, everybody! Final Fantasy VII Battle Royale. You may be thinking, right? Oh, they're working on part 2 of Final Fantasy VII. It's been a year and a half. They're working on Final Fantasy VII part 2. No, here's what they're working on. Final Fantasy VII, the Battle Royale for mobile.
But I thought they were also working on part 2. Like, wasn't that one of the trailers, right? Or am I mistaken?
You are mistaken, my friend.
You get to ride Big Bird.
Is that just the PS5 port?
It's just, yeah. They're going to be adding in some of the stuff for the PS5 port. Part 2 has not been, they've shown nothing about it yet. What they have shown is the Battle Royale. The Battle Royale. Wait till you see it. It looks, oh boy. Join the fray, lay waste to your foes, and climb the ranks. And look at the UI here. It's just PUBG Mobile.
It's oh my god. I have literally never played any Final Fantasy game after Final Fantasy VI for an exorbitant, super extremely long of time. This looks terrible. This looks legitimately terrible.
It looks really bad. Aaron Animates, you played a lot of PUBG Mobile. Can you just confirm for me that this is identical? Look at it! Look at it! Oh god, it looks so bad. Are there guns in Final Fantasy VII? Like, that's
technically yes.
Yeah, but this guy's using like a bar or something. Like and look, he's wearing a chocobo. This is PUBG Mobile.
Woo woo.
And then he's oh. Oh, and what? Look, that looks like an M4 or something, like mixed in with like the front half of a Galil mixed in with the back half of a M4 with like some sort of a Dragunov whole stock there. Weird guns. Looks like there's a shotgun or a sniper rifle there too.
Yeah, that I couldn't tell if that was a shotgun or if it's like a knife.
Right? And yeah, as Aaron has said here in the chat, it looks like the same textures as PUBG. This is PUBG. Oh god. Sniper rifles.
Ooh, that looks bad.
Oh,
that looks really bad.
Oh man. Oh man. So they announce, right? Hey, look, we're doing the PS5 port of Final Fantasy VII Part 1. And it's going to have some free DLC that's only on the PS5. And then this drops and they go, by the way, Final Fantasy VII, the first soldier. And then you open it up, right? And what do you get? Final Fantasy Battle Royale for mobile. And yeah, exactly, man. But you guys have phones, right? That's the response so far from Square. But of course, you guys have phones. This would be great. Oh, it's beautiful. It's really nice. You played you played Final Fantasy quite a bit, didn't you? There, DJ.
I played Final Fantasy 9 about 3/4 of the way through, and then I played Final Fantasy 14 for a while. And I played Final Fantasy 10 and 10 Part 2. 10 Part 2 was trash. 10 was okay. 12 was also okay. I have 13. I have 15. I haven't played either of those games yet.
So, are you excited?
No, I have. As you can tell from my lack of anything throughout this entire trailer, I have no words to express how disappointed I am with Square Enix. Then again, it is Square Enix, the company that has made a history of milking every single franchise until the others are dry as the Sahara Desert.
And that's clearly what this is. Sorry, Dan?
I'm waiting for the day that they just announce what we're all waiting for. Obviously, the number one best Square Enix franchise of all time, Just Cause 5. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I like Just Cause, which is pronounced cause.
Yeah.
Don't do
See,
it.
I think Just Cause.
See, I was gonna do it, but then it became too obvious, and then I wasn't gonna do it again.
Good. Okay.
You can keep your Kingdom Hearts. Just give me Just Cause 5.
Okay, here's my question: if they're on like Final Fantasy, like XVI, what is that? 16? If they're on 16, why is this 7?
Because 7, the remake just came out, and they are trying to milk in as much as they can about 7. And by remake, I mean, and by just came out, I mean like a year and a half ago. Right? Was it a year and a half ago? No. Wait.
Yeah, like I'm looking at the timeline here. So, because Final Fantasy. Oh no, that's Final Fantasy 12. Sorry, 7 came out in 1997. Okay.
Yeah, on PlayStation. This is with the remake. I never liked what they're doing with the Final Fantasy 7 remake with episodic structures. That always rubbed me the wrong way. I wish they kind of just released the whole game. I mean, I still wouldn't buy it because I think Final Fantasy 7
then you're not the person, right? Like if you're like, I wish they'd do this, but I still wouldn't buy it, then it's no wonder they would. Oh, excuse me.
Look,
listen to you.
I don't think any Final Fantasy game will ever beat Final Fantasy VI. I think Final Fantasy VI is the peak Final Fantasy game. I played Final Fantasy VII. I thought it was really good, actually. I don't think it was anywhere near as good as 6, though. I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
So 6.
Swallow it.
All right.
Yeah, 6.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just falling apart. Okay, let's keep going with the trailer. Can you become history's first soldier?
Wasn't the first soldier Sephiroth
already, right?
Or Zack Fair? Can't remember.
Zack?
Was that a cacodemon? Right? Did anyone else think that was a cacodemon?
Where?
Like, let me go
20 seconds back.
20 seconds?
20 seconds back?
Yeah,
Who pays attention that long? 20
I didn't want to
seconds.
interrupt. It was just like it seemed like it was a cacodemon.
You didn't want to interrupt.
Look, we had nothing to say.
In this show where we pause and we look at stuff for,
it
hours.
reminded me of a cacodemon from a better game.
20 seconds. All right, let's.
Keep going.
Guys, stop pausing.
Yeah, there.
Here's the thing.
One-on-one
You could
global
control it.
game.
You could grab this yourself and change the time, so I don't have to sit here and go, where did you think?
No, you just passed it. It was right there. Go back.
This?
Keep going.
That's like Meta Knight.
No,
Yeah.
keep going back. There, right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
the Kako Demon.
That's a bomb.
Yeah.
It looks like a Kako Demon. I'm sorry. Well, it doesn't actually look like a Kako Demon now that I'm looking at it closer.
It's a
But
bomb.
I think it looks like Geodude.
I mean, you seem to
well,
think
we're going back there
everything
now, are
looks
we?
like Geodude.
it looks. Oh, Sinistar. It looks like Sinistar.
Hmm. I mean, I guess you could make the argument that since it's shooting rockets out, it's kind of like the what is it, the Beholder, because it shoots out the skulls. I guess you can make that argument. It's a bad argument to be made, but you can make it.
Look.
And then we got what is it, Meta Knight? We got Meta
That's
Knight.
definitely Meta Knight.
Yeah. And then
More like
It's a
metal.
Voltorb.
Then we got
It does look like a Voltorb.
we've got a scorpion thing.
That's just Metal Gear Ray.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was the what was it? Oh, this is bothering me.
And
The
then you've
Porky
got
robot from Brawl.
what is this, Illidan from World of Warcraft?
I thought that was a character from Knack. Knack character.
That's just Illidan Stormcloak without his.
Yeah, it's just Illidan, right? Like, yeah. Super. And then we've got that poor schmuck.
I find it interesting that a lot of the game hasn't been like translated. Is that common with Final Fantasy?
Well, I did see some bursts of some, maybe it was Chinese text here and there.
It looks like there's Japanese there. I don't know.
Here's the thing, right? I don't think they're going to do that or care about it, because the people
It's
that this is
gonna make
going
a
to...
lot of mucho dinero.
Yeah, the people that are like, oh my god, it's a mobile Final Fantasy Battle Royale? They're the ones who are not going to care that it hasn't been translated into English yet.
The subtitle makes me think they're about to like launch like the Final Fantasy cinematic universe too. Like Final Fantasy, the First Soldier.
I like how it's Final Fantasy First Soldier. Like, can't
If
they
it's
just end
truly-
anything?
Well, and truly been the Final Fantasy, they would have stopped at the first game.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's always they keep doing more Final Fantasy games. When is it going to be the final Final Fantasy? You can't keep using final; it just doesn't work.
Yes, so you guys have phones, right? There you go.
Yeah, I do have phones.
Here is... You do have phones. Here is your latest... Well, you've got a phone right game in the industry.
All right.
Final Fantasy VII.
Final phone to see.
The
Oof.
First Soldier. Man, that is a painful game to look at because
It hurts me existentially.
Just seeing the mobile UI just like splashed up on the screen, it definitely is just like pain.
Look at
Yeah,
how
that-
they did my boy dirty.
That looks ugly. Really, really bad.
Better get the new Samsung Note so you have enough screen space to play it.
Well, actually, it doesn't run on Samsung. I think they said it's only iOS and Android.
Yeah, it said
Wow,
iOS.
Doesn't
and
Samsung
Android.
run
Look
on
at that.
Android?
You just saved me a purchase. Wow.
Does Samsung run on Android? I actually don't know. I don't own a
It
Samsung.
I think so. I think everything's Android except for I think Microsoft was. It's either Android or iOS except for Microsoft was trying to like do their own.
Oh yeah, didn't they do the
for a little
Windows
bit.
phone?
Yeah,
right?
I don't know if they're still doing it. I think they might have just went to Android.
They might have. Yeah.
And then BlackBerry was always its OS, but it kind of died. Like
I thought BlackBerry was still
Wow, there.
around.
Yeah, it's still
it
around.
technically is, yeah.
I don't know if
But
you
it
guys
just
haven't
has
been paying
so
attention.
little market share that you can't really call
Do
it.
you remember those chocolate phones?
No, you have not been paying attention. BlackBerry's back, baby. Haven't you been paying attention to the stock market? It's back. It's all over the place. It's great. Everybody's going to be rich off of BlackBerry.
I actually have some Dogecoin money.
Do you?
So
You have
I
Doge?
do, yeah. I
How
invested in
much
that.
Doge did you buy?
like 2 shares or 2 bitcoins, I think.
2 bitcoins? I mean, that's a lot.
2 worth. I don't. What's the unit of measurement? I'm guessing
it's a Doge. It is a Doge coin.
Okay, I bought 2 Doge coins
for like 10 cents.
Yes, and now they're at least 23 cents.
I think they're still 10 cents. To be fair, pretty sure
they're like. Who invested? He told me he invested $50 in Dogecoin, and he had like made $5 by the time he was talking to me. I'm just like, good for you, man. You're a moron. Good for you.
I mean, okay. Here's the thing, right? With regards to Doge, if you'd gotten in early January before it got its jumps, all the way up to the peak. For every dollar you put in, you would have gotten $21. So that's a good deal because you could have put 10 grand in and walk away with $250,000.
Yes, but I think it was under a different name before it took off.
No, it's Dogecoin. It's always been Dogecoin. Dogecoin's
really?
Always been.
I could have sworn it was under a different name. From what I remember.
Doge has been around forever.
Yeah, I remember Dogecoin back when I was in like university. It was Dogecoin.
But the thing is, it's just a joke. It's a joke thing.
Because Doge blew up, and then crypto was going up, so they jokingly made Dogecoin. I mean, it did catch on for a little bit at the time, though.
Well, yeah, but the thing is when it caught on, quote unquote, caught on, it went up to a grand total of like a penny. So that's its catch on. It's not real. And people. So it was developed by this kid, right? Who was like, I want to learn how to build a cryptocurrency. And so he built a cryptocurrency, and his friend was like, ha, LOL, we should totally name it after like Doge, ha ha ha. And then he did that. He just named it the Dogecoin. And it certainly helped it catch on and become a literal meme currency. And now it's out there in the world. If you'd gotten in early January, $21 for every dollar you put in is a good deal. If you got into it, years and years and years ago, when it first came out, it's like $26 for every dollar you put in. Super good deal. But if you're in it now, right, it's only going to go down. Maybe it stays where it's at, but it's never going to be worth anything because it's infinite supply. Like Bitcoin, there are, 21 million coins or whatever it is. 18 million coins are mined, and there's 21 million coins possible. And eventually the last coin will be mined in like roughly 2040 or 2045. That will be it, right? There will never be another Bitcoin. Or like Ethereum, where they burn the extra Ethereum when they're doing contracts. So it is a steadily diminishing supply. Both of those make some sense as a investment, to speculate into because there's a limited quantity of them, and at least with Ethereum there is a diminishing quantity of it. But with Dogecoin, you can just turn on your computer and get like 50,000 Dogecoin in a month or whatever. So it's never ending. You dig?
I guess so. I'm not like too deep into the cryptos, but yeah, if there's an unlimited supply.
Unlimited, and it just never goes, like you've got no burn in it. Terrible thing. So Bolt says he should be here in a few minutes, so I want to wait for him so we can do this Ratchet video. In the meantime, I have a couple of things that we can go through that are kind of interesting. And so first of all, there are 20 games that are turning 20 this year.
Ooh.
Right?
Okay, that means they came out in 2001.
2001. Okay. They're turning 20 years old, and this is the list. And I feel like somebody will care about some of these. So, Phantasy Star Online, its 20th birthday is January 29th. Did anybody play that? No.
I played the original. but I know how extremely popular it is nowadays. Not the original, but like
Phantasy
the series.
Star or Fantasy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you played Fantasy Star.
I played the second one. Phantasy Star Online 2. Never played the original, but I know how I kind of got out of Phantasy Star, but again, like I said, it's super popular nowadays. I'm actually really shocked to see how popular it is. And another thing about Phantasy Star is that Colonel Sanders is a playable character. So
the only thing that I know about Phantasy Star Online is that it was one of the very first console games to use online multiplayer on the Dreamcast way back in the day. So like,
you had to have a separate piece of hardware for the Dreamcast to play online, didn't you?
I think so, yeah, but it was one of the very first ones that could do that. I think that's an interesting piece of, history to look at it and say that's that. February 5th is the 20th anniversary of Paper Mario.
Yo, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So that is now 20 years old. That means that there are people who are picking up Paper Mario because they're seeing, Arlo and Ant Dude talk about it.
Crazy that's 2001 because that must have been at the very end. That I think wasn't that like the last originally released N64 game, like the last Nintendo licensed released and like the last first party Nintendo release.
I don't know if it was the last, but it was right at the end. Like it was at
like
the point
right at the end of the life cycle.
Yeah.
And I love Paper Mario. I think Thousand Year Door kind of made the game obsolete in terms of I just think Thousand Year Door took everything that Paper Mario did and made it better tenfold. Still love the game. Still an amazing game.
Well, it's 20 years old now, so if you see somebody like, yo, I just saw Arlo and Ant Dude's video about it, man. Oh my god, I'm gonna pick up Paper Mario. They may actually be younger than the game.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Surprising and not surprising at the same time.
The Game Boy Advance series, Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Seasons, and Oracle of Ages, came out February 27th, so 20 years ago yesterday.
That's not Game Boy Advance.
Game Boy Color, right?
Yeah. Well,
Color.
I think it's... Wait, was it Color or just regular? It might be... I think it was Color, yeah.
Yeah, Game Boy Color.
Fantastic games. Absolutely deserve a remake.
The last official N64 game was Pro Skater, according to Seatown.
Well, I think he was saying first party, right?
Yeah, I meant like first party specific.
So Nintendo didn't make...
No, but that's still an interesting piece of trivia there.
For sure, yeah.
Pro Skater
that is
3.
an interesting piece. Like, I remember specifically Wario Woods was the last first party NES game. Really.
I didn't realize that Pro Skater... Oh, Pro Skater 3. Yes. Okay, Pro Skater 3.
But I'm sure that was cross-generation, right?
Yeah, because I played 3 on the GameCube, and as a kid, I never had seen 1 or 2, I don't think. So I think, yeah, those ones were on the earlier ones. I picked up 3 and 4. Like 3 through American Wasteland. I think Project 8 started off in the next gen. There was like 6 or 7 or 8 like Tony Hawk series in a row.
I mean, you really need Thug 2, and then that's it. That's as far as it ever needed to go, though.
No. There was 3.
But you didn't need to go beyond that.
Then Underground 2. American Wasteland was honestly like I think it was just as good as the Underground series. I don't think that
it's fine. It's okay. I mean, here's the thing, though, right? Okay, in that particular game, there is the Independence or the USS Constitution, which is a ship in Boston, right? When you go to Boston in America, it's there.
All I remember is this one voice line from Fallout 4, which is the USS Constitution, or the boat. It is on the building. The USS Constitution. Mon Dieu.
I'm
and then
surprised
just
you
like
remember that.
My friend died. No, we were doing like a drinking game to Fallout 4, and we were like getting absolutely hammered as he like kept dying and like replaying this like voice line over and over and over again.
All right.
It was
fun fact, random fact. Jeffers from last week is a voice actor in Fallout. I think New Vegas. Yeah, he does some robot that dies. Fun.
Oh.
No, I mean you should go kill it. That's what you should do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Final first-party N64 game was
Jeffers?
Dr. Mario 64. So,
Oh yeah, that's right. That I remember that now. Yeah,
mhm.
Dr. Mario 64.
Interesting.
That is a really, funny thing about Dr. Mario 64. It had a really weird emphasis on Wario, like Dr. Wario. Like that was a weirdly. I loved his role in that game, but like, because I love Wario, but like it's so weird that that game has so much Wario in it.
Mm. Next up is Zone of the Enders, which its birthday is March 26th. That was, let's see, that was one of the Gundam games. I think it was reasonably popular because it came out with Metal Gear Solid 2 at the time. It was one of the demos on there.
It sounds familiar.
May 22nd, out came a little old game called Red Faction. And that was a game that did really, really well for it. And you get to see some of my friends there as I invite. There we go.
Was that
Bolt?
Red
Faction.
That an Xbox game?
Red Faction? I don't remember if it was on Xbox or not. But I do remember that it was really interesting because you were able to destroy the environment. It was one of the first games where you could like blow up the walls and shit.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, I remember being really excited about like Breach on like the Xbox 360.
Oh my god, we are going to talk about Breach one day. Today's not the day because I have that is what we're not talking about that yet. Hello, Bolty.
Hi.
So we're talking about games that this is their 20th anniversary. They're 20 years old this year, and we're talking about that. And then we'll watch the video that I have for you. It's gonna be good.
I can guess what it is.
You think?
Based on the title.
Yeah. Yes. Twisted Metal Black came out June 18th of 2000.
I like Black.
Oh yeah, that was an 01 game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Man, I always think that's like 04. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that was the first one that got like really dirty and gritty, and started being like more whatever. June 23rd is the 20th birthday for Sonic Adventure 2.
Hell yeah! Ooh, I've played that one finally.
I remember.
I love that game
as a kid.
I actually just posted a Sonic Adventure 2 video like today. Still love that game.
Like
on
purpose?
Do you have a YouTube? Because I wanted to look into that.
I do have a YouTube.
His YouTube's in the description.
Is it?
It is.
Dang.
His name is Ryan Dopp. You can Google him. He does his best piece of work. Okay, we're gonna watch this. Actually, I'm sorry.
Brian, what?
We're gonna watch his best video ever because it makes me laugh even still.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to say Sonic Adventure 2 is the second best Sonic Adventure game.
It's beautiful. Let me make sure you've got the oh, that sucks. There we go. All right. So make sure you're on there, Bolty. We're going to watch the best video ever from Ryan Dopp.
Look at this photograph. Look at this diagraph. Look at this giraffe. Look at this.
It's so good.
Look at this group. Look at this school. Look at this second trick. Look at this talent. Look at this wheel. Look at this mist. Look at me laugh. Look at this memory. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Goodbye.
I love it. I love it so much.
That is 49 seconds of my life I will never ever get back.
I love it so much.
No, it's gone forever.
I gotta say, I agree with DJ on that. That is exactly how I feel.
I super love it. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, how is this stream not getting blocked?
Because this is on Twitch. Twitch doesn't have live DRMs. It's only on VODs. And I don't store any VODs here. All of my VODs go over to YouTube. So it's pretty hard to get me blocked. The ways that
I'll definitely copyright claim this and block it.
Right? The way you can block a Twitch channel is if like certain words are said, that can definitely get you banned.
Yeah, or if you feature Metallica playing
Or
live.
if you feature Metallica. Yeah. But even then, it's unlikely that they would have been hit while they were live. They would have been hit afterwards, you know? And they just don't do that on Twitch unless you're, you know, huge.
Speedy Acorn says Metallica beg to differ.
Yeah, but they're Metallica. They suck. Who cares? They've ruined the internet. They're literally the reason that Napster existed and then disappeared.
They're also kind of responsible for how terrible record companies are in terms of copyright claim and the YouTube. It's a mess.
Yes. They're terrible. So Sonic Adventure 2 its birthday will be in a few months. July 23rd will be the 20th birthday of Max Payne.
Yes.
Did they ever re-release that? That seems like a game they should re-release.
No, I'm pretty sure there's
one's gotten a few because one came to PS4, 2 did not, 3 has never been ported past the 360 gen, and it's also not backwards compatible.
Damn,
but it is still on
need to
PC.
remaster it because that's a great series. I love Max Payne.
So Max Payne, I don't know that I'd call it great. I think it's kind of hacky and whatever, but it was definitely very unique at the time for bullet time. You know, it took that straight out of the Matrix, and that's what people wanted to do, and that's certainly why that game exists and why the franchise exists. And it gave Rockstar a huge amount of money that they were able to then create Grand Theft Auto 3 or 4 with?
3. It was 3, I think.
You know,
well, 3 would also be turning 20 this year.
Yeah, and then Sam Lake, the guy who played Max Payne and was the lead developer for them at the time, he was able to create Alan Wake out of it, and I mean there's some neat things there for sure.
I know you think it's hacky, but I really do. I legitimately, unironically enjoy the story in Max Payne 1.
I think it's a fun game. It's not like, I wouldn't call it a great series. It's fun for me. I would play it. I would enjoy it, but I wouldn't call it great by any.
I love when 3 was just a regular shooter.
Yeah, it wasn't even like a good one. 3 was kind of boring, in fact.
Well, yeah, 3 was the weakest, but I still think looking at it as a whole, I think it's still a great series, even given 3 being weak.
Mm-hmm. September 10th will be the 20th anniversary of Advance Wars, which I know is very popular with some people, but I don't know, what was the game that they came out with recently that's just Advance Wars, but it's like...
Wargroove.
There you go, Wargroove. So...
Yeah, Wargroove is pretty good.
Yeah, and it's fun.
Yeah, Wargroove is good.
I've heard good things about Wargroove.
It's fun. If you like Advance War, it will absolutely scratch that itch.
Yeah, somebody made the whole Advance Wars campaign in Wargroove.
Huh. Ico, September 24th.
Oh, never played that.
Ico's one of those like heavy big games, I think.
Ico.
People remember it.
Early game is art
for
sort of game.
Ico, if it wasn't for Ico, we wouldn't have something like Shadow of the Colossus. That being said, Ico also graced us North Americans with one of the worst box arts of all time.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. We've got Silent Hill 2 will be 20 on September 24th. It's interesting. You look at some of these games and you look at the engines they used, and you go, so Silent Hill 2 came out the same year as Max Payne, which came out the same year as like Red
Pokemon
Faction.
Gen 2. Yeah.
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 Devil May Cry.
The boundaries of the hardware or something.
Yeah, exactly, right? Devil May Cry, October 16th, it'll be 20 years old. Grand Theft Auto 3, October 22nd, it will be 20 years old. Pro Skater 3, October
my favorite
30th.
Pro Skater.
Oh, yeah.
And October 31st, Legacy
the
of
best
Kain, Soul Reaver 2.
Never played that.
I've
No,
heard
it
of
didn't.
Legacy of Kain, but I never really got into it.
Legacy
it
of
was-
Kain, I think, is one of those games that should get a revival and at least a little bit more interest.
It's one of those where it occupied the proto Darksiders slot where everyone's like, hey, what's a good Zelda that's not Zelda? And that was the only one.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like that, and then you go back another 15 years to Crystallis.
Crystallis. That's a
And then you
name.
go forward to 15 years and you get Darksiders.
Yeah, pretty much.
And
So
now indie Zeldas are a thing, thankfully.
Yeah. So I think Legacy of Kain should get a little bit more attention, but I don't know that I care about it being, modernized or anything. SSX Tricky, November 5th.
Yes. Oh,
Yes.
dude, Tricky was my shit. I love Tricky.
It's tricky.
Oh my god. SSX Tricky, man.
Going down the slopes as Simon and punching every single person in your way. Most satisfying feeling in the world. Don't at me.
November.
I gotta say, I think only because it is so entertaining to see Mario and Luigi just snowboarding down a hill. I don't know why.
Oh yeah,
with
they
like the
did
human
add
characters.
them around, so didn't they?
They did. It was hilarious.
Honestly, for me, I think like the best SSX games I've ever played, 3 would be on top, followed by Tricky, and then on tour. Honorable mention goes to the 2012 remake.
I think Tricky is the best game in terms of how it handles, how it plays, and everything else. I think On Tour will always be my favorite, but 3 is still an amazing one. I think you can't forget about 3. Yeah.
Plus, the soundtrack for that game is what got me into music. Like this guy. We lost Am. Oh, no, he's back.
No, he's back. We're good.
Am, are you there? Hello.
Quick, somebody breaking the dance.
Uh-oh.
Can you
It's
hear
tricky.
him? I can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him. Let's make sure we
None
can
of us
hear
can
on
hear him.
stream.
I see lights
Okay,
lighting up on stream.
Yep, we can still hear each other. We just cannot hear him. And I don't
That's
think
we're streaming through his computer. That's actually really awkward.
Cool. So I'm going to commandeer this podcast and recommend today's sponsor, Coke Zero. It's crisp. It's refreshing.
How much are they paying you?
$0, 0 calories, 0 sugar. Coke Zero.
All right, you win that one.
Yeah. I don't know which list he was pulling up for 20th anniversary. Otherwise, I would continue.
I don't know. Maybe it's easily findable. 20th anniversary.
I found an article from 2016.
He posted it in the chat.
Oh, did he? Okay, cool.
Amazing.
So I will let me scroll down. We were at October 31st, I think.
Yeah, we were on.
Sorry.
SSX.
Yep. Tricky. That's right.
Yeah, SSX Tricky.
Golden Sun turns 12 turns 20 on November 12th. Excuse me.
No,
Golden
I've heard
Sun.
things about Golden Sun. I just never played it.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness!
there we go. You're back.
I don't know what that was. This sucks.
That was weird.
That's fine. It was really nice.
You'll go back and watch the VOD and you'll hear some really nice things.
Oh yeah, I heard everything. First of all, it wasn't. It's my microphone. So I didn't buy. I was gifted a new microphone by Audio Technica. I was gifted an AT4040, which is not what they said. They were going to send me a 2020, and they sent me a 4040, and it's really nice. I think I sound really good, but there's definitely some issue with the driver for the interface I got, which is a Scarlett Solo.
So I ran into a similar issue. If we're going to talk tech issues, check to see whether you are supposed to plug that into a USB 3.0 or a 2.0, and then check to verify that your USB input is properly aligned to that. Because when I was building my computer, my front two USB 3.0s only work as 2.0s, and I'm not sure why. So I was having issues where it would just disconnect constantly.
Yeah, that's I have disconnects at least, I want to say, every 2 or 3 hours right now.
So I would definitely maybe try a different USB port, because some of them want USB 3.0 for Phantom Power. Some of them only want 2.0 because they're plugged in separately.
You know-
Because my interface ran into that when I built this, and it was giving me such a fucking pain.
While you talk
And,
about
yeah.
this, Klee has redeemed a 60-second ad break, so I'm going to go ahead and play that. And hopefully you are blessed right now to not be hearing us. Instead, you're going to be watching an ad going, oh, man, this ad that I'm watching is beautiful. But if you're not watching an ad, I'm sorry. You were not chosen. You were not one of the special few. Or perhaps you're a subscriber, in which case you're elevated above the ads. However it may be. So yeah, I'll try that. If I need to fix it because that's an annoying problem to have. I had to disable it and then re-enable it. At least I know I can fix it without disconnecting. That. Let me just stop the stream for a minute, guys. Wow.
Going to a screeching halt.
Yeah.
It's probably something like that because I never had the problem on my laptop, and that had a dedicated USB. Obviously it had the USB 3.0, but I knew that one worked because it was coming from a factory and not from my hands.
Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously I built every computer I've ever used, so I have. Yeah, I could definitely have broken it. I'll have to check it out.
That was what I think I did. Is I think the fit was too tight on the that slot for the USB 3.0. Either that or the case was already a bit fucked, and I really don't care to fix it because I have a USB hub, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I have a USB 3 hub as well. Maybe I'll just plug it into there, but I just didn't want to introduce additional latency if I didn't need to. I guess it's not that big of a deal. We'd be talking about like milliseconds.
I was going to say,
still.
if that, because I'm plugged into that with my mic, I'm pretty sure. And I've never noticed any. I mean, it would be so unnoticeable.
I would know in my soul, though. So yes, November.
You want to be fast and not be able to talk? Let's fill up your fucking tank every 3 hours.
Yes, exactly. So November 12th is Golden Sun, which I don't know if anybody remembers.
Yeah, I do.
I feel like everyone remembers it just for a lot of people who remember Golden Sun remember it because of Smash Brothers.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat. I really like the concept of the first two Golden Sun games because they couldn't functionally. This what happened. They couldn't finish the whole story they wanted to tell. So they told one story with Golden Sun 1, which was the perspective of the heroes, and then they told a second story, which is sort of a semi-simultaneous story from the perspective of the other side of that fight to tell Golden Sun 2. And I always thought that was really cool. But it's just one of those series where like it doesn't really do anything super special otherwise. Like it's just another RPG.
So they just ripped off Sonic Adventure 2 with their hero and dark modes.
But they sold it as 2 different games.
I mean, that's a big difference.
Wow.
That's a big difference.
I think it was like a 6-month gap or something like that. The 6 to 8 months. So it wasn't even that long. I think I could be wrong on that.
The industry wouldn't figure out how to sell the same game twice for at least 5 more years.
Well, no, Pokemon was out 96.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
That's a really good point.
The next day after Golden Sun, they released Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty. So that's 20 years old this year.
The black sheep of the trilogy.
Mm-hmm. Not everybody cares about Raiden, however he called it in that, But yeah. I think that's Brax's favorite, I believe.
I think so.
Never played it.
Then 2 days after MGS2, you had Halo Combat Evolved, which
related to death.
That is a
massive, just hugely influential shooter.
And with that, I think the Xbox is the same day, no?
Or
was that a few weeks prior? It's turning 20.
It's got to be in there. I'm not sure exactly when, but I would assume it was the same day because I'm pretty sure Halo was their launch title.
Yeah.
I find it so funny that Halo was going to be an Apple game.
I mean, it's Marathon, like it could have been an Apple game.
That I don't know why that makes me. It's strange.
I think it's just an era thing because like Apple had their hands in a lot of things back then that like I was never super privy to it because I was still like fucking 6. But like if you were a little bit older during that time frame, you remember Apple still being a powerhouse even back then because we only think of Apple as the iPod onward guys.
In 2000,
What?
Apple wasn't that big of, or 2001, they weren't that big of a deal yet, because they late in 2001 they released the iPod, which was the rejuvenation of Apple. You got to remember that Apple at one point, an Apple stock was like $4, and now that $4 would give you like 50 stocks because it's split so much, and each stock's $200. Like $5 back then is worth like 10 grand today. It's an insanely good deal, you know. But it was only after the iPod sold so well, and that didn't happen until Christmas of 2000. So, like, when Halo was being worked on, or 2001, when Halo was being worked on, they didn't have a lot of money. They didn't have the cachet. They were considered to be junk computers. Yeah.
Yeah, but can't you just imagine how successful Halo would have been if it was just an Apple Pippin original?
Yeah, it wouldn't have. Nobody would have played it. Just like Marathon and Myth. Like, nobody played those games.
Oh, okay. Myth, I don't know.
Myth and Marathon on the Apple, not Myst. Myth.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Mist. Okay.
Yeah,
no.
Myth
No,
and Marathon. The Apple Bungie FPSs, like, they're very, very forward thinking. They changed shit as much as Halo did, but nobody fucking played them at all. Nobody played them.
I have an important question.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that Apple named the Pippin after Scottie Pippen?
Of course. It's
probably
clear, and I'm surprised that you even had to ask.
I mean, I would hope that would be the case, because Scottie Pippen is the greatest basketball player to wear glasses.
Yep, I mean, you didn't need to go any further. The greatest basketball player.
Well, I mean, Larry Bird. So.
You're wrong.
No, he's not even human. We're talking human basketball players.
Humans, okay? Like, we're not watching your Space Jam bullshit.
Maybe they named it after Pippin the Hobbit.
No.
Mm-hmm.
November 18th.
Why would they name somebody after a Hobbit when they could name after somebody tall? That's just bad branding.
Terrible.
Well, it's whichever size you want to go for.
That's
There's
like
someone...
the fucking Apple DeVito. No, we're not going to have that.
Apple DeVito.
That sounds like something I'd buy.
You would buy that.
That does sound like something I would spend my money on.
Oh my god!
Is it like an
evil.
iPhone, but on the back of the iPhone, instead of the Apple logo, it's just a picture of Danny DeVito's face?
Oh, that sounds awful. That's terrible.
What? Are you kidding me? That sounds like it would sell like hotcakes.
It probably would. As a meme phone, it would probably sell very well. November 18th was Luigi's Mansion, which I mentioned earlier. Luigi's Mansion 3 has now sold more copies than all Zelda games combined, except for Breath of the Wild.
I combined, you might have. There might be a question there.
No, it's more than all of them combined, minus Breath of the Wild. They announced that.
Well, are you
insane.
including like re-releases and remasters in there?
Well,
like, what's your basis?
You know
for
what?
that?
I'm not going to get into it. I don't care.
Well, because my thing is, if I'm looking at it, I think it sold 8 million units. Like Skyward Sword sold like 4 million.
Okay, maybe it's just more than all of them.
Yeah, it's more than any one of them besides Ocarina or Breath of the Wild. Like, you have that down 100%.
Yes. So it's clearly better than Zelda, is my point.
I feel like there's a debate as to which is the best. No, I'm not talking about between Luigi and Zelda. I mean, like, in terms of,
there's no debate between Luigi and Zelda.
Between Luigi and Luigi 3?
3?
Yeah, 3.
I think that 1 is probably considered to be better just because it's shorter, right? Like,
I think
if we're talking about, like, as an objective, which one is better, I think that number 3 kind of feels like you're still playing it too much.
Okay, so I think 1 got the aesthetic down the best. I think 1... I don't think any of them are scary, per se. But I think 1 got the idea of this is a game about a haunted mansion, and it's scary. Like, that one, I feel like 1 got that down the best. 2 was bad, so we can ignore 2. And 3, I feel like 3 feels a lot like just Nintendo going ape with like a bunch of different animations, because the animation in Luigi's Mansion 3, I think is like the best on the console. I think it's superb. I think it's expressive, and I think it's a really good game too. I think 3.
You've had a
goes
lot to say
toe-to-toe
about
with
Luigi's Mansion 3. Do you have like you have something to say, man?
Yeah, I do actually.
Like you have a lot to say about this. You have talked about Luigi's Mansion 3 more tonight.
No, look, you brought up Luigi's Mansion 3. I'm
surprised at how much
you
you have to say about it. Like my opinion on Luigi's Mansion 3 is, hey, it's interesting. It sold more than Zelda. That's like the beginning and the end.
I don't
for
think
me.
Luigi's Mansion 3 deserves to be forgotten. I think Luigi's Mansion 3...
It sold more than Zelda.
It sold more than Zelda, but at the same time, Origami King is the best-selling Paper Mario game. But no one's going to be talking about Origami King.
Of course they will.
When the next Paper Mario game comes out.
They will. It's the best one.
I mean, Origami King is a really good Zelda game, so they probably will. It's just that there's that whole Nintendo fan base or children, which we're going to get into, I'm pretty sure, pretty soon. So it's one of those where people just kept bitching because it wasn't exactly what they wanted, and then the ones that played it were like, "Oh, I kind of like this." So it's not going to be a game that I think is quickly forgotten, especially with the whole thing that happens at one point. Spoilers. Like that's an interesting moment that no Nintendo game would dare fucking do again.
I want to just looping back to Luigi's Mansion 1 for a second. I know
God.
you mentioned you said that like it isn't scary, but I think like what was really good about it was that while you weren't scared, like it was very believable that like Luigi was scared, you know? Like you felt like you personally weren't scared, but you definitely felt that your character was, because there's an attention to Luigi. There's an attention to Luigi that they had. I mean, it was the same thing with Mario 64 and just like their philosophy of making the characters like livable without you. You know, they have their distinct personalities. Like where, you know, Mario gets impatient and starts like just doing his idle things after a while. And the same thing with Luigi, where he would like when he would go into the room and he'd just start humming the theme song to himself. Like it's just like.
So sorry,
you can go first.
So here's my thought on it. We've talked more about Luigi's Mansion than we have every other game combined in this whole discussion. We've passed over games like Halo entirely. Well, Metal Gear Solid 2, yeah, it's okay. Luigi's Mansion, fucking 35-minute essay. This is why you get 1,000-minute long podcasts talking about fucking Origami King, because this is what happens. This is why you get 9-hour. This is why you get 9-hour Origami King reviews.
Look, we were talking about Arlo's video like at the beginning. Okay, we already talked about this.
Oh, I wasn't going to because I don't care.
Oh my god,
I don't care what a puppet has to say about a kid's game. I'm sorry.
Can we go back to the MLB the Show 21 trailer just for let's see Bolt's reaction to this one?
Like,
no, we're not doing that.
He's a good dude, but like I don't care. Do something else.
No, but I was gonna say so. Pride on.
Oh,
I totally agree with what you're saying about Luigi's Mansion. I think
we're still talking about.
Yes,
Luigi's
finally,
Mansion?
let's go back to the real discussion. Luigi's Mansion. What do you have to say?
I absolutely agree with what you're saying about Luigi's Mansion. I think it added so much character to the character of Luigi with how he reacted to this and how he.
Yes, I agree.
And
Luigi is such a character in Luigi's Mansion.
No, Acorn, you've missed nothing.
Oh my god! No, okay.
I'm waiting for one of these guys to point out the canonical size of Luigi's penis, because that's going to happen next.
So Luigi's Mansion does a really good job defining Luigi's character in the rest of the series. And it does a really good job of making you feel like Luigi is scared and making you feel like Luigi is frightened and needs Mario. I cannot say the same
Nami,
thing.
You sure haven't.
I cannot say the same thing about Mario 64. I don't think that that's the fault of the animations and idle animations. I just don't think that the hardware was up to the task yet. I think the GameCube was. I don't think the N64 was yet.
Well, I think the problem with horror in general is there's always the trope of like, why would you go in there, right? Which is like, it's very difficult for horror movies to pull off. But like in this one, like you really believe the fact that like, yeah, this guy's scared off of his ass and like he doesn't want to be here, but like his brother's kidnapped. It's like, shit, I gotta go through this door.
Wait, does he? I forget. Does he know his brother is kidnapped until he actually sees his brother in the painting?
That's pretty early in the
is he
game,
just? Does he
so-
just get locked in at first? I don't remember.
He gets the mansion, he wins it,
Yeah.
and then he goes in and he's trapped in, and pretty like within like I think 5 minutes he sees Mario trapped.
So, no, I don't. He had to met Egad first, and that takes like 10 minutes right there.
Speaking of 10 minutes,
So November 18th is Super Monkey Ball.
Anybody have another hour to talk about that?
Nope.
No,
How it
but
makes
I
you
will
feel
say,
like a hamster.
I will.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are
say-
you in a rush? Do you have somewhere to be?
I will say I love Super Monkey Ball, but 2 is better.
December 3rd will be Jack and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy. 20 years old.
I never finished that game.
I finished it blind in 24 hours by accident.
I have it
100%.
on my PS4. I still need to finish playing it.
Don't play it on PS4.
Look, I already spent the money. Okay.
That doesn't mean you play it. You just accept the loss.
Look. Not everyone has the liberty of owning a PlayStation 2 for the PlayStation 2. And I don't have the liberty of owning a copy of Jack and Daxter for the PlayStation 2 either. I used to have a Sex right by me that I bought a bunch
Sex?
of used.
You had
I
sex
heard that too.
right next to you?
I had a Sex.
But
like,
okay,
right
but
down
how
the
would
block from
you
me.
how would you have sex next to yourself?
No, it was down the block. It wasn't next to me.
You would have sex down the block.
No, the name of the store was Sex.
So you would go down the block to have sex.
No, I go down the block to purchase sex.
All right, good. December 3rd is Pikmin. And then
I like
also,
the game.
Also
Never
December
played
3rd is
Pikmin's
Super
good.
Smash Brothers Melee.
Oh hell yeah! I have so much
Woo!
to talk about the character of Luigi in Super Smash Brothers Melee.
December
really?
17th, the final game of the year that is turning 20 years old today that anybody remembers. Final Fantasy X. That is 20 years old.
Good game, bad
Fakest
acting.
laugh you could ever have.
It was meant to be.
Yeah, that was the point.
Going back to
No, we're not going back to Luigi's Mansion.
We're not going back to Luigi's Mansion. We're not doing it.
Look, going back to Pikmin.
I want to go back to Pikmin. I'll go back to Pikmin with you.
Okay, let's talk about
what's the
Pikmin.
general consensus on Pikmin versus the Wii port of Pikmin? Or what did Pikmin have the Wii port, or was that Pikmin 2?
1 and 2 both. had
All right,
Wii
I'm
ports.
back out of the conversation. I'm tapping out. I'm not
One
talking
and two-
about the Wii port of Pikmin.
1 and 2 both had Wii ports. The Wii ports are usually considered to be better because you can actually aim where you're throwing more easily.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I've never played the Wii ports, so I just wanted to know, like, I it's interesting. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've only suffered on the GameCube with the control. I mean, I don't think the controls are that terrible.
I don't think they're- I don't think
Unless
they're
you
bad
had
at
a
all,
bomb
but
rock
I've heard-
guy, then you always missed.
Am I
On-
the
on-
only one
Oh, go
here
ahead.
that has never played a Pikmin game?
I have played a few hours of Pikmin 3, and I don't plan on playing more than that.
And I've never even touched a single Pikmin game. I've only ever watched a game.
They're okay.
The first Pikmin game I played was Pikmin 3, so you're not completely out of the loop.
Was it
I
Pikmin
don't-
3
I
Deluxe?
think they're
Gosh.
more than just okay. Like I thought they were like absolutely.
No, I like
fantastic.
Pikmin. Like I really got into Pikmin, but I think like I think either you got with Pikmin from the beginning, or you're just recently getting into Pikmin, or you haven't gotten into Pikmin. I think those are the 3 groups.
The thing for me is I got Pikmin 3 for free on Wii U because they needed to give it away for free. And it's fine. It's okay, but if I want to play a game that's going to give me anxiety, I'll play Majora's Mask.
I actually got the Wind Waker game with that. I know you're talking about Mario
Yeah.
Kart, right?
Yeah, well, it was Mario Kart, and there was a second time they did it before Mario.
Oh,
Kart.
there was.
They did it twice.
I remember with Mario Kart, they did New Super Mario Bros. U, Wind Waker, Pikmin 3, and of course the crowning jewel, Wii Party U.
There was one where they did a similar deal, but I think Game & Wario was the 4th one.
I thought that was.
Tim would like to know, what did Bolt think of the Ratchet and Clank remake? And we're about to get into Ratchet and Clank, the video Ratchet and Clank rant. So perhaps this actually provides a good opportunity for you to kind of talk a little bit about your level of expertise. You are definitely, I think, a subject matter expert with regards to Ratchet at this point.
Before we go into that, I do want to say one thing about Final Fantasy.
Oh god.
No, because it's important that people are educated. And since we're going to educate about subject matters, the one thing about 10 that everyone, they give it shit for the voice acting, and justifiably so most of the time. I give credit where it's due, because even to this day, Square has an in-studio requirement where the English dub versus the Japanese dub of their games has to be within like 1.5 seconds of each line. So you only have a leeway of about a second, even today. So Final Fantasy VII Remake, which had really good voice performances, was forced to be down to a T the same beats that it was in Japanese. That's been the case since 10. 10 struggled with that heavily because obviously it did. And I give them credit because it is incredible that they've been able to keep that same arcane, awful concept and do it throughout the entire, like the fact that 7 was seamlessly able to do that. I don't know. The context I think is really important there because like 10's voice acting is fucking garbage, but it's also like good garbage a lot of the time because you can tell you have Yuna have to say like 45 words in the span of 2 seconds. And they pretty much only had effectively like I think a couple takes of each one because it's like they just have to go because it's what 40,000 words.
Yeah, there's a lot. You can't keep going back and redoing it.
But I think it's just one of those things that a lot of people don't know about that I like to share when we talk about 10.
Sure. So what did Bolt think of the Ratchet and Clank remake?
It was good.
All right.
That's it.
And we're going to watch this video. This is Ratchet and Clank 2016 rant/review. And before we do, right, I think you're probably, like I said, a subject matter expert at this point. Perhaps you could elucidate upon your credentials.
I am currently in the process of finishing a 90-minute video about just the first Ratchet game, for which I played the game 3 times on 2 platforms. I could have written the same video from memory. I have beaten Ratchet and Clank 1 40 times, 2 40 times, 3 over 100 times, 4 40 times. PS3 one's not as much because at that point I was a little older and I got my PS3 late. I'm probably one of the not to toot my own horn here, one of the better Ratchet experts that exists in terms of understanding behind the scenes knowledge, lore, that kind of stuff. I've unintentionally discovered speedrun strategies for the game that are not actively used, mind you, because I found them on planets and points where they're not necessary, like for side content or for a planet that just gets skipped in the speedrun runs. So that's the short of it. I think unless there's anything else you wanted.
No. I just want to clarify that the stuff you're about to say and see, like you generally know what you're talking about here.
Yeah, there's only I think I would argue there's definitely one. There's probably more than one Ratchet fan who knows, like, has that repository in their mind that
Do you
knows
mean
more.
The gaming Brit?
No, no.
So Tim asks, have you seen the Gaming Brit show's Ratchet videos?
I watched one and then I stopped watching them because it's just sequelitis.
Do you have anything that you'd like to say publicly?
No, I've said it before publicly. Like, I have nothing against the guy. It seems like he's a good dude. He's actually a friend of a friend now at this point, which is interesting. I think his video. I'm trying to think of what I want to say because I haven't watched the video in 4 years. The video was specifically timed to come out during that post 1 year. It came out a year after the movie came out, which was a year and 2 weeks after the PS4 game came out. It was timed very specifically as the end of that game's usual video game hype cycle happens. So a game comes out, everyone likes it, and it's pretty good, or they hate it. But for a good game comes out, people like it. The people that like it don't think about it after that because they're like, yeah, I liked that. And then about a year later, all you hear online is people bitching about it because only the people that are mad have anything to say because the ones that like it are like, hey, I liked that game. it was pretty good. That's it. That's my general thoughts about the remake as well. So that video was specifically targeted at that exact time to capitalize on that. And good for him. It did really well. I'm sure it's made him probably $15,000.
Yeah, it hit a couple million views, didn't it?
Started his Patreon on that video specifically. The description for that video was his Patreon link. So he knew what he was doing as far as a creator back end goes, and I'm really impressed by that. Seems like he's a nice guy. Nothing against him, but I think that video did more damage than he would ever admit to the series.
To the whole series.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that no matter what you do with Ratchet now, people bitch about it because it's no longer edgy and the characters are no longer bad like they used to be. Now they're just kind of bland because of the movie. But they're not. They're bland in the PS4 game. I'm getting ahead of myself. Which we can talk about that now, or we can wait.
I don't care.
It's up to you.
I mean, this is the 2016 thing that he's going to be doing, so I'm sure you're going to just end up repeating yourself if you do that.
It'll get us through the video faster if I do it now, because
No,
then I
no,
won't pause.
No, that's the whole point. We're supposed to pause. That's how it works. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Morty.
You're going to enjoy... Boy, I can't wait for... You're really going to enjoy this. Just right from the beginning, you're going to... He introduces it. Oh, so good. Are you ready?
Is it a fursona if you don't have fur?
You're scaly.
Yeah, but so is that a fursona?
I think it's a scale.
Like,
sona.
what is the correct terminology for?
I don't know. Hey, DJ.
Is it a dragon sona?
Hey, DJ, do you know? Is he there? Is he alive? Hello? I think DJ is dead. He would know.
What?
DJ, what is the correct terminology for a scaly fursona?
Scaly persona. It's just that we are not very creative people.
There you go. So it's a scaly fursona.
Or if you want to shorten even, you're just a scaly.
There you go. Just a scaly. Ooh. All right. So let's go ahead and check this out.
Game starts. Welcome to BitBolt, the
Do you love him already?
fastest gamer alive.
When was this video
Review.
There's
Yep.
so much to take in.
Yep.
2016. This feels like it's from 2006.
Yes. So this is the video itself isn't even from 2016. This is his review of Ratchet and Clank 2016. The video is from it is from 2016 as well. So yes.
What does the fastest gamer alive even mean?
So I was gonna say there's a lot to take in with just this guy alone. He's a dragon, but he's also a pony. It looks like he's got a girlfriend or I can't tell.
I try very hard on these. We've reviewed a lot of people who look interesting, or they have. I try very hard not to make any ad hominems about somebody's personal choices. I like to keep it just to their arguments, which are universally terrible.
I'm not going to say anything about cool for the art style. The only issue I have is why is he standing on a bunch of skulls? That feels very concerning. That's literally yeah.
So
2008 level edge.
Okay, it is a slightly different pose than Spyro the Dragon, so I'm gonna let that go.
Yes. He is the fastest gamer alive, and his name is BitBolt, and he's talking about Ratchet and Clank. And when I came across this, I was like, boy, I need to get Bolt on.
The Battle of the Bolts.
Yeah, the Battle of the Bolts.
It
that
bothers
sounds
me.
so wrong. Both with and without context.
Yes.
It bothers me that the F is lowercase.
Yeah, no, that was another thing that I noticed.
Oh yeah, that's weird. So the gamer alive are both.
He's so fast that he can't even worry about capitalization for titles.
Yeah,
he's just got to get to speed.
Have a good night, Asfulgati. Thank you very much. So yes, there we go. BitBolt, the fastest gamer alive, with some 80s hair band rock type stuff going on, you know? And yeah, this is the introduction. And let's see what his arguments are. Let's try not to get a bunch of it. I don't want to. I'm gonna have to cut this. I'm gonna have to cut all of this out. All of this.
How long does it go?
Well.
Wow, it's still going.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, and I'm BitBolt, the fastest gamer alive. Today, I'm looking at Ratchet Clank 2016. So, I have a good history with the Ratchet Clank series. When I was a kid, I went into a video store, I rented it, I loved it so much, I got it.
Damn, this guy's fast.
He explains a lot with just the first set of words. He's Australian.
Was that just on my end? Where? Hold on.
No, that's in the video.
Okay, so his Elgato corrupted midway through.
Yes.
And he just left that in.
Yes.
He also just put the boot screen in and then cut anyway to gameplay.
Yes.
Look, he doesn't have time, man.
He's too fast.
He's too fast.
He's the fastest gamer alive. He doesn't have time for these silly things.
Yes, that is in the video right there. That is not something that that is only on your end.
Beautiful. Video store, I rented it, I loved it so much, I got it that Christmas, and me and my friend, when we just rented it that night, me and Josh went crazy playing that game. We loved the weapon.
Now, what's interesting, right? We talked about this, I think, before, is no, it wasn't here. Never mind. I was going to just wasn't even part of this. Never mind.
There's a thing that I'm noticing, which I'm not sure if it's just the player that we're playing back on. I think he's in New Game Plus using a screen filter, which unintentionally makes the game look worse. I'm hoping unintentionally. Just interesting, because we'll see if that comes back.
There are more pixels on my screen than the resolution.
Can we slow the video down? Nope. He's the fastest gamer alive.
Like, we set it to like 1.25 speed. Like, let's really go quick.
Right? Just make it.
We love the characters, we love the humor, and I've been playing every Ratchet and Clank ever since.
There is a screen filter on it.
Yeah, there's definitely either a screen filter or his Elgato is very corrupted.
I mean, it could be. We've seen that his Elgato gets corrupted, so it could be.
Because I don't remember there being a screen filter that does.
Well, wait, is the
scan
text supposed to be scanline too?
Yeah, the filter just goes over the whole game. It's like any modern screen filter.
That just seems like an oversight with the text, especially.
Well, I mean, the screen filters are the last thing you put in any of these games.
All right.
They're fun games. The gameplay's solid. I mean, it went away for a while there, but what a resurrection with a movie and a reboot of the original game. So, anyway, Ratchet & Clank 2016 is a movie adaptation of the upcoming game.
Adaptation?
Adaptation? It's an adaptation, right?
Yeah, it's the official tagline for the game, which many players...
No. You're missing the joke. He's pronounced it adaptation.
Yeah. It's one of those where he could have fixed that and he didn't. I'm not going to judge that too much.
I think that's what you're going to end up judging, is that this whole thing feels that way.
Yeah, that's already the gist we had pretty quickly, so I'm not going to think too much about it.
Mm-hmm. So the tagline was what?
The official tagline for the video game is the game based on the movie based on the game, because the movie was a Hollywood retelling of the first game's plot, which incidentally gave Insomniac the chance to remake the only game that's not in the modern Ratchet and Clank style, which they'd been independently pitching for both a movie and the excuse for them to be able to go back and fix their original design, or not necessarily fix, but do it in the modern style, because one is a learning curve, because one is a platformer / third-person adventure game, not really a shooter. 2 onward are third-person shooters first, action-adventure platformers second. And that flip is why Ratchet and Clank existed when Sly Cooper, Jack and Daxter, fucking Tack, Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, all these platformer mascots died off because they either changed too drastically or they didn't change enough, and gamers got tired of platformers. And Ratchet was the one that, because it kept following gaming trends, was able to keep modernizing. And 1 wasn't like that, and that's part of the issue that 1 ran into, as far as like players that want to go back and play the whole series, because 1's very plot important, obviously, but then you have to play a really old styled platformer game, which is fun in its own right, but not for everybody.
But by that logic, didn't Jack and Daxter literally have the same change? right? From 1 to 2 and 3.
Jack drastically changed, as did Sly, but Jack drastically changed and then stuck with what it was. Sly drastically changed and then stuck with what it was. Ratchet 2 is still the same Zelda-inspired circular level design where there's multiple paths in a level and they all circle back towards the main hub of each level. Almost every level in 1 and almost every level in 2 does that. 3 onward became more third-person shooter games. So 3 and Deadlocked. Deadlocked is very heavily Halo-inspired to the point that Insomniac made the guy looking at other girl while girlfriend is mad meme about it, because they were so inspired by Halo to have like these big wide open worlds and to focus on like a multiplayer element and just get really into the shooter part because they saw the trend going that way. Ratchet continued to change. Jack changed once and then stuck with that change in the next game and then did the racing game. Sly changed once and then they stopped making games because they went to Infamous because they left that series on a cliffhanger knowing they'd never make another game.
It's super shitty.
For 3, not for 4. 4 they were intending to make another game and then Sony did.
Yeah.
Anyway, point is those games did change by necessity because Jack 1 got criticism for being too easy and too short. Because like I said, I played that game blind. Not little less than 10 years ago, like 8 years ago probably. I played that the all 3 games. I played them blind. I beat and 100%ed 1 in less than a single day's span. Like it was that short.
That's pretty short. To 100%, like beating a game in a day, totally doable. Of course, most games I feel like are designed to be beaten in a day, but to 100% is a whole different story. Now, is that because there wasn't a whole lot of content outside of the story, or was the story even less?
Jack 1 is an interesting hybrid of. I always consider it like an open world Crash 4, because obviously it was Naughty Dog. It's very similar to like the design that they went for with the Crash games, but it's open world Banjo-Kazooie styled collectathon game. And it's just happened to be a game where there really wasn't like the difficulty didn't progress as you got through the game. Like there were some new challenges maybe, but it was still collect this many precursor orbs, I think 100 per level. It's been a while, so correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Collect all, I think 10-ish of the power orb things. And that was it. And there were there were a couple where there'd be like side missions and like races and stuff, but it was pretty much just like you had 6 moves and that was the whole game. It wasn't even like Banjo-Kazooie where you could buy more with the in-game collectibles. Did a lot of really cool things. It was one of the early games that had one of the early PS2 games that had a really long render distance because they were able to enhance the level of detail tech that Insomniac had sort of brought to the PS1. They were able to enhance that and make it really work without loading screens throughout the entire game. One of the first games that didn't have loading screens once loading screens became a thing. Like every part of that world, there's the loading elevators. But then they were very they knee-jerked in the opposite direction with Jack 2. Fans thought it was too easy and thought it was too simple and maybe a little bit too kiddie. Wasn't really mature a game, so they made Grand Theft Auto and wrote a fan fiction story, which I don't think we should get into today because that's a long disaster of a story, and I haven't cared to think about it because I don't waste my time on negativity when I can.
When you can.
Well, that was a massive info dump. I was not expecting that.
That's what Bolt does.
That's why I'm here for.
That's what he does. He just gives you all of it. Yeah, anytime you ask him a simple question, here we go. Sit down, relax.
All right, so just don't ask him any more questions. Got it.
Or ask him like really good questions, deep questions. Questions that get at the soul of the man. Questions that
like, is cereal a soup?
Is cereal a soup? Is it? Is a hot dog a sandwich? I think both are no, but...
Well, is a burger a sandwich?
Yes.
I don't think so.
I mean, it is, clearly.
Well, I think it is a subcategory, sort of.
No, it's a sandwich.
It's literally a sandwich.
No, it's literally a sandwich.
Okay, if it's a sandwich,
all right.
It is.
Why on every menu ever do they separate the burgers from the sandwiches?
Because
I'm just
generally
saying.
sandwiches aren't heated. Like
Exactly.
sandwiches are like cold cut. That's you can still have a sandwich that's hot.
Look, I'm just saying, I don't categorize burgers as sandwiches. I categorize them as their own thing.
That's fine because a burger can be a sandwich. A sandwich cannot be a burger. That's how categorizing works.
Well, no, a sandwich can sometimes be a burger.
So you agree?
No, I'm saying that when a sandwich becomes a burger, it's a burger. When a burger...
What?
So a burger is... So
when
a
a sandwich
burger-
becomes a burger, it's a burger.
So a burger is a type of sandwich, is what you're saying.
No, I'm
It's
saying
a subcategory.
burger is a subcategory of a sandwich where it
Which
can
is-
be its own thing.
which
Like,
is
do you think milkshake is ice cream?
No, but that's not the same thing at all.
No, but it's basically just ice cream and milk, and you're blending it together.
It's ice
and then you
cream
got-
and milk.
If you had
A
said-
burger
if
is a sandwich and nothing else.
Like,
look,
all you're saying here...
I personally disagree.
Okay.
So
All right,
what
you're
saying is
entitled to that.
A milkshake is ice cream.
I'm a big fan of, man,
don't even
here's
know
this
what the
info
fuck to
dump
say
about
with
Ratchet
that.
and Clank and platformers, and then immediately, moments later, here's my manifesto on why burgers are not sandwiches.
No, wait, no, hold on. Listen,
Stones
so-
and glass houses, motherfucker.
by that logic.
Oh my god.
By that.
It's ice cream soup, okay? If you want to categorize, it's cold ice cream soup that you drink with a straw and sometimes a spoon if it's too chunky.
Well, a milkshake is soup, but a burger still isn't a sandwich.
But why are you comparing a milkshake to ice cream when you should compare it to a smoothie, which it is?
No, it's not.
Okay, that's
No,
that's
it's
a more
not.
fair comparison. A milkshake technically is a
A
smoothie.
smoothie and a milkshake are
Yeah.
not the same.
A
You need-
milkshake is a type of smoothie.
Wow, man.
No, oh my god. No,
So
it's
a
not.
milkshake is not a smoothie, and a hamburger is not a sandwich.
Hamburger.
I still can't get over how it's a
Might be
subcategory of a sandwich, but it's not a sandwich. Like I
Right?
don't
Like it's
know
part
how
of
that works.
It's part
but
of the sandwich category, but is not.
Okay, yeah, I will
itself.
agree that it is part of. It's part of the sandwich genus.
So
But I would
therefore,
say
it is a
it's part of-
sandwich.
But I wouldn't. I think that it is an
I see what
evolved
he's saying.
version of a sandwich.
I see what he's saying. So he's saying like wolves are the same species as dogs. So sandwiches are the same species as hamburgers, but hamburgers are the domesticated sandwiches.
But no, they're not.
Sandwiches exist in the wild. Hamburger-
I would say that hamburgers are the least domesticated sandwich.
I'm gonna go outside right now and domesticate myself
No,
a six
hamburgers are more
BLT
domesticated than
A
normal
6-inch
sandwiches.
BLT sub, extra mayo.
Like I would say
Hold the
grilled
lettuce.
cheese. Grilled cheese is the highest level of domestication you can have for a sandwich.
So
like
is
that
grilled-
sandwich is fucking whipped
No,
when you're at
hot
a grilled
dogs
cheese
too,
level.
because hot dogs
You're
are
a
okay,
single slice of Kraft cheese between like margarine. You're nothing.
So is a grilled cheese the equivalent of like those gourmet dogs where you take a regular dog, you hit it in the face with a shovel to turn it into a gourmet dog that costs like $3,000 to own?
Hey,
No, grilled cheese sandwich
First
is a
of all,
sandwich.
my dog, my beautiful baby boy, he is a French bulldog. You
French
know?
bulldogs are great.
He's all squishy. I have an emote for him in Twitch.
Aw.
He's all squishy. You can't say he's a gourmet dog that's been hit in the face with a shovel.
No, I don't mean French bulldogs. I mean, I'm gonna catch a lot of flack for this. Pugs.
Pugs. So
You don't
pugs.
like pugs?
I basically this off a Robin Williams joke. Okay, so sue me.
So tell us more about how you hate pugs.
I don't hate pugs. I just this one bit from a Robin Williams comedy show from the early 2000s. He essentially equated pugs and other dogs with squished faces as people saying, "Oh look, a dog. Let's hit it in the face with a shovel."
And
I don't hate it.
And you hate it. Why?
I don't hate pugs. They're cute.
I see. So
Pugs are cute. Yes, that is correct.
but you would say that you do agree with Raiden that you should kill your dog for the aesthetics.
No.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Clearly agrees with me. Robin Williams is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Aaron, I don't have the power to ban you, but you're banned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's interesting that the two people who have like close up non-human faces,
yes,
both hate dogs.
Yeah, I love dogs. I absolutely
don't
love
twist
dogs.
my words, Em. You will take that opinion and shove it somewhere where the sun don't shine. I am a dog person. My profile picture is literally of a dog person.
But it's interesting. Okay, so you're specious. You like dogs. You like dogs, but you don't like some dogs. You don't like.
I never said
those
I
dogs
don't
from
like
across
pugs.
the track.
I never said I don't like pugs.
No, I
made
think he said
joke.
he likes pugs.
You just want to.
I said I like pugs.
You just want to hit them with a shovel.
I said they look like someone.
Pug-G.
I know he's trying to rile me up, but I'm a very literal person. Unfortunately for you, I am Drax the Destroyer. Metaphors fly over my head. Or rather, they don't fly over my head because I'd be too fast. I'd catch.
Oh wait, okay. I think I see what you're saying. You're saying like a
Speaking-
pug looks like it fell face first onto a sidewalk. Like it looks like a
Yes.
pancake.
It looks
Okay.
like that way, but I wouldn't do it to a dog.
Speaking of fast,
fucking do this. Guys, I can't fucking do this. Okay, like here's the thing. I'm gonna throw the script out the fucking window here because this
he didn't have a script.
When does that come from?
is absolute.
Like you got to think, right? Like
Wait, I'm lost.
he's gonna throw the script out the window, right? But maybe you shouldn't have done that.
No, he didn't have a script to begin with. You could tell.
He didn't. You could tell that he started off really fast, and then he started getting slower and slower as it started turning into a ramble until he finally just couldn't say it anymore, and then just threw the script away.
Yes. So remember, the last minute though, that was scripted. It
Right.
was the best that he could write.
I
And
scripted
now,
that,
No,
I scripted that corrupted footage.
Yes,
now it's going to be wholly organic, just authentic, non-scripted.
I think the script was slowing him down.
Press X to doubt.
fucking shit. Don't get me wrong. The gameplay.
All right, hold on. You need to hear this.
I can't fucking do this. Guys, I can't fucking do this. Okay, like, here's the thing. I'm gonna throw the script out the fucking window here because this game is absolute fucking shit. Don't get me wrong. The gameplay's fun and...
So, what I think is really interesting is when people say, this game sucks. Don't get me wrong, the gameplay is fun.
So then what is that merit based off of? Saying that it sucks. Yet
He's
the
saying
gameplay is
I can tell you as a matter of fact he's going to go to the story, and the fact that the story is different and therefore bad. Now, don't get me wrong. He would almost have a point. The two things that this game, this Ratchet PS4 game, was intended to do, the only two things, well, besides sell copies. So three things. One, sell. It did. It's the highest selling game in the franchise. Two, take the original game and update it as a sort of anniversary title as faithfully as you can, given whatever restrictions, and modernize it to the Ratchet Clank gameplay. They did. Best gameplay in the series. And actually, more than that, best gameplay in the series, and they took the archived level meshes of the levels that they brought back from the first game and made them 1-to-1. So every piece of the actual map is 1-to-1 with how it was in the original game, which is fucking insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's a reason why people don't do that.
The issue, well, and even worse, was they didn't start archiving their games until Ratchet 3. So somebody went back and found the old meshes, which is even more insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They did that, and I'll get to point 3 in a second. But the issue that the game ran into, which is what people bitch about a lot, is that it doesn't have all the worlds. Ratchet 1 had 18 levels, 12, I think it's 12 if my memory of my script from this video from last week was correct, is that 12 of those 18 levels made it into this game. So not everyone did, because they cut out one of the filler levels. They turned one of the other filler levels into a much bigger level and added a whole separate section. and then they combined a couple levels here and there that were kind of combinable. It's mostly Act 3 that suffered because this game had seemingly budget issues because the previous Ratchet games had not sold. So the same people bitching about the game not being faithful didn't buy the previous ones. So the point is that a lot of people bitch about the fact that it's not the complete remake of the original game, which it was never necessarily intended to be. It was meant to be a walk through most of the levels of the game, telling the story as told in the movie, which is where the third issue runs into. The third thing this game was supposed to do, and this is the part that it failed at, was it was supposed to tell the same story as Ratchet 1, ideally slightly better. Because Ratchet 1's weakest point, whether people want to admit it or not, this is as much a fact as an opinion can be, because it's universal, except for recently because people listen to YouTubers. This was a universally agreed
universal opinion, except for now.
This was universally agreed upon until 2017 when the Gaming Brit made his video, which is that Ratchet is a fucking asshole in the first game. He is an unforgivable prick in that game. The whole of Act 2 is him being an asshole to Clank, who is a newborn. Clank was born an hour prior, and Clank was gullible because he believed in heroes, because he was trying to save the galaxy from this evil motherfucker. Ratchet was such an asshole that Insomniac recast the voice actor in the second game and rewrote him going forward because, and I'm going to paraphrase them directly from a GDC conference in 2018, because you picked a good time. I've been doing my research. They said, if you do not get the audience to invest in your character, they will not care about their journey. And Ratchet was such an asshole that focus testers noticed it, that players noticed it, that critics pretty universally noticed it. The only people that seem to have been okay with him being an asshole are probably assholes. They're probably assholes, right? Because they see this guy who is just being relentless. I'm gonna throw some quotes out from the game. I hope the salt water rusts your mouth shut. I'm gonna sell you for scrap. What's the other one? There's a couple others in there. I'm pretty sure at one point he effectively tells him to go fucking die. To Clank, the guy who literally got him off of his fucking a newborn character who got him off of his fucking desert planet. Ratchet would have been stuck at home doing nothing for the rest of his life if not for Clank. And Ratchet just comes out with fucking fire because Clank walked onto a platform and fucking Ratchet fell down and fell into Quirk's trap that Ratchet was also falling into. Ratchet took his blame out and focused the entire second act of the game, the filler act of that game, on trying to get back at Quirk, but simultaneously just being a fucking dick. At the end of the game, Clank saves Ratchet's life and then breaks his arm in the process. Like, all the servos in his arm are fucking broken. And Ratchet says, "Hey, thanks. See ya." And then walks away. And it's a fake out because it's meant to be, Ratchet's actually come around to Clank, but it's not earned. Right. It's never at any point earned because he walks away and Clank looks fucking just heartbroken that the only person he's ever known his entire fucking life, this one dude,
like shit the whole time,
who has abused him in this relationship. And he just abandons him. He walks away with his fucking arm in his own other arm as a sling, effectively, like holding his fucking dislocated servos. He's walking away all sad, and then Clank calls him Tin Can. Says, "Hey, Tin Can, we got to fix that arm." That's how the game ends. That's the happy ending to this game. Ratchet's a fucking dick. And people are mad that he's no longer a fucking dick. That is the issue here. That is what this guy, this BitBolt, that's what this guy is going to complain about, is that Ratchet is not a fucking asshole.
So that's what you're putting your prediction on.
It's going to be that he's an asshole, and it's going to be that they cut levels, or that they don't. He doesn't like what they did with Drek because they changed Drek a little bit to make him more of an idiot. It's going to be a couple things, all story related, because there's not much you can fault with the gameplay, outside of the fact that some people don't like that the characters talk a lot during gameplay now. Like, they talk to each other and say things during gameplay, which is pretty common now.
All right, so
stunned silence.
I'm doing. Let's see. We're gonna do a prediction. We'll find out at the end of this. Will Mr. Bitbolt primarily complain about Ratchet no longer being an asshole? And we'll do this. We're going to leave this. I bet this takes us a little while, so I'll leave that up for a good 20 minutes. You can do predictions, and we'll see whether or not Bolt is correct or not.
So you're saying to recast the actor?
In 2, he said. Yeah, they
yeah.
recast
In 2 onward, they recast the actor.
Because I like James Arnold Taylor as
James Arnold Taylor
Ratchet.
was Ratchet starting in 2. They had Mikey Kelly in Ratchet 1. Coincidentally, those two were 2 of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles together in the 07 movie. Written by, I believe, the same guy that wrote the Ratchet movie. Fun fact.
Yes, it's Rainmaker. So
See,
written by the same Kevin Munro.
Well, I think TMNT was also Rainmaker. So
yeah, it was. Kevin Munro was the writer at Rainmaker. But let me cycle back because I didn't finish my point when I got into that sidetrack there. The main thing that 3 did, the main point 3 was that the story was supposed to be slightly better because Ratchet's a fucking dick in the first game. So if they could tell that same story and have them struggle and have them argue without having them fucking hate each other, mainly one way, that would be an improvement because they go through their struggle and come out stronger friends. We don't see the development between Ratchet and Clank as friends in this series. It happens between 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
We see moments of it afterwards where they're kind of getting closer and closer, but by then it's just they're best friends. This game starts with them quickly being friends. Like they meet each other. There's never really an argument. It's just that they are friends. And that's part of the reason that that the game failed at one of its chief goals, which was to tell the story better. That is because the story kept changing because Kevin Munro kept rewriting the story and throwing out what the Ratchet and Clank writer had written for the original screenplay. So eventually they said, fuck it, I don't know what we can really do because they keep changing things. What if we just made this game an unreliable narrator? So none of it is actually one-to-one what happened in either the original universe or in the movie. So that way they could just have, they have Captain Quark as the narrator for this game. Because he's the least reliable narrator. He has been historically the least reliable narrator in every game. In 2, in 3, there's an entire alternate box art for one of the PS3 games based around his shitty retellings of things. Like it's his character quirk is that he is just that kind of guy.
Right.
And so they had him tell the story from prison because he's the bad guy in this game, or one of the bad guys in this game. So that they could kind of finagle their way around whatever rewrites might happen from then until release.
Also, apparently, I'm just reading the chat, Klee cannot predict like the predictions on Twitch.
Yeah,
because technically it's gambling.
Interesting.
And it is technically gambling. You're betting on which side is going to win or not. That's really interesting. I'm not going to stop doing them, but
it's region locked to the US, I think, because I can't do it either.
It's not just the US for sure. I know you can do it in. Raiden's in Canada, and
I can't test it because I'm a mod.
Oh, interesting.
It lets me predict, I think.
Yeah, you're in the US.
Yeah, I can.
I can too. So
yeah,
that's funny.
But yeah,
as in it's region locked to the US. It's
excluding
everyone else.
Yeah, I don't think that's true though. I'm pretty sure I've seen people in the UK do it and stuff like that. I just think that's interesting.
I can't. So
as far as the prediction goes, it's going to be, if it's not about Ratchet himself directly, it's going to be something like characters
you can't add caveats into this.
Well, no, because you put it before I could even finish the he's not going to say Ratchet's not an asshole. He's going to say the characters are ruined. Because they're the more modern versions of their characters.
Okay,
so
the characters have been ruined.
Yeah, it's going to be some bitching about character assassination or something.
Okay, Nova Sky, I'm in Canada and can. So yeah, it's not just the US. Maybe it's just North America, but I'm pretty sure I've seen people in the UK who can do it as well.
From what I'm picking up, at least from the rant so far, I don't know if I'm getting the right vibes or not, but it seemed like he's just played this game. I didn't get the vibe that he's played the one before it.
He mentioned prior that he loved all the games.
Oh, did he? Okay, I missed that part.
Yeah,
and while he thinks this game is absolute shit, he did enjoy the gameplay. So
okay.
which is nonsense.
Then just throw my opinion out the window. We don't need it.
I mean, we
See, I don't know. I feel like if you really like the gameplay, I can forgive a bad story.
Dude, it's a motherfucking game. It's a game. If the gameplay is great and you love it, then it's not, like, I can't think of a single game where the gameplay is so good that a bad story, or rather that the gameplay is so good that, or the story is so bad that it takes away from excellent gameplay.
I can think of one game that I've
where the story was so bad that it removed the enjoyment of the good gameplay.
I can actually think of a game where that actually was the case.
What's your game that you're thinking of?
Bravely Default.
Wow.
I love the gameplay in that game to death.
That's an RPG, right?
But yeah.
So it's primarily a story game. Yeah?
Well, you just said.
No. I'm just saying, like, it's primarily a game where you're reading the story and making decisions in the story.
Here's
right?
the thing: the story itself isn't bad per se, but they pull something so asinine.
Mm-hmm.
For anyone who's played Bravely Default, you probably know what I'm talking about. And is it okay if I spoil it? I don't want to.
I've never felt that it is the requirement of the content creator to protect somebody from a spoiler.
They basically make you replay the same 4 or 5 worlds a lot, and pass it off as new levels. And like they have a story reason for it, and it's terrible. It's like alternate dimensions, and it is so
not
bad.
Really the fault of the story, though. That's just the fault of bad game. Like that's just padding. That's not the story's fault.
No, but the story doesn't help it. And I still have fun playing it. But when you're telling me that I'm just playing it and it's just an alternate dimension, then I feel like I'm being like treated as someone who time isn't respected playing your game. Like if you pull the alternate dimension bullshit,
okay, but
if it's different levels, I'm fine with that. But they're basically literally same levels, same bosses, same everything, and it really pisses me off.
So if I can clarify for a second, you love the gameplay of this game, which is primarily a story-driven game. You don't like the story in it, however, because the level design is bad.
Well, okay, so no, the levels are great. I like the levels.
You just don't like playing them twice.
Which is padding.
It's not twice. It's more than twice.
5 times, whatever. But the thing is that your argument is, man, they should have made more levels.
No, my argument is that they should have not had it so that you play the same world. Like, they should have had a story. Like, I'm fine. I don't like playing the same levels, but I really don't like being told it's alternate dimension. Like, I really hate that bullshit.
So,
like, they're having you play the same levels.
The device that they used in order to meet probably a requirement from their publishers to have X number of hours of gameplay, while not increasing, the number of levels they created, and therefore the amount of work. This is the problem you have with. This is your example of a game where the gameplay was so good, but the story drug it back so much.
Like,
again,
I think you're pointing the finger at the wrong thing here.
I do too, and I don't even think this is an argument about story, because it's like, look, you guys your game is 10 hours, you need to make it 30. I mean, the only way we can do that on this budget is if we just make everybody play the same levels again. Yeah, no, do that. Oh.
Well, no, but you make it sound like this is just some indie. This is Square Enix, right?
Yeah, so indie, exactly.
Again, you're pointing the finger at the story for the issues with the game having padded gameplay.
Yeah, I mean,
well, no, I can see what he means. I think he's saying that like a cohesive story could have held the levels together, but instead they kind of felt like random to separate levels.
Right, but that's fine. And I would not necessarily disagree. But his argument is that the gameplay is so good, but the story is so bad that because the story is so bad, the gameplay is worse and he doesn't enjoy it anymore. It removes the enjoyment of this excellent gameplay, whereas I think the argument here is actually that the gameplay is bad.
No, I'm not saying it's excellent gameplay. I'm saying it's good gameplay. Like, the gameplay is solid. It's not the best game I've ever played gameplay-wise. It's solid enough. But because of the, like, the
But I don't think this is a story issue. I think this is a gameplay issue.
Yeah, you're saying...
No,
you're
the
saying
gameplay... No,
you're saying...
everything...
Got
angry Bolt there.
Because I don't want to hear the same thing again. You were saying that you like cake, but you don't like too much cake again and again and again for every meal. You are not saying that the chef told you that this was a different cake, but it's the same, or gave you a bad reason for giving you more cake because we don't actually have steak. Sorry, here's cake. It's a gameplay issue. The gameplay is padded. Therefore, your issue is with playing that good gameplay too much, which is a fine issue, but it's not the fault of the story.
No, but it's basically like saying you're having 4 pieces of cake, and then you throw up those 4 pieces of cake, and then they put the cake back onto the cake, and then they're saying, okay, enjoy these new pieces of cake.
You are arguing a point for the sake of arguing it. I am saying the same thing as you.
No, but you're saying like...
I am saying that you got cake again and again and again, and that is your issue. The issue is not the story behind why you got cake. The story does not fall apart. It is that you are being forced to eat more cake.
Let me give an example to back them up. I'll say the game's Super Hot. In Super Hot, you were playing the same levels over and over and over and over again. But I mean, I guess you can say it's gameplay, or you could say it's story. But like each loop where you're playing through the levels, like the context is a little bit different because you're doing like, I guess that is more gameplay. Sorry. It is. The first one is altogether the story, but you're doing different goals. I guess fine. You're doing different.
It's fine to not like when a game throws repetitive, like the same levels at you. That's an issue that fucking Sonic's run into all the damn time. Like Mario 3D Land did the same thing. I understand that issue, but I'm not going to complain that Mario 3D Land's story is bad because of it. I'm going to complain.
No, well, there's a difference between the story ruined the game and this game could have had more story.
Yeah, like the issue is that you like the game, you enjoy the story up until the point at which you have to play the same levels again and again, which is just
the story is the reason that, or in like again, I'm not talking about like out of context. I'm not talking about like out of universe. Like, oh, they needed to have the game have more time, so they added more padding. If the story is the reason that you are replaying the same levels, this isn't additional content. This is to get to the end of the game. If the story is the reason you have to replay these same levels over and over again, then yeah, I feel like the story does like tamper with how one views the gameplay.
But again, that's a chicken and egg situation.
Mm-hmm.
If they padded the game and then gave the last thing that is created for just about every single video game is the story. Like, you have a concept, but even in something like Ratchet and Clank, for example, they made the levels and then they wrote a story to string between each of the levels and just made it up as they went. That's been the case for every game up until the PS3 games, and even then, almost all of the PS3 games. In a video game, generally speaking, the gameplay is what's thrown out there, and they figure out how to string it along narratively, either along the way or afterwards.
Yeah, there may be a general idea, we're going to tell a story about ghosts.
I'm not arguing that that's not the case, but I'm saying in the context of inside that video game. I'm not talking about like given all the context surrounding the game, because if you're talking about the context surrounding the game, then yes, I understand what you're saying. But if we're talking about the game inside of this vacuum on its own, ignoring all of the other things surrounding it.
I mean, I guess, if you stick just about anything in a vacuum on its own, like,
no, but like you're coming at me with these arguments about like,
I'm
they
not
needed
coming
to
at
add
you.
more to push. They needed to give more time. They needed the gameplay is always developed first. But I'm talking specifically in terms of the game.
Okay.
Like, obviously, I understand that they needed to hit a certain mark with the time. And I know that they made the gameplay first. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
So
and yeah, if we're talking about that, then yeah, I would say it doesn't really hamper it. But if we're looking at the game as in just the game, then yeah, I would say in terms of Bravely Default, the story does make the gameplay less enjoyable.
For you.
Yeah, for me, this is all subjective. Yes. I'm not objectively saying this is a thing. I even started this by saying, for me, there is one game that does that.
Sure, no. Yeah.
So why are we arguing?
I haven't specifically played this game, but of all the criticism I've heard against it, seems to be that the gameplay is fun, but the story is bad. And that is The Last of Us Part 2.
Oh, I don't know if we want to.
Yeah, we're not going there.
That's all.
Yeah, no, we don't have to go there. I'm just saying that's an example that I've heard of that criticism being laid against it. That's why I'm saying I haven't played it. I have no opinions on my own.
That's an interesting. There's a lot more to it than I think just a simple 1 or 2, and that game is forever tainted because of the fact that it was such a high profile game at. With such divisive, like there's no way to have a good conversation about that game anymore.
Certainly not. Certainly not like in the middle of another conversation.
Yeah.
One day maybe
minutes into this video, ladies and gentlemen.
If you wanted to say like Skyward Sword, I could get that. It's like because Skyward Sword is a similar issue to what you're describing with Bravely Default, except it's not playing like it's not just straight padding. It's not just here's the same thing again. It's you're going back to that same original area of the 3 areas in that game to do another contrived thing. So the gameplay might be fun, but the act of having to go and collect fucking musical notes after the most impactful part of the entire fucking game, like after the part at which I've ranted about this recently before too. There's a part in Skyward Sword. There's a part in Skyward Sword where Zelda is put in the little time crystal, and she says, after calling you sleepyhead the whole game, "Are you gonna come wake me up?" That is the first time in that fucking game where they play Zelda's lullaby. You've been waiting for it the entire game because you know it's coming. It happens right there. Fucking hits you in the soul. And right afterwards, they say, you need to learn a new song, go to the 3 areas again, and do another 3 dungeons and more. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It's not even dungeons. Do another 3 areas again. But they're the same areas again, but now we made them underwater, or it's a stealth section. Or the guy just gives you one because he doesn't fucking care. Those are the 3. And then you do another stealth section, and then you get the fucking the fucking musical song, and then you're like, yay, I did it. Can I go save Zelda now? The thing that I've been trying to do this entire fucking game. And they're like, no, do a proto Breath of the Wild dungeon where the dungeon is moving things around. And you're like, Jesus fucking Christ, please. Like, that is contrived story hampering with actually pretty solid gameplay. It's because the story is actively the reason for the padding. It's not the excuse for the padding. One drives the other.
Even then, though, would you say that story is so bad that it tears down the good gameplay?
No, it's the like Bravely Default. It's the padding.
Yeah,
it's the fact that it's a 20-hour game that is stretched
10?
to 40.
Yeah, or
no, it's a 40-hour game that should have been 20.
There you go. And that certainly, I don't think that's a story complaint.
No, it's not. I just that's to me that's a stronger example than Bravely Default because the story is the driving factor for playing that game. You play Zelda for the story at that point in time. Like that was the reason you played Zelda because the gameplay was the same every time.
Yeah,
and I love Zelda, so I'm not a fucking knock on it.
No, look, I get that. I think everyone has their own opinion. Like not 99% of the time,
he's making a brave stand here, right? And he thinks everyone has their own opinion.
I won't care if
I don't
the
know,
story
man.
sucks if the gameplay is fun.
I don't know about that.
I'll have fun playing the game. But like everyone has that one game where the story something happens in the story that's just so stupid that it just doesn't make me want to play the game anymore, despite the fun gameplay.
Deuteramus says the Mass Effect 3 ending, but I think perhaps...
Yeah, I think at that point, you're already like...
You're at the end.
You already beat.
You've already
finished
played
the
the
game.
game.
There is no
It's
point.
over.
That's just a fucking M. Night Shyamalan thing.
Right?
That's not like
If anything, you're equated like I would equate the Mass Effect 3 ending to something like the ending of Dexter, where it ruins the experience of the games before it. Like
Like,
you
that's not
watch-
fair. By the time of the finale, that show was ruined.
Okay, but like you watch Dexter, right, and you get to the finale, and it's so bad that it ruins the experience retroactively. Of all the rest of
when you get
Dexter.
to like him dating his sister, it
Even-
ruins the show.
even Game
Oh,
of
that's
Thrones had a similar
gross.
issue
Yeah.
by the end.
Like there's definitely a part where you get to in these things where it ruins it retroactively, and I think Mass Effect 3 endings kind of does that, right? Like the ending is so, even after the patch they added, it is so dismissive of the core gameplay and everything that goes along with Mass Effect that you just kind of go, but you shouldn't play it because it ends badly, you know? Like with the Mass Effect 3 trilogy that they're coming out with, I don't know that I could recommend that, even though I really enjoy Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, because the ending is just so weak that it feels unfulfilling to go through that. Like you're going to waste your time if you're in it for the story, you know?
I think it's also something to be said that if you're playing them in a sequence as a binge, there's something to be said that, especially now in an era where choice-based games are kind of more pronounced, that I think I can still kind of recommend it to people with that caveat of, you know, you already know the story is going to end weird. But don't let that, like, I think it detracts when you have played it all and you've been waiting 6 years for these games.
Yeah, sure.
I think if you're binging them, it has a separate value to it. And I think that it's like you can appreciate, especially now that we've had games that have done choice-based gameplay, either not necessarily better in a more like a multi-game style, because really nothing besides Banner Saga, which was made by a lot of the same team, had that same sort of cross-game choices, like the reflection of your choices, rather. So it's still a one-of-a-kind game to that extent. And that's why I think it's worth playing, because no fucking studio wants to risk that anymore. Like they saw Mass Effect, like that was the one that could get away with it, and they failed. So no one else is ever going to do that again soon, at least. You're not going to see someone, because like you just can't. That was the issue I was fearing with Final Fantasy VII Remake.
That they would do that.
That they would find a way, like once you get to a certain point, like how do you cross progression? How do you cross your levels? Like, and that's just RPG mechanics. That's not choices. Like the only choice that matters is the one, like which girl.
Yeah, I guess in Final Fantasy, yeah. And I don't know, Mass Effect definitely had a lot more choices, and they did nothing with any of them.
Yeah. It's not a comparison of choice. It's just a comparison of no game does crossover anymore between games. And 7 was saying we're gonna do it, and I fucking doubt.
I guess the only way you can do it is if you were to take like a Mass Effect and you go, okay, so we're gonna cross over all of the characters, then you would do 1 through 20 levels in the first game, and you would just cap it at 20, and then Mass Effect 2 you would start at level 20. You know what I mean? Like that's the only way that I can think that you can do RPG mechanics like that you're crossing from game to game. And I think Final Fantasy VII does stop you at a pretty low level, right? So theoretically they could the remake, I'm pretty sure part 1 stops you at a pretty low level. I feel like
I mean it's not 99.
No, I think it's like 20. But
no,
I could be super wrong on that. 50. So they're maybe assuming, right, that you will start part 2 at level 50.
Possibly. I mean, I think it's gonna just end up being like one of those Yakuza things where it's like, hey, here's some money. Like you played, like, we saw your save file. Thanks.
Here you go. Thank for being such a dedicated fan. You get this special skin.
You get Cloud in a bikini. And with that,
you know what? Assassin's Creed 3.
This game is absolute fucking shit. Don't get me wrong. The
Sorry, I couldn't
gameplay's
hear you over
fun,
this.
and it holds up, and it's just like every other Ratchet game in terms of gameplay, but the story is absolutely fucking pathetic. Like,
Yep. So
Bingo.
he definitely
I
did
can't-
say.
when
Now,
I
hold
beat
on.
this
Here's the
game,
thing.
I
We are
sat
going.
there-
Sorry.
We are going to wait to choose the outcome on this to hear
No, yeah,
what
yeah.
his actual out, because he may say, "Look, the story is pathetic, and here's
Clank's a
why."
piece of shit now.
Like they could do
Oh my
that.
God.
We'll see.
Looked around my room and said, do I even fucking like video games anymore? That's how bad the end of this game is.
So he's saying the ending of the game is so bad. Now,
I don't know what about the ending he could think is bad. It's just kind of normal.
No.
Nothing specifically from the 2016 game that would make him pissed off in terms of
Like
the
there's
ending.
the only thing about the ending that people might get mad about is something that they shouldn't get mad about, which is that Drek, the original villain of the first game, is punked out by Nefarious, the series' recurring villain. Like Nefarious, after in every game prior, he's not the final boss that he's ever been in. In this one, they made him like the henchman, and he becomes the final boss finally. But that's like one of the cool moments of the game, because it's like, oh, it's a remake where they actually did some new things. Huh. I kind of like being surprised by the game that I'm buying to play again. Like, I'm cool with that. Taking liberties is a thing that you're supposed to do with art, especially when it's not a remake.
So you asked, 99% are saying he will not complain about the story,
the character work,
where Ratchet is no longer being a dick.
Yeah.
Aaron, 99% of the predictions are saying no, that's not true. Yes, because she just asked.
It's intellectually offensive. It's fucking terrible.
Again, I don't know what it is.
So the ending about intellectually offensive.
I genuinely.
Are you curious now?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he's referring to. That is.
See, the thing for me. Sorry, Dan, I may cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, what is so. If it's not Mass Effect 3 levels of bad, I can't imagine something being that bad in the ending, as bad as he's making it out to be. Like, Mass Effect 3's ending, I think, is deserving of this kind of rant. I don't think this ending is deserving.
Yeah, so one thing before I go on what I was going to say is that Tim mentioned that it's not a remake, it's a reboot. No, it's not. It's always been defined as a reimagining. It is always, since day one, been a game based on a movie, based on a game. It's a licensed game for the movie.
Well, we talked about this last week. It depends on your definition of the term, and a lot of people use remake, reboot, reimagining very, very loosely. Like super
like
loosely.
I think I'd still define that as a reboot in my head.
It would be a reboot if they were going to follow that story afterwards, but the new game follows the previous story, as they've always said it was going to. This was literally Sonic. This is Sonic Generations. That is what this game is.
See what you mean.
This is not a reboot because it's not restart. Like,
well, then, was the latest Joker movie a reboot, or is that what does that mean? Because they're still carrying on with the characters, but it was.
I think that's a reimagining.
Joker's a really confusing point because there's now Joker also in the Snyder cuts. Yeah, so Joker's in 15 things. It's hard to say what that is. It's all different universes.
And this is going to be another.
This is just, This is just another. This is literally the best way I can put it is it's effectively Sonic Generations. It is a game that is celebrating the first game, but is not replacing it.
Okay.
That's all it is. It's literally they were asked, do you want to make a game based on the movie and sell it to the PS4 owners that have never played the PS3 games because most PS4 owners didn't have a PS3? And they said, hell yeah. And they made a lot of money.
Yeah,
and then
totally
got bought
fair.
by Sony.
Totally fair too. Like, I don't begrudge them doing that at all.
No, especially when they say outright, we wanted to do this. We just didn't have the reason to because we don't go back and look at our old games in terms of like remaking them because that's not the point of going forward as a game developer.
Yeah, of course. And I don't know any game developer in the world that if you said, look, we'll pay for you to remake your first game from 15 years ago and modernize it, and you can do some whatever you want with it, but you're not going to be able to make another game just so you know this is it. I don't know a whole lot of developers that would be like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to bring it up. Like,
And mind you, this is also Spider-Man's already in development by the time this game's about to finish. Like they already know that project's in the works. this is the B team working on this game. This is the North Carolina studio, the studio that they bring the new hires to generally, at least at that point in time. Like there's a separate Ratchet team. Now it's unified again. Because teleworking got better right before COVID, incidentally. Like for them
too.
They just lucked out with that. But it was very much a thing where they after Crack in Time in 2009, a little bit later, they split off a second studio and moved a bunch of people to North Carolina. And that studio was going to work on other projects besides what was then Resistance or Ratchet was seemingly over. Like they thought Crack in Time was the end because the series sales were going down because people weren't interested anymore after 10 games at that point. So they were planning on calling it there, and then they were given another chance with All for One. They were asked to make a different style of game, to do something new with the series that's been effectively the same for the last 7 years. So they made a Mario style 4-player co-op game. Cool concept. Didn't work out too well. Fun game. No one ever plays it again. Then they got a chance to make an anniversary game, which was just people kept asking. I know the next thing up on the lineup is toxic fan bases, so I'm going to go into this now. People were asking in the Ratchet community for years, why don't you do multiplayer like you did in the last two PS2 games? And the answer was, no one liked that.
Yeah, pretty much.
We had 50 people playing that. We were told to make multiplayer because Sony asked us to.
Yeah.
And we had fun with it, but it didn't work. It was PS2 multiplayer on a game where they literally had to code. They had to print specific parts of the game's code on the innermost part of the disc so that the game would load in time so it didn't crash. They put multiplayer patches into the filler. I forget the dummy size of the end user license agreement. They would add little patches into the multiplayer because there was no way to patch games. Like they did this just because. And so for the 10th anniversary of the series, 10th. For the 10th anniversary, just because they made a $20 MOBA Ratchet and Clank game. Because they said, we know you guys wanted a game similar to the multiplayer in Up Your Arsenal. We tried to make that with a fun twist that's kind of based on what people like right now. And everyone fucking hated that game. And then they were like, why are we still doing this? And then Sony came to them like 4 months before the next game came out and said, hey, you want to make a game in 4 months? So they did. That game came out on the PS3 3 days before the PS4.
Right?
No one played it.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And it was really good. Really solid game for the fact that it was made in like 5 months. And so then we get to this point where it's like Ratchet's probably dead because Ratchet's had a game every year until 2013 and it's just missing for 3 years. It's probably gone. It's probably gone. And then they announced the movie, obviously, and the game based on the movie, based on the game. And everyone was pretty excited because, hey, Ratchet's going to get a chance on a new console where people maybe care again because platformers are a thing again. Then that's how we get here. And then we get this game and fans just fucking piss and moan about it because the Ratchet fan base doesn't know what they want.
Now, before you fucking pile on me, the gameplay for this game is great. It's just like every other Ratchet game. I love all the old Ratchet and Clank, so you can't be like you just hate Ratchet and Clank formula. Okay, the story for this game is fucking terrible. Okay, so first of all, let's tackle the biggest problem, Ratchet himself. So in most other games,
oh, here we go.
Ratchet is portrayed as a crazy, wacky inventor who kind of has an itchy trigger finger, and he's a little bit cocky. In this, we meet Ratchet and we learn he's nice, and I'm like, okay, well that's kind of a trait of a hero. What else you got? And nothing else. He's just nice. I'm like, Ratchet, that's not a personality. Being nice isn't a personality. That's a trait. That's
This is pretty close to what you thought it would be here. We'll see if this is his primary thing, right? Like if this is just part of it, okay. But I do tend to agree that niceness is not a personality.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, and I mean no disrespect to this gentleman, if you're not not him specifically, if you're not a fucking asshole about what you say, then people will listen to you. like you don't have to go all the way to the most YouTuberiest heights of saying this is the worst thing ever when you can just say, as I did when I reviewed this game, like a few weeks before he did, actually, I think, right when it came out. Hey, Ratchet's character kind of didn't work out the way that it probably should have. Like, this is end game Ratchet and Clank. This is Ratchet and Clank from the most recent game before that, but now. So we don't get the struggle that he's supposed to have in 1 that we didn't really get in 1 because he's a fucking dick in 1. So both games failed at the same thing. And that's due predominantly to the movie having been rewritten completely away from what the game's writer had planned it to be when they kind of cut him out of the equation. That's how it happens in Hollywood. You know,
Sure,
it just
yeah,
is how it
totally.
is. But like there was a whole interesting, they were going to do some stuff that would really appeal to Ratchet fans. Like bringing in like a reference to Ratchet's dad, who we've never met, like the old Superman story where we've never met his dad and he's sent off as a baby to space, to be an orphan of the galaxy. Like they were going to do some of that and kind of give him more of his backstory. And instead we had, who was it? John Goodman as his father figure.
He's like the ultimate dad too.
Yeah.
Like John Goodman is everybody's dad. He's
but
your
he didn't
dad.
try. He didn't try.
It doesn't
matter.
Try he is movie. Actually your dad. I don't know. Did you not know this?
No, my dad.
Like when he walked out, that was John Goodman.
Yeah. No, he was John Badman at that point.
Oh, that's so stupid.
So, the general point I'm making is the thing about this is the guy's probably not going to be completely wrong in a lot of what he says, but because he's whining about it, like I don't
the best schemer alive.
Like the fact that like you don't go about it this way if you want people to listen. You bring up your points and you bring them up with evidence and with calm. rather than pissing and moaning like your early Ego Raptor sequelitis. Because that's what this is going to turn out to be. That's what Gaming Brits video was.
Yeah.
It was a sequelitis that targeted the entire part of the series that he didn't like because he wanted it to be the PS2 games again. You still have the PS2 games. Go live in the past.
I mean, that argument that, and it comes up a lot, especially with regards to reboots and stuff. Having the old game, so don't change the new one. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that wholeheartedly. But I do see where you're coming from.
Don't get me wrong. That's not the be all end all of my argument there either. It's just when you put 150 hours into making a video bitching about the entire series except for the one game you like. I don't know. Doesn't really hold out to me. That's like I'm okay with just, hey, I don't like that as much as the new ones. I don't really need, like, if I don't like a thing, unless it's like actively offensive, I'm not going to talk about it.
Or if it gets removed. Like Blizzard has a habit of destroying their older works to the point that you can't go back and do them. You know?
And that's a whole other thing. Like this is the fact that this studio has been making these games for 15 years now, almost 20 years next year. And now this new one is actually written by a whole new team of writers. I think the first female writer at Insomniac is working on this one. And they're going for they're going back to what the fans wanted, except that the fans that wanted that didn't play the games. So at a certain point, why?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's quickly become the Sonic fan base. And it's amazing to see because I'm just like, I'm not going to spend time whining about things that I can't constructively criticize. If I can't be constructive, then it's not worth it.
I mean, I'm more than happy to like rant about something, as I think you know.
in an unfiltered like this sort of format, sure.
Well, even in a video, I'm certainly happy.
Unfiltered. The script got thrown out.
That's true.
We threw out the script.
That's true. You're right.
To begin with.
You're right. But he edited this.
He did edit this.
He had to listen back to himself clipping his mic.
Well, yeah.
Twice.
I mean, let's not. The fact is that this video is very poorly made. It's definitely amateur, but I don't know. Maybe he's better in the past 5 years.
I was shit my first year. I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to judge that to a huge degree.
I'm also totally happy to rant on a video. I do it pretty frequently, I think, actually. But to rant just to say I hate this thing, whatever. I think I kind of learned my lesson doing that with Doom Eternal looks terrible, where just by simply saying that I didn't like it and I didn't script it out very well. Like, I got a lot of shit for years for that. And I see a couple of people mentioning the new Star Wars. I don't think that's not where you like. This is not what he's saying at all. Is that if you don't like the new Star Wars, you should go watch the old Luke. Like, that's not what he means at all. Because there's a difference where if it's a remaster, right, the original game still exists, and the new game is just a paint lift. Like that, I can understand where he's coming from. We're not talking about a new story that's expanding on, the lore. We're not talking about Star Wars Episode 8. Like that's not what's happening here.
I'm glad we don't have Rack Rocks in this call, because this would be a lot longer. Because then we've had that conversation many times before.
Yes, and maybe we'll have that again one day, because he's really been enjoying coming on here and just ranting, which is fun. It's fun to just let him do that.
Yeah.
I like how, and I pronounced his name. Somebody pronounced his name in here. Racroix, because he's French.
Yep, Racroix.
Right? It's supposed to be Racroix.
I like LaCroix,
Rayquaza?
like LaCroix, the drink.
Yeah,
the drink that nobody likes.
But the thing is he's French. Well, French Canadian, same thing, right? Like French Canadian, they're identical.
Oh, yeah, I don't think. So I have a friend who's French Canadian.
No, but Canadians and French are identical people. Like
No.
Yeah, I don't 100%.
think. No,
this is true.
Certainly
they
not.
really do not like
100%. And
Not-
since he is Canadian,
I'm
he's
sorry.
French, right? And in France, his name would be Racroix. So you gotta go. Croix. You gotta give it.
Look,
Like he needs some.
actually,
throaty-
his name.
in Ontario, his name would have to be pronounced both in English and French. So he would be
so
Rack Rocks English, but then it would also be like written next to it Racroix. Like it's
we should start doing
wired
it.
versions.
I'm gonna bring that next time he's on here. I am 100% going to bring that up. I'm gonna be like, well, since you're French Canadian, don't you need both English and French?
Please do it in the title too. Like, put it in parentheses.
Ray Croix. Hashtag Ray Croix.
One thing I was going to say real quick is I clicked through the video because I wanted to see what the thumbnail was. Thumbnail for this video, by the way, is just a picture of Ratchet, and it says 100% shit. Top comment is, why the dislikes? He's right, and he was pretty respectful towards it. This is why I disabled YouTube comments notifications to all of my devices recently.
Yeah, I don't want to get comments.
I haven't thought about it anymore.
Yeah.
It's been nice.
Yeah, Doom Eternal did teach me that.
Though.
Yeah, Doom ruined you.
Yeah,
you were nice before Doom.
I was reasonably nice, and then
now you're just fucking bitter.
Fuck it. I immediately, I'm not nice to comments anymore. Like,
no,
I'm mean and sassy, and I'll delete you.
How many have I sent you where I just fucking dunk on people? Because I do it a lot. It's really cathartic. It's so fucking cathartic.
Yeah.
The point that I was getting back to with Ratchet here is that I'm probably not going to disagree with a lot of what he says. Like, outside of the fact that he's saying it's garbage, like, I think that the main reason this game was supposed to exist, it failed at that reason. But in the process, it sold more copies than I think close to the rest of the series combined. So, hey, take what you get. But it's just like, I'm so sick of this tone when it comes to both this series. Like, I haven't talked about Ratchet in essentially 5 years on my channel, since the first few videos. Not for any particular reason, but I've noticed in the time since then, it's just gotten more and more toxic. That people are just because bitching is addictive. And I can criticize this game. I've done so, and I'm going to do so again relatively soon. Like, but it doesn't mean that it's got to be fucking garbage. It's, hey, this game, if I were going to give it a score, probably like a 7 out of 10. Pretty good.
But
like an actual 7.
Like an actual 7.
Like an actual 7.
7.
Like, best gameplay the series has ever had up until this point. Rift Apart will probably be better just because it's going to be back to 60. frames per second, obviously. But like otherwise, it's good. It's really good gameplay. Story is not what I wanted it to be. But hey, that's not my choice. I can criticize it, but I'm not gonna piss and moan and call it 100% shit, or say that the series has lost its edge, the edge that it had for one game. Like, sorry, I have better things to do with my time than spend 100 hours bitching about a thing and then editing myself bitching down to a fine fucking concentrated festering pile of bitching that I'm going to send out into the world and attract people that I don't like that watch my videos. Sorry, like that's not me. So the people that do it, more power to them. Negativity sells a lot more than positivity, but that's not the company I want to keep.
It's about as much characterization as fucking Mario has, but with this being a character-driven platformer, you can't just give him no personality. And I mean, like, fuck. Okay. And then I'm like, okay, if I don't like Ratchet's personality, that's fine. Maybe, you know,
I just want
like
to. Can I just interject for a
camaraderie.
sec?
Sorry.
I just want to say, with the top comment based on what Bolt said, yeah, in what world is drawing Ratchet clinically depressed and about to like shoot himself in the face, showing respect towards, you know, like that kind of thing? That's it. He drew that himself, or he got someone to draw that for him. Like,
You're talking about the
I don't know.
thumbnail?
The thumbnail.
Like,
Gotcha.
yeah, the thumbnail.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
I didn't catch that it was him shooting himself. The thumbnail is literally, oh my god, it's that.
Yeah, and I'm like, what do you mean respect? He didn't handle it with respect. He handled it like it's the worst game he's played since his conception. And I don't. It baffles me that people can think that you know he handled it with respect when that's the first thing people are seeing when they look at the video.
He handled it like an edgy 13-year-old in 2007.
Raiden, are you there?
I am there.
Could you grab that thumbnail?
Yeah, let me see.
This is your job. You're supposed to be faster at this. This is what you're here for.
I'm not claiming to be the fastest gamer. Okay,
this is what you're here for, though. You're here to be like, oh, hey, they're talking about this thing, so that I don't have to go and find it and fuck up the stream.
Wow, look at that! It's already up there.
Is it ready? Should I turn
that.
it on?
Ready to turn it on.
Oh wow! Actually, that is terrible.
Yeah,
he is
that's
actually
really...
about to shoot himself in the head, isn't he?
Yeah,
it's just like that's a real. I'm glad you pointed that out then, because I didn't even notice. Like I thought it was just him sad because I was looking at the actual tiny version of the thumbnail, which by the way makes it a bad thumbnail because I couldn't tell what was going on. YouTuber tip: make sure your thumbnails are clear.
Dude, you can't tell what the hell's going on in a smaller size.
Like yeah, like if you have that full screen, sure, but like if you're on your phone and you're not like fucking holding the phone up to your face, you wouldn't even. Yeah, but that's respectful. That's a respectful take on this game.
I mean,
that's the top comment. And the thing is, it's worth noting that this video, obviously, like if you go through, it's only got about 3,000 views. Got a heavy dislike ratio, which the Gaming Brit one does not have. Like it shows you the power of a buffer audience, because he had like 60,000 subscribers by that point that he uploaded that, and so there was an audience ready just to consume whatever he put out and like it. You know, whether they disagreed or not, they're gonna hit the like button.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like, you appreciate the effort that goes in. Like, I appreciate that he put 100 hours into that video, knowing how much effort goes into that kind of video. Now that I've done it a couple times, but I just question why you put that effort into a thing that's just gonna make you more upset. That's again, that's just me. That's just my opinion
views,
on it.
You know, right? That is what it's for. It's for the views. But that's fine. I mean, you know, people do that.
Between him and Clank. So here's the thing. In the original Ratchet and Clank, when Ratchet and Clank first met, they didn't like one another, and I felt that was good tension, because in a lot of good relationships in media and fiction, you know, you get to see them grow and become close through teamwork and trials, not just, oh, we meet and
yeah.
That's correct. In Ratchet and Clank 1, they do not become close through the teamwork and trials. They do that in the interim between 1 and 2.
Yes.
To the point that in 2, Clank's barely there for the first 4 levels. He does. He, like literally, Ratchet decides I'm gonna go do this thing that I'm being tasked to do, and Clank says, "Nah, they gave me a sweet apartment. I'm gonna go hang out with my robot bitch." But then he gets kidnapped, and that then yeah. But it's just like you don't see Ratchet and Clank get close.
They just are.
You don't like literally like I'm saying literally a lot. I'm sorry.
Literally.
There's a point in the game where Ratchet realizes he's wrong right after he defeats Quirk. He's like, "Yeah, we got him. I got my vengeance." And then he realizes because they show a cutscene of the planet that they were trying to protect just fucking devastated. Like one person left in the city. Like we've seen throughout this entire game, the evolution of the villain's plans. So we saw him threatening and beginning the assault on a planet because his goal is to take pieces of other planets and Frankenstein together a planet for his species because they polluted it to death. So he starts by attacking one planet, and you see the beginning of an assault, and it's like, wow, holy shit. You see him like there's a logging planet where they take all of the trees on this forest planet. They take all of them for lumber. So you see this planet just destroyed. You see several cities in chaos, but you see it develop over the course of the game. You see in Act 2, the act where it's just kind of sort of not filler necessarily, but window dressing. You see a planet where it's another base for the enemies, for the Blarg is their species. You see the planet itself that they polluted to death. You see the effects of them polluting a planet actively because there's a beach planet that gets polluted. You see a planet completely under siege in an actual battle. And then at the very end of this act, when you beat Quark, you take him down, while Clank is meanwhile being the one who's like, hey, we got to stop them from taking down this planet. Like we destroyed their planet destroying missile because they want to destroy this planet because it's in the way of the perfect orbit. And they destroy it. They go to this lunar base where Drek is attacking the planet. They try and stop the attack, but Ratchet only wants Quark, so he focuses on Quark. He takes down Quark. They show the cutscene of this planet just fucking desecrated, and Ratchet just realizes, oh shit, Clank was right. Clank's always been right. And the next cutscene, because this planet is because it's desecrated, they destroyed the lightning rods that they were using for energy because it's a stormy planet. So Clank gets hit by lightning immediately because anything metal gets shocked.
Sure.
Ratchet says, Clank, buddy, come on, wake up, in like the most exaggerated, like he cares about him voice. At any point in this game, he's like, it's the next cutscene after he decides that he's not mad at Clank anymore. And he's just right back 100% like to just being all on board with being Clank's friend. We don't get that development. It doesn't happen. It's one or the other. Yep. He is a binary character. It is either on or off, and the on is angry. That's his character in 1. And in 2, we get to see him care about Clank, but we don't see that 6-month period between 1 and 2 where they become friends. So I don't buy that. I'm sorry. Like, because you filled in the pieces when you were 7 and you played the game for the first time, like I did, you may think that, but it's not the case when you look at it as a piece of literature.
We're best friends. In this game, Ratchet and Clank meet, and they're the best fucking friends ever, and Ratchet's a giant fucking nerd, and it just doesn't work. It's terribly written.
Do you hear that accent there? Hold on, I want to hear this again, because it sounds like for just a second he turns American.
Come close through teamwork and trials, not just, oh, we meet and we're best friends. In this game, Ratchet and Clank meet, and they're the best fucking friends ever, and Ratchet's a giant fucking nerd, and it just doesn't work.
You hear that? Do you hear that? Am I the only one who hears that?
I kind of hear it slightly. It would almost sound like someone who maybe was born in Australia and then moved.
Because it's a...
I don't think he's faking it.
I don't think he's faking it. I'm just noticing it. I'm just noting it. That's all.
I don't think that a YouTuber with 3,000 subscribers is going to fake an accent for the sake of a bit.
I also I wasn't going straight to it. I wasn't going straight to he's fucking faking it either. I was just I noted. That's it.
Another thing I wanted to note is that this video came out the day the movie came out, so he didn't watch the movie when he made it.
Well, why would
you? I mean, fair. But the thing is, the game is an advertisement for the movie using cutscenes from the movie.
But why would you watch that?
mainly to get the full context of what the movie is.
That's foolish. That's foolish. Nobody would do that.
It's terribly written. I would be fine with them gearing Ratchet to be more friendly, but the thing is, it doesn't work. I don't empathize with his character. Like, Captain Quark, the fucking bad guy who betrays you in this, is more charismatic than them.
But isn't he also the narrator?
He is the narrator, and he's also always been more charismatic than them.
So doesn't it make sense?
Yeah, I mean, even when he was a jerk, he was more charismatic.
Yeah, he's the active villain of the first 2 games. Like, he's the overarching villain and gets a character arc across all 3 games where he finally realizes that he does need to be a hero again. And then every game since then, he's just been fucking flanderized.
But it does make sense that the narrator would portray himself as more charismatic regardless. Like, even within the framework of the story that he is complaining about, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, straight up.
And, like, I mean,
being a jerk isn't even charismatic. It's just like, I don't even get the complaint, because is he implying that Ratchet was charismatic in the first game?
He's saying that it was so poorly written and it doesn't make sense because even the villain is charismatic.
Okay.
And both villains in Ratchet 1 were more charismatic than Ratchet or Clank.
He's saying that Ratchet is a character in this game.
That doesn't seem like a thing to complain about then. That just doesn't seem like, that just seems like a waste of time.
Fastest gamer alive.
He was kind of saying that he has a hard time empathizing with Ratchet because he's nicer.
Which is that's a weird thing to admit.
Yeah.
I can't empathize with this niceness. I'm always a dick.
All I'm saying is, I wasn't wrong. There's a bit in this video that's coming up that I'm working on where I think I sent it. Did I send it to you, Moriarty? Maybe. Where I wrote one of my favorite paragraphs that I've written as far as content goes, because it felt like it summarized my issue with Ratchet as a character in the first game. And it just goes over everything that game's doing so fucking well that I didn't appreciate when I was younger. Like all that background storytelling I was just telling you, stuff I never noticed when I was a kid. And I realized that during these last 3 playthroughs that I did for research, because I'm fucking stupid, because I played games 3 times for some reason, that while I was playing this game rather, I went through and I realized, like, the reason that since I've been a kid, I did not love Act 2 of this game. It was the part that I would always like start Act 1 over. I just didn't like it. And I always thought it was maybe I didn't like the levels, or maybe there was something with the atmosphere getting darker that, like, since I was a child, maybe I just didn't vibe with that. And it's going through it that I realized this is the best act of the game atmospherically. This is one of my favorite acts of the game mechanically. Like, all these levels are really fucking good and they're really well portrayed, and they're like, they might not be directly plot relevant, but they give you that backstory on why we should hate Drek and why Clank is actually right and why Ratchet's a fucking asshole. But it's that he is an asshole that actively turned me away from this entire act of the game for the last 19 years. 19 years. I haven't thought about it in that perspective. And the reason I mention this is that I end with a little bit where I just say, that doesn't mean that if you like this, you're some emotionally stilted egocentrist. Wait, does it?
And yet.
And obviously just poking fun. But it's just,
yes,
it's one of those
distinct. Legally distinct.
Legally distinct.
Yes.
But it's I see something like this and I'm like, man, I was making a fucking joke, but shit. Maybe.
Yes, because you missed it, actually. I'm sorry. We were talking about you before you came on, and I explained that you are legally distinct.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Because I get that a lot.
In no way related to or affiliated with. You are legally distinct. And
it's
have
gold
nothing
versus golden.
Yes.
The GoldenBolt is a trademark, is a registered trademark.
Yes.
I spent $4,000 on that.
Did you really?
No, it was like $2,000.
Did you really?
I had to because of the other company, remember?
Oh, yeah.
There was another company that trademarked the GoldenBolt for like a motorcycle competition. And so I realized, oh, they know I exist because I'm the top result if you search the GoldenBolt. Now, if you do it on Google, their website is because they have the website up. But I was like, shit, I better protect my brand. because I knew a common law trademark wasn't going to win without a lot of
No.
money being spent in court.
Yeah, not at all.
Even if I would win at the end, because I knew I would, because I've been using it since for profit 2016. Point is, I spent a lot of money of my own money to secure that brand that is legally distinct.
Legally distinct. That's the important part. Legally distinct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't a blank cipher for you to project onto.
Any further comment through my lawyer, please?
Please.
In prior games, Ratchet was snarky, he was fun, he was cool, and he always had like something to say about the situation. And in later games, they did soften him a little bit, and he became a little bit more heroic and less mean. Like, because in the original game, Ratchet is really mean. There's one part where he straight up considers selling Clank for scrap metal. But
I mean, he brings up the same point you did here.
Yeah.
You know, he got nicer as the games went on, but he never lost that edge he had. And this Ratchet...
He did. He did very quickly. Deadlocked was so edgy that they kind of made him back to a blank slate with Tools of Destruction. They literally redid the plot point of Ratchet and Clank fighting each other in that game, specifically to then tell the story of him without Clank in the next two games.
Mm-hmm.
They went out of their way to make him not that.
Yep.
Not only does he have no edge, he has no character whatsoever. The Ratchet in this game is not the Ratchet from the prior games. It's funny because a lot of people complained with the Devil May Cry reboot when they changed Dante's personality and they changed his hair, but at least that Dante...
He was playing this without the update.
I see
the
that.
new Dante with the black hair
like,
had a character...
If you're gonna play and record, you can't have an update sitting there.
I mean, it was there at the boot screen too. He booted it up and said the new file was downloading. It's just, man. I mean, it's a rant. I get it. He's not calling. I mean, it does say /review, I guess, but he calls it a rant first. So, you know, I guess it's on brand.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
but it's different if he didn't
I can
edit
excuse
it.
this because he literally doesn't have any gripes with the gameplay so far. And with an update file, I mean, like
no, because he didn't edit it. He did edit it. Look, there is.
Oh, you mean like okay? I thought you meant like the fact that he wasn't playing the most updated version.
Why would you leave the giant ready to install update file in the recording? Like, why would you do that? If you're going through your process, right? You're sitting down. You're like, I'm going to record this game. I'm going to get footage of it. You know, like for me, this past weekend. I'm doing a Valorant video. It comes out tomorrow. It's 45 minutes long. I think it came out to at the end there, about why Valorant is not particularly good. And at the I had to put together a team of 10 people to play this game, you know? So like there's a process you have to go through to do your recording, to get everything to do there's a process. Right? So this guy sat down as part of his process where he is currently sourcing footage, right, that he's going to use to expose Ratchet and Clank as being a terrible whatever. And as he's doing that, he sits down and he doesn't even bother to update the game. Like this isn't a live streamed edit, right? It's edited, or a live streamed rant. This is edited. He took the time to not only cut together footage that is reasonably relevant to what he's talking about, but he also added in sourced material from other things, you know, Devil May Cry here. This shows that he put in effort to make an edited video, but he couldn't put in the effort to click install, and that's weird. It's a weird thing to do. It feels, I don't know, I don't want to say sloppy, but sloppy. It feels sloppy. And this is sloppy.
And the thing to me is, like, I don't see a pinned comment saying, "Oh, sorry for the corrupted file." Like, I don't know that he watched this back.
Man, if I did that, I'd have such terrible videos.
And I want to looking a little deeper. He has had videos out for 6 years, 5 years prior. No, I'm sorry, 4 years prior, 2 years prior to this. I can't count.
Math is, it's hard.
Because he did it. It would have been 5 years ago this year, and his first video was on 2014. So he did this video effectively 2 years after his first video. So this wasn't like if I watch my first videos, I can't anymore. Like I just can't.
Yeah, no, that's why mine are hidden, man.
I'm proud of what they accomplished given how little I knew, but I knew so little. It's a testament to how little I knew.
Mm-hmm.
So like I understand it, but this is already 2 years in.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't seem like he's not trying to be a YouTuber. So
well, I mean 2016, who was the biggest? I guess PewDiePie was definitely. But we were talking like 40 million subs at the time. I guess people were full-time YouTubers though.
Well, because I mean, when I started my channel, the goal was, hey, I want to see if I can make this a new fucking income. Like,
yeah.
Then that was 5 years ago. That was
2016. In fact, I think you started your channel
same like month as mine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you started your channel. I guess this is April, so you would have started your channel almost 6 weeks before this video came out.
It turns 5 in 4 days, March 3rd.
Yeah, so almost exactly 6 weeks before this video was released, you were starting your channel. So same period of time. It's if you're doing this, you're doing it because you're a quote unquote YouTuber.
Yeah, and like so like there were people that were trying to be a YouTuber, but I'm saying in the sense of like if I look at his channel,
you don't think he was.
It seems like maybe he was making videos here and there, like during college, or like maybe like kind of trying, but things get in the way, which is most people. That's totally understandable.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna knock that, considering it's also been. I don't think he's uploaded in like a year.
Well, hey, maybe he'll watch this one day. And yes, happy birthday to Mr. Bolt's channel.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. If you want a quick plug, on that day, March 3rd, over at twitch.tv/TheGoldenBolt, I'm going to be doing a live stream where we kind of watch back those old videos that I don't watch anymore.
That sounds
that I can't watch,
that's gonna be
and
hard.
And talk about it and just kind of hang out and talk about the things that I've learned in the last 5 years.
If you made me watch some of my old videos, my hand would be over my face the whole time.
Well, we did one for NewTubers, if you remember, a couple years back, where I did that. Because we were talking about, like, I forget what we were talking about, but someone was like asking what you learned from early videos, and I kind of did a live stream where I watched via Discord my first video and talked about the things that I learned from it.
It's painful, man.
Yeah, it's awful. It's
real
fucking
hard.
atrocious.
I can't watch my first video. I don't even sound the same because I didn't quite understand how to use a microphone properly.
Do you remember my fucking? Hold on, pull up my video.
I don't want to do that. We are already going through a video, man.
Well, pull up. I'll pull up a screenshot. I'll post a screenshot for.
Give it to Raiden. Who does this thing?
Yeah,
he's the guy.
I always want to call you Rhydon, like the actual Pokemon, but then M calls you Raiden, and I'm always like, fuck.
Well, I mean, keep in mind that it probably is Rhydon, but I don't play Pokechew, so I just call him Raiden.
My name is Ryan. I just set my screen name on Discord to Rhydon one day, and then I never cared what people called me because I'm just like,
here's the
whatever.
thing. I have been for, I want to say almost a year now, being like, you need a brand. You need a brand because otherwise you're just going to end up being whatever people call you, and that's not a brand. And yes. So
this
just go type whatever random characters you want into Google, and that's my merch. Go buy it.
Speedy Acorn says his favorite is Watch Mojo Guy, which maybe that you could become Watch Mojo Guy. That could be.
See,
your
but
name.
is that legally distinct?
Yeah. Because you could just be WMG, Wamug.
I could be Wamug. Yeah, I'll be.
You could be Wamug.
Brand.
Well, actually, I think WMG is Warner Media or Music.
Warner Media Group, yeah, but they're not that legally distinct. I'm not Warner Media Group. I'm Wamug. Oh, I'm sorry.
Screenshots open, by the way.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
when
it's
just
loaded.
look at this. This
Oh,
is my
wow.
first on camera.
Yeah, that's a painful one. There.
This is awful.
You're
It's
not-
awful.
you're
Didn't
not
know
even,
didn't
like-
know anything about camera shots. Literally never taken any sort of film class.
Right?
It's fucking awful.
Also,
and also, if you jump ahead 4 seconds in the video, it's a completely different shot because I fucked up a line, so I had to retake it, and I had beard.
I think my primary concern.
You should
My
have
primary
CGI'd it.
concern as a viewer would be which is the highest box on his shelf, And so like that just got answered right away.
Yeah, no, it's my Last of Us PS4 box that I put up there specifically to see how many people would acknowledge that it's just overhanging a Fallout box.
Did you have a towel rack that like,
there was a towel rack also there. That is no longer there.
But like the way your shelves are set up,
I moved here.
So,
but the point is, that's fucking awful. I hate that. I hate everything about who that person is.
Well, also for those of you who didn't know, this is what Bolt looks like, and this is how you should imagine him.
This is what I look like today, even now, except all the hair's moved down.
No. All right, so I don't poke fun at Bolt, but
the worst part is I've had to keep my hair the length that it is. Not this one in that picture, but I had to keep my hair like not long, but like I've been wanting to cut it for like a month, but I keep needing to film one bit because I filmed something with this hair, and so I can't cut it until I film it, and I keep having things get in the way, so my hair's fucking awful. That's the life I live.
Yeah.
I can't get a haircut. It's a continuity error. Damn it! I don't care if my brother's wedding.
I can't do it. It's a continuity error. Oh fuck! Let's finish this thing.
And had something to him.
Sacrifice as filmmakers, right?
Right. Oh my god.
Yeah, you put me and Joaquin Phoenix on the same level.
Oh wow, that's
put me in fucking who is it?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
No, I wasn't thinking Daniel Day-Lewis. I was thinking what's his name? Christian Bale. He'll starve himself. He'll starve himself for roles, and I just won't get a haircut.
Yes, there you go. Hey Wamug.
Is it Henry Cavill?
Hey Wamug.
Oh, that's me. I know. Okay, yes. Hello.
Can you make the top 10 best edgy Ratchet moments? Thank you.
I mean,
not
I
now.
I need 2 or 3 edgy Ratchet moments.
Yeah, you just
to get
need
going.
one, really, and then you just say it over and over again. Different words, though.
Ratchet's 3D model being piloted by a fucking soulless robot that has a different dictionary definition of what a fucking hero is meant to be. So, you know, before I keep bitching about the story, let me get the gameplay out of the way. The gameplay faithfully recreates the planets from the first game.
I don't understand, okay? All right, so this is however he said it, reboot, remake, whatever he believes this game is, right? And he goes, oh, the story is absolute shit because they've removed the character from Ratchet. They have made him soulless. Let me talk about the gameplay, though. It's fantastic. It's a faithful what?
Guys, Ratchet Clank Rant.
That's infuriating. That's infuriating.
No. What Dan said there. 100% shit. That is still the title. That's
it's on the thumbnail.
That is.
Like that's actually infuriating.
I hope this gentleman learned something from this video.
Like it baffles me how you say that and you have that be again. The thumbnail is the first thing people are going to see in their video, and yet you love the gameplay. That doesn't sound like it's 100%.
It's fantastic. It's great. Best gameplay. All right. I'm gonna let this guy talk a little bit more because I'm hoping he's gonna say something here that makes any fucking sense.
Game, you get a bunch of new guns. It's fun. So it's more or less like
it's fun.
If you want this just for the gameplay, go buy it because that's cool. But the problem with the story comes from the fact
go buy it. That's cool. The gameplay's cool. The game's still 100% shit though.
Right?
Oh
hey man, the gameplay, it's faithful, it's a lot of fun, it's so good. If you just want to play this game for the gameplay, you should buy it. But let me tell you about this story. It's so awful. 100% shit.
He also hasn't said a word about the story, mind you.
No, just like that it's bad.
Just
yeah.
the
Like
characters. So
he
Well,
hasn't
he's talked about he's talking about the character's personality.
he hasn't
not the
said
story
anything about
itself.
what the story is.
No, but he said it's bad. He says the story is bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's bad. It's terrible. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's horribly written.
This game sucks a bunch of poopy dog shit diarrhea. Ratchet and Clank, more like Ratchet and go fuck yourself.
That was almost a little bit of Fabrizio there. Almost.
Yeah.
What's up, YouTube?
Hey, it's your boy, the Bronze
It's your boy
Bronzer.
Fabrizio back at it again here on the Bronze Bronzer. It's the show where I review games in regards to what type of tan lotion I think they'd be. Today, we're going to review
Southern?
12 Switch. They call it that because it's a 12 out of 10. It's pretty good.
I have no idea what that reference was, but I am here for it.
That's fine. It's only for me.
I barely know.
It's only for me. I can't explain Moriarty, how many times I have to repeat that just for the guys. Like just 'cause it's no one else cares. It's
so
just us.
good.
Can we watch that next? I don't want to make us watch my own video, but that's the one that I will suggest.
That's
Holy shit,
so
that video
good.
is fucking. That video is my peak.
Hey, yo, it's the Bronze Bronzer. Oh fuck!
I will find the link for that if you wanted to. If you
Ah,
wanted to fucking laugh.
Yeah, you can pull it up, but let's see how late we get done with this, because I don't want to go on too late. But oh man,
I'm still
followed the
hold on,
movie
I'm sorry.
story.
I'm still the number 3 review for 12 Switch.
oh god,
You search it.
that's
Holy shit.
that's terrible.
Oh,
That's terrible.
oh, I've subscribed for 25 months in a row, entirely for gift subs for the last year.
You used to subscribe.
You guys stopped streaming for a while.
Yes. I took like
So
a year off of streaming. Yeah.
So I started giving the Prime sub to rest it, like spread the wealth.
Totally fair.
Story, which is weird because for the game, it almost fucking crushes it. They put in CG cutscenes from the movie and they try and do that with in-game engine cutscenes, and it doesn't work. It's fucking jarring. It's terrible. And when they have to splice parts of the movie in, it just doesn't work with the narrative. So I'd imagine
that is true. That's very true.
Okay, but
that's because they were given the idea of this is what this part of the movie will be, but they didn't have the scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's really noticeable later in the game. It's really fucking bad later in the game.
Okay. All right. Happy to give it to him then.
Imagine there's this one part of the movie where Ratchet fails to stop the giant Death Star thing from blowing up a planet, and you know, and then in the movie you'd think, okay, he'll go and try again. But in this one, they make you go to a planet to get a gadget, and obviously that's shoehorned in for like.
That's the exact part I was talking about, actually. So he like that. Very fair. That's something I've had issue with for years. It's really funny because a planet is actually fucking destroyed. They straight up Death Star a planet. But don't worry, everyone got off safely, which is what they tell you only in the in-game cutscene, not in the movie. So Ratchet just watches 1 trillion living beings die.
Yeah.
Straight up die. And he's just horrified. And then in the game, it just drops him off back at home. He's like sitting at his fucking house, gets out of his ship. And Clank's like, or no, not Clank. One of the Galactic Rangers is like, don't worry, everyone got away safely. And he's like, yeah, that's not the point.
I'm still.
The point is, I watched a planet explode. Read the room, man.
Yes.
So I'm glad that the guy covered that. I just wish it would have formatted anything.
So Nami Nom Nom says it just doesn't work. You know why? Because it doesn't work. But this seems to be one case where he actually is correct, even though he said it badly, like very badly.
That's the general trend with a lot of the people that don't like this game, is that their complaints are usually very valid, but then somewhere along the line they just get so swept up in being emotional about it that it devolves into toxicity instead of being like stray criticism.
video game things. The Gadgetron planet will be in the movie, but fuck, it doesn't work. It's
water looks
hackney,
beautiful.
it's lazy, and I feel like, I mean, I'm a writer. I could write a better script than this, and that's saying something considering the
He's a
Ratchet and Clank
writer?
movie-
I'm assuming he means like,
Oh my god!
you know,
I-
he writes videos on
I'm-
YouTube.
I'm a writer. Here's my unscripted rant about this game where I repeat myself.
I don't mean to brag or anything, but I'm a writer.
I'm something of a writer myself.
All I'm saying is I wrote a check to the bank this morning. I think that this game's fucking shit.
You may have heard of a little piece of work I've written called Ratchet and Clank 2016 Rant / Review.
That's on a resume, on a CV.
Oh my god.
It's so stupid. I love it.
movie this is based off is a big multi-million-dollar thing, and considering this is Ratchet's first foray into film.
Hold on, I want to jump back just to see what he said there, because I think...
Thing, and considering this is Ratchet's first foray in this, and that's saying something considering the Ratchet and Clank movie this is based off is a big multi-million-dollar thing.
The movie had more of a budget than the game. The combined budget of both was $40 million. The game had $12 million of that.
Yes, but of course the movie had more. It makes sense that the movie would have more of a budget than the tie-in
game
video
game. Like, what does
no?
this guy
I'm just
think,
adding.
though?
I'm just adding elaboration here. I'm
But
just like,
of
because
course
everyone
it
thinks
does.
that. Yeah, no, but I'm saying this game was made on, I think, a lower budget than the last few games they had made prior.
It's hard for me to imagine.
Well,
where
you
would-
said that because it didn't sell well. You said the last few games didn't sell well. So
Yeah,
that's
no,
why
it got
they
a lower budget because of that. Yes, I'm saying that everyone thought this was a big AAA game when they sold it at $40, which they sold it at $40 because the PR reason was because they wanted it to reference the original game's $40 price tag. But it's because it's a budget title.
That's the worst. What? We're
Yeah.
charging $40 that it's not worth to reference.
Mind you, the movie used and took from the in-game models because Insomniac sent their whole repertoire, like their whole archive, to the studio, and the studio then rebuilt those models from reference and sent them back for the game. And then Insomniac realized they couldn't use any of that anyway.
This sucks.
But the movie had a much higher budget, which obviously would make sense, despite having everything given to it and somehow still not working. It's fascinating.
I don't even think the film's all that bad, personally.
No, that's the thing is everyone shits on this. Like this got bad critical reviews. The movie, like this movie was at one point the lowest rated animated film behind Norm of the North. This game was like, or the movie. I'm sorry, this movie was fucking slammed, and it's just average. It's the most bog standard. I don't remember the movie's plot. I own it twice on Blu-ray.
I feel like I could think about it. And
No, yeah, like I would know the gist because I've played the game, but like,
yeah,
and
I can't
the other
think
game,
of anything specific that happens in it though.
like, it's
I think
just
he goes back home for some reason, and you feel it just doesn't feel right how they do it. I don't know.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And considering this is its first foray into film, I think they played it way too safe because it's boring, it's dull, and the story doesn't fucking go anywhere. And like as I was playing the game,
Any woe? It doesn't go any woe.
At least he's consistent with not cutting things.
He is consistently inconsistent.
The story doesn't go any woe. I don't know how you would get to that word.
I felt I just can't connect with these characters, but some part of my mind was going, see it through to the end, see it through to the end. The end will have that.
That's how I'm feeling with his video right now. Just see it through to the end. Just see it through. It'll end.
Yeah.
Just see it through.
See, what I would have done if I weren't here with this video is what I did with the Gaming Brit video, which is about 30% of the way in tops. I turned it off because I was like, this isn't worth my time anymore.
But we gotta keep going.
And once he went to Ratchet is shit, I was like, yep, I'm good. I already know what this is. I don't need any more.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. Maybe he'll make some really good claims there at the end that will change your view of Ratchet as a property, as a man.
Payoff, because at the end of every other Ratchet and Clank, there's a cool joke, or you get to see what's going to happen with Ratchet and Clank next. And at the end of this one, they just kind of go, "Oh, Ratchet and."
There's very few games where they've teased what's going to happen next.
I guess
or there's like an end credits joke usually, but
so he's mad that this game doesn't end with an after the credits scene.
It also does actually. Wait, it does, because Nefarious in this universe, in this reimagining universe, is still organic life form, whereas in the universe that we've always seen him in, he's been a robot because in the past Quark accidentally threw him into a trash compactor and he had to be roboticized to stay alive. This one, at the very end, there's an end credits where they show Nefarious in robot form as like hey, this would be if we were going to tie these two universes together, this would be how we would get to 3. So they would just remake 1 and then, hey, we're in 3.
So he's just wrong.
Yeah, straight up. It was the coolest part of the whole fucking movie.
he's just wrong. All right.
Clank are off to the big space adventure. Aren't you fucking excited, Ed?
Wait, did that do that forever? Let me.
What's gonna happen with Ratchet and Clank next? And at the end of this one, they just kind of go, "Oh, Ratchet and Clank are off to the next big space adventure. Aren't you fucking excited, Andrew?" And I'm like, no, I'm fucking not. You have not given me a reason to care about these characters. You have not developed their personalities, and you have done nothing with fucking Ratchet beyond, oh, he's nice, which is really fucking weird considering when you play the old Ratchet and Clanks, you know Ratchet is a little trigger happy. When you play.
Okay. So I'm just trying to summarize a little bit, right? His argument right now is that he's too nice and therefore has no personality.
Yeah.
And now he's about to add on, he used to be trigger happy, I think.
Play Ratchet and Clank Gladiator or Ratchet and Clank Deadlock for you in the States, there's this part where Ratchet's murdering people and he's like, "Clank, did you see me?" I was like, "Boo boo, like how cool is that?" And Clank's like, "I worry about you, Ratchet." And there we see that little bit of, okay, yeah, Ratchet's insane, but he does the right thing because Clank kind of steers him in the.
Can we talk about how loud the music is in the background?
It's so loud. It's so distractingly loud.
Like I was thinking about the point that he's making about the 4th game and how Ratchet has a different character in that 4th game than he does now. And then I just realized that I was just being assaulted.
It's so loud.
It's like, and the thing is, these aren't really like soft instruments either. These are like hard
percussion.
Hitting,
yeah, like it's loud.
That's a fucking steel drum in the background.
Yeah, it's like makeup. Like if it was like orchestral, I could understand it being loud. This isn't orchestral.
Even then. But okay, so he's bad at recording. He's bad at writing a script. He's bad at mixing. He's bad at speaking. He's bad at updating his game.
You're just describing me 5 years ago.
You could just simplify this to he's bad.
He's very bad so far. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. He's terrible, but that's...
He's 100% shit. His gameplay's pretty good.
That's mean. He's not... he's 99%.
The right direction. And in this game, he's just nice, which is a weird fucking disconnect when you run around levels setting a bajillion people on fire with a fucking flamethrower, and then, oh no, I'm Captain Nice. I wouldn't let...
There's a point at which he gets excited about all the new guns he has.
Let Captain Quark die, even though the old Ratchet would. It's just... This is fucking stupid, and I hate it, and like...
In the first game, Ratchet sees Quark after he thought he killed him and just lets him go.
This story is so bad. I beat the fucking game, and I go, you know what? This makes me hate video games. Well, okay, it doesn't make me hate video games. The thought that was running through my head is, do I even...
It made me hate video games. No, it actually didn't.
It didn't actually, though.
This game fucked my wife.
I'm noticing a consistency where he says one thing, but he means something completely different.
He's trying to exaggerate.
Then he just like, yeah, he just backtracks on it.
Yeah, and then he realizes, wait, no, I don't really mean that.
What's the
But then he
word?
leaves it in.
It's
I mean, it seems like
super-
he's kind of switching between this game sucks, I hate it, blah, 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 and then he just like switches into like completely rational discussion about I like this aspect of the game. I think this part was missing, and then he switches back into his 100% shit mode. And
Again,
it's like,
this is
I'm
just-
getting whiplash, you know.
This
all
is every
hyperbole.
Ratchet fan that's mad about this game is that they go from one to the other because they have a rational thought that I agree with and is very founded in the series reality. And then they just decide, but Ratchet's too nice, and they just get emotional about it, and it's like, dude.
The thing is that he seems like he really just, I don't know. So here's my hot take for YouTube, by the way, is that YouTube does not in any way reward nuance, right?
Oh God, no.
It just doesn't. You have to be hyperbolic in your thumbnails, in your titles, and even to an extent in the actual script and content, though much less so. You do still need to, if you say it's 10 or 1, you will generally connect better than if you say it's a 7, right?
And yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, like, and yeah, that's a hot take. So
see, the content itself had nuance, but he had to give it to you with that's a hot take.
Really like kept that as a thought. Like, do you think that he just made this? And
no.
then
I don't.
realized that-
I think that there's a perhaps with him being on YouTube and having been on YouTube producing YouTube and
Game
being
starts. Welcome to
why would you do
Sorry,
it? Why would you do it?
I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Don't worry.
All right.
God.
It's
I hit the wrong button.
6:58, by the way. I was staring at it, I think.
Okay.
Oh wait, did you see that?
No, maybe it was 5:58.
Oh
No, it
my
was
God.
6:58.
I'm kidding. I everything
It's
I
all
said about this guy, I take it back. Greatest YouTuber.
So
I strive to be him.
yeah. So yeah, like I feel like, and I know that if you're not willing to be hyperbolic, you're going to see less views. So there is potentially the fact that perhaps, and you'll notice I'm adding a lot of caveats to this because I don't know this guy, right? Maybe he just kind of absorbed through osmosis that need for hyperbole, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense why he would be doing this, like, oh, I can't, not necessarily thinking about it super at the forefront, but having internalized it to the point that you can't make a nuanced position. You can't say, look, here's my thought about Ratchet and Clank. I'm not super happy with the way that they did the story because I know why they did the story. He couldn't be a dick anymore, and he was a dick, and he can't be a dick anymore, but I think they took it too far, and now he's kind of soulless and doesn't really have a character. And I didn't like that they, tied it in with the movie so tightly, but they didn't manage to actually tie it in very well. And I get why they did that, but I felt it was really jarring. But the gameplay's pretty good. Nobody's going to watch that video. We wouldn't be watching it right now.
Yeah.
Like, it's
No, I mean,
just not going to happen.
I made that video and it didn't get views.
Yeah.
I made that exact video, like 1-to-1. It's, yeah. I mean, there have been countless times that I've gotten comments that are trying to think that I made a hot take, or like on the Dragoon video. I get so many comments where I'm like going through, because I'm going through piece by piece and saying, like, as we go through the journey, these are some things that I want to talk about. These are things I didn't like, whatever. And people just get really upset that I'm in their eyes just whining about the game when I'm like, hey, the graphics and the translation are kind of bad. It's really funny. I like it a lot. Like, because that they think it's got to be all or nothing. Like, they think that I would spend hundreds of hours of my life making a video as a love letter to a game that I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
I don't spend my time on things that I don't value. Like, it's not worth it.
Mm.
But everyone on YouTube just thinks that's everyone who watches YouTube thinks that's how it's got to be, because you got to throw out a take or else fucking
you're
not doing it.
But they're also, to an extent, kind of right. If you're not willing to, or if you don't make a take, you're going to make a video that gets no views.
Yeah, I mean that's why my fucking next title is full clickbait.
Yeah, full clickbait. Go full clickbait. Always go
because
full
I'm
clickbait.
because I'm right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ooh.
I mean, my video, I'll give you guys a little preview here. I'm going to pull up my script just real quick, and I'll read you the beginning line of my script for tomorrow's video. I sent it to Bolt, and he was like, I love it. So the very first line of my video tomorrow is this. Everyone knows Valorant kind of sucks, but why can't it compete, and what did it do wrong? Brooking absolutely zero room for negotiation, discussion. No, it is bad. You have to, you got to start there.
You already agree with me.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's in my example, a running joke in the video is that this video is titled Ratchet and Clank: The Ultimate Retrospective, because it's going to be. You might not agree with my opinion, but you're not going to fucking doubt that I did the research that no one else is willing to do.
And then,
sorry to interrupt. I've noticed, and this is nothing against you, Bolt. I noticed with titles that say retrospective instead of review, or I understand if you're going for retrospective instead of review, but I noticed that those get a lot less CPM because people
get a lot less what? I'm sorry.
CPM.
Well, they get a lot more. They get a lot less user intake. They get a lot less views than they really should, because when they see the word retrospective, they kind of think it's going to be a lot more open ended. And if that's what you're going for, then that's fine. It's just personally, a retrospective versus a review. I think a review is more nailed down, solid points, and I think of a retrospective as more open ended and more open for discussion. And again, both are fine, but again, it's hard to I think it comes. Sorry, go ahead.
I want to throw out there my CPM for my retrospective on Legend of Dragoon is $13.
Which is fantastic.
No, it's just something.
I understand your take because it's a take that I had in the past, and then I realized that was dumb because you don't watch a 90-minute review of a game.
No.
You especially of an old game. You don't search old game review.
Now, I think if we're going to start with, if you are as a channel, right, you're going to sit down and you're going to make a video that's an hour long. If you put review in there, you're going to get people who are looking to buy a game, right? That's not who this is towards.
It's actually a good point.
And even then,
I didn't really think about that.
With reviews, it's people that generally are not looking to buy a game. They're looking for affirmation that the game they're going to buy already is good.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're here's a 90-minute long, I'm not clicking that. I don't have time for that shit. I just want to know if this game is good or not. And that's it. That's what a review is.
Yeah, there are channels like King K who fucking thrive on once or twice a month, hour-long, exhaustive fucking retrospectives on old games because they're old retrospectives. They're memories. You're taking people through memories. I would call this the ultimate retrospective and analysis if then people wouldn't immediately compare it to the Gaming Brit video where he called it the ultimate analysis of Ratchet PS4, which is why that video has 2 million views, because he had the balls to say it was the ultimate analysis.
Yes. And so those are the 3 prongs of non-review critique, right? Which is critique, which is I'm generally going to be negative towards this product. Retrospective, which means I'm generally going to be nostalgic toward this product. And then you've got analysis, which is generally going to be kind of
I'm going into detail.
Yeah, kind of in between.
That's just kind of the filler word.
Yeah. But retrospective generally means you're going to be doing positive review. Critique is negative review, and analysis is kind of in the middle. So yeah, that's how you posit it towards your audience. If he puts review, he's going to get an audience that's looking for a review, and it's not a review.
Yeah, especially when I spend 10 minutes going into the developer history and the game's history that no one ever thinks about.
Super don't give a shit about that.
That's actually something I really didn't think about. So I really do appreciate the insight on that.
Yeah, like Em and I had this conversation 3 years ago.
So in retrospective, there's more value in a retrospective
than a review for certain audiences. Yes.
Captain Nice.
I'm sorry, one last thing, and I'm sorry that I have to say this, but I actually have to head out.
That's fine, Dan. Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me. And
would
if you ever need
would you like to tell the people where they can find you?
Yes,
you can. Yeah, you can find me. I mostly post videos on YouTube. My channel name is The Dan the Man Show.
The Man Show on YouTube.
Yes, but it's separate words.
Not one word, but multiple
one word,
words. And you can go subscribe to him on YouTube, right?
And then
there.
I think the best place to find me for updates on regards to projects I'm working on is Twitter, which is at Dan Man Show, or just look up the Dan the Man Show on Twitter and you'll find me. I literally basically never changed my username, so it can't be hard to find. That's basically all the social media I have to yeah, that's basically it. So again, thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you.
Very enjoyable. I had a very fun time. And again, if you ever want to have me on again, I'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
All
it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
All right, thank you all, and have a great night.
Yeah, have a good night, Dan.
Right,
Good night.
bye.
Now let's catch back
Let
up to where
Captain
the hell-
Quark die, even though the old Ratchet would. It's just, this is fucking stupid, and I hate it. And like, this story is so bad. I beat the fucking game, and I go, you know what? This makes me hate video games. Well, okay, it doesn't make me hate video games. The thought that was running through my
right
head
around
is,
here.
do I even like video games anymore? And then I thought back to the last game I finished, which was Digimon Cyber Sleuth, and I thought, no, I enjoyed the story in that. I enjoyed the gameplay. I love it. I still love games. I'm in this, but when
Okay. So this is the hyperbole where he's saying, oh, do I love video games at all? Have I ever, could I possibly ever love a game again? Followed by, I did love Digimon though.
Yeah, I was just gonna let it play. I was gonna let that one slide.
No, you can't let that slide. That's unacceptable.
Hey, no disrespect to Digimon.
All disrespect.
That
Zero.
game fucked my wife. How could I ever love again? Oh,
Yes.
hey,
Yes.
you're pretty cute.
Yes.
And a series you cherish as a child has a story so bad it makes you question if you still have passion for the thing you love. That's terrible. The writing in this is fucking shit.
I'd like to mention that we are 7 minutes into this video and he has not yet given a single example nor even hinted at how the writing is shit.
I'm gonna take the dub on that poll, by the way. Just
Yeah,
I'm
I'm thinking it's probably, here's the thing, only four people. 4 people voted for 10 points each, and each one of those people is going to walk away with like 2,000 points. Because everybody else voted no, and like the average vote over there is 3,000. So
I don't know why you guys doubt me. Like, it's fucking clockwork with this series.
I'm hoping that he starts saying
Like
something.
I kind of felt like we were being set up for that one. Like I hadn't seen the video, so I assumed like you had seen it and you knew what it was, and you were like,
No,
yeah.
I wouldn't do that. Are you kidding? I try to keep my reactions fresh. I watched about a minute of this, right? And I went, wow, that's really bad. And I looked around and I said, ooh, yeah, a lot of people agree this is a bad video. That's how I operate. I don't know what you're talking. Do you think
Fucking absolute crap. Do not get this game for the story. I don't even want to see the movie anymore. I think the movie's going to be cookie cutter and shit.
Once again, he hasn't seen the movie. Now he's confirmed it. He definitely hasn't seen the movie.
It came out the same day as the movie. There was no fucking way.
Yeah, so he just timed this.
Yeah.
To be released on the day the movie came out, just so he could shit on it and hopefully get some views. The question to the poll was, will the argument about this, will this video argument primarily be complaining about Ratchet's character not being, what was the word?
So the initial thing that you had written was mean. The grander point.
It was we agreed on something else while it was
the grander point was that it's going to be complaining about the characters being bland.
Yeah,
or something to that.
Yeah, generally not being. He was no longer an asshole, so therefore it sucks.
Yeah,
yes, and so far that's all he's complained about.
Shit. I saw a review for it today that kind of felt the same way I did, except it was less harsh and scathing. You're going to see the
It might be mine.
See the thumbnail for this is Ratchet holding a fucking gun to his head. That's how I felt after I beat this game. My heart was just breaking, and I'm like, do I even like video games anymore? Because Ratchet and Clank is like Sonic or Jak and Daxter on Mario, where it's about as video gamey as you can get. You jump on platforms, you get big weapons, and money is something stupid like nuts and bolts or rings. And it's just...
What does this have to do with wanting to shoot yourself?
I can't say.
Look, Ratchet, this game is so bad it made me want to shoot myself. Because, you know, it's the most video game. It's like Sonic, you collect bolts for money.
I think he's going to get to the point, which is that Ratchet has a grander story, and that's the characters are what make it, or some shit.
I feel about this, they tried to movie this game up too much, and you know, I get it's an adaptation of a movie, but this is...
He keeps doing
that. If you get that it's an adaptation of a movie, then why are you still being so harsh about
this man's a writer.
He keeps doing, right? He's a writer, ladies and gentlemen. He's a writer adaptation.
I get it. There are words that I don't necessarily know. I understand that. But I don't advertise myself as a writer on my channel's about pitch.
No, you know what? Next time you do a video, right? In your next script, you need to be like, I'm a writer, so.
No, even better. I'll just pronounce one word wrong and see how many people point it out.
Yeah.
That
Shit, I'm going to do that too. I'm going to find a word and I'm just going to pronounce it horribly wrong.
This game is pedantic.
Oh,
yes,
that one hurt.
You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'll do the same word. I will do pedantic.
We'll just change the pronunciation of pedantic forever. Like that'll be the thing.
I feel like the people who don't like this are just being pedantic. All right, I got to figure out how I can put that into my video.
Like, that is so perfectly weaponized. It's just a trap waiting to be walked into.
Yes. And then I'll point them to the archive of this video and be like, here, somewhere in this 6-hour video, I explain it.
Find the needle.
Oh, fuck, that's good. That's really funny.
This is bad, fucking bad. If you want to score now and you want to tune out, the gameplay's like a solid 8. It's fun. Go get it for the game.
100% shit.
8 out of 10. Awesome gameplay. 100% shit.
Gameplay and skip all the fucking cutscenes. If you want it for a story, 1 out of 10. It's fucking shit.
He still hasn't said a single word about what the story is.
He hasn't said a thing about the story at all. He hasn't said a thing about the writing at all. All he said is, oh, and Ratchet's nice now, and that's fucking terrible.
The characters have no time to develop. There is no chemistry between any of the actors. All the story is disconnected and all over the place. And Ratchet and Clank have no fucking reason to be working together as a team. In the original one, Ratchet...
I mean, okay, I'm gonna let it go.
Ratchet wanted to get off his planet and explore the galaxy, and Clank was his ticket to do that, so that's why they had to stick together. And Clank wanted to use Ratchet to save the world and get things done because, you know, Clank's not great at fighting. And in this one, they're just best friends.
Oh, look at that. Just look at that. He left this in his video. Gross. He was like,
what even is that?
This was a cut. He hard cut to this.
Yes, he hard cut to this. Oh my goodness. This is just sloppy, dude.
Because
this
fucking
looks
reasons.
Like my old videos from 2009.
No, hopefully not like that. Like maybe if you're live streaming.
It had a bit of that. It had a bit of that.
This is unregistered hypercam, but for PS4.
If they're aiming that at kids, this is fucking stupid because kids are not dumb. Kids need to learn that people in life
kids are dumb.
Yeah, kids are dumb. Kids are absolutely dumb. That's the point.
Kids were dumb enough to think that Ratchet was a developed character in the first game, and hold on to that grudge for the next 19 years.
Kids have always been dumb. Like, this is the point. This is what you say. You go, oh yeah, well, they're kids. Kids are dumb.
And sometimes if you stick it out, you might find something in that person worth sticking around for, which is, which can apply to marriage, friendships, relationships, things like that. You could.
What is he saying? I don't know if I'm missing something. I'm gonna watch this again because I don't know what.
Yeah, if your wife is an asshole, it might be worth sticking out
Not
for.
dumb. Kids need to learn that people in life won't always get along, and sometimes if you stick it out, you might find something in that person worth sticking around for, which is, which can apply to marriage, friendships, relationships, things like.
You should stay in an abusive relationship because you might find something worth sticking around for eventually. And
Kids are not dumb. Ratchet verbally abused this child for 6 hours straight, and then left. And then the kid saved his life. And then he was like, "See ya, fucking loser. Bye. Haha, just a prank, bro."
And you should, as a child, learn this because it's important that you set your expectations low.
That's like some fucking Ren and Stimpy teaching children how to be kids. Like, that's fucking awful.
I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you said that. Wow. I can't believe you said that. That's insane. That is actually insane. Oh my god.
That you could be teaching kids, but no, in this, Ratchet and Clank's just teaching them, as soon as you meet someone, you'll be best friends forever. And let me tell you,
that's how children work.
People you just meet and instantly get along with, they fucking hardly stay your friends for your entire life. A lot of them are two-faced, and it's just, this game.
Who hurt you?
Hurt you?
Who hurt you? Holy shit! Whoa! Holy shit!
It's Ren and Stimpy. It all comes back to Ren and Stimpy.
I can't believe that. This has taken a turn.
I just want to know who hurt this man.
It took a
Who hurt
turn
this
all of
poor
a sudden.
boy?
Whoa, man. Like, you know what? Here's the thing. I'm not a big fan of Ratchet and Clank. Also, everybody will leave you.
I'm gonna write that into my fucking Ratchet PS4 video.
Everyone.
If you don't actively hate someone the first time you meet them, then you'll stop being friends very quickly.
If you meet someone and you like them immediately, they will betray you.
I just
this
really
is
want
bad.
to know. This okay, you can tell this just opens up a door into this poor boy's psyche.
The more this video goes on, the more I think that my joke was fucking right about emotionally stunted egocentrists.
Oh my god,
let me tell you, kids, you don't know shit. If you become friends with somebody immediately as a child, they're never gonna stay your friends.
They're gonna leave
That's
you.
not how
They're
kids
gonna
work.
betray you. They're two-faced.
They're gonna be like dad.
No. Oh no.
You're gonna. All I'm saying is that everybody you know is gonna be against you, and they're gonna look at you and they're gonna say, "Son, hold on, I'm gonna read you a quote. Hold on, I'm gonna read you another quote
feels
from."
Like halfway through this video, it turned from a rant/review about the Ratchet and Clank remake to therapy.
Yeah,
right?
This is a line that I wrote into the Ratchet and Clank script, which is, "As my dad told me before he found a new family, you can love something and still want it to be better." But the thing is, I just fucking drop that in there and keep going. I don't fucking spend 6 minutes crying about my fucking dad or whatever the fuck this is. Maybe I should. That's more watch time. I don't know.
Oh my god. I can't believe this. This has gotten really good all of a sudden. Like, right here at the end, this is fantastic.
It was fucking terrible. I mean, I'm glad I only paid $3 for it because I traded in a bunch of shit I didn't.
Oh, wow. All right. So, okay.
Want for it, like it was only like free PS3 games and some old Ratchet game I didn't want to finish. But, jeez, while I enjoyed the.
I love the old Ratchet games, but there's one I didn't want before this one, and I used that one to get cheap discount on this one.
Dude, this guy is all over the fucking place. Holy shit.
It's definitely a rant.
I do have to admit there's no like feeling more angering than back in the day when you traded in a game at GameStop and then the one you got is like worse than the one you traded in. And you're just like, no, I could have kept Spider-Man.
Nami Nom Nom is getting something cheaper on the bingo card, making note that you got it cheaper, because that has shown up in a couple of videos now, Mr. Ryden.
Oh wow, bingo card. Do we actually get a chance to use the bingo? I didn't think it was going to get pulled out.
No, but we have something to add to it for sure.
All right, yeah.
Which is I got it cheaper, because you remember the other guy, the guy who what was it he was talking about? He was like, don't get digital games because I bought the Division digital and it was $40 and I could have gotten it for, you remember that guy?
Oh yeah. The guy,
he talked about how he got it cheaper because you could trade in your games.
Yeah.
So yeah, there we go. We actually added to the bingo card. By the way, Bolt, we're making a bingo card.
Hell yeah.
All right, so
I just love the idea of
wait, you can actually show them the bingo card now. This is amazing.
All right, is it up?
Wow. Yeah, it's up.
I love the idea of somebody in the middle of a complaint saying, "Yeah, did you guys know that digital games are bad?" Like as if it's new, as if it's news.
Yes, and the reason why digital games are bad is because he can get them cheaper at GameStop. So if you look at the stream, here's our current bingo so far.
So for this stream, I see I got it cheaper in I 2. We've got One Day You Will Die definitely in B5. Video games are always bad, definitely on there. Alcohol, maybe. I mean, we're kind of getting close to alcohol with this one, so we're almost getting a diagonal here.
I feel kind of.
You become a socio awkward weirdo.
That's. I mean, yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
What's the theme?
Did we get this one?
Card?
One Day You Will Die. I mean, it's more like One Day Your Friends Will Abandon You. It's not. It's the same sort of nihilistic.
Yeah.
I'll
let that one.
And then I got it cheaper. Dopamine is bad. Almost always shows up, but so far there you go. And since we don't have anything there, I don't know that we're quite right. But if we can get another one of these on here, I would call that like a board bingo. You got a board bingo by having four of them on there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, you get the free space, so the fifth one.
Well, that's what I was saying. If we can get a fourth one, then it's a board bingo. I mean,
what's the theme for this bingo card?
These are just things we've seen repeatedly in the videos. Yeah. So these are things that we've seen mostly in like video games are bad videos. Which next week I'm thinking okay. So next week we are going to have Kat Niago back, and she has requested that we do feminist frequency. And I was super hesitant immediately when she said that, but she has sent me a couple that she thinks are good to talk about. But that's gonna be. I need to like find some people who are liberally diverse to come on for that. I think. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Well, that'll be a fun one.
So, by the way, surprise, Ryden. Yeah, she wants to do that. So we'll see which one. I'm gonna send them to you afterwards. Oh man.
Okay. But am I safe to pull down this bingo card, or is it still?
Oh yeah. Let me go ahead and there you go.
Okay.
Gameplay, the story in this is fucking crap. So I'm gonna go into a side rant here. So this is more of
a side rant.
This was the main topic.
All right, let's hear your side rant, little man.
You've got your review, so fucking. Anyway, on to the thing. So my problem is these days.
Wow,
games...
wait, did you hear that transition?
He jump cut the music, but not the
like. Honestly, as like that the inner Watch Mojo in me was proud of that one. I have to say.
But when you do an audio transition, you fucking smash cut the game. You always. You don't just fucking. Hold on. Hold on. You don't just fucking.
This is more of a Ratchet and Clank rant
heavy,
more
like,
than a review.
Rock.
But you've got your review, so fucking. Anyway.
Wait.
So
that was the review.
He's saying that was the review.
So this is the rant. No jump cut. No jump cut.
My problem is these days games are trying so hard to be Hollywood, and now that a game is finally getting a movie, I'm kind of at the point where I'm like,
It's the first one, finally.
No
finally.
video game has ever gotten.
Finally, a
Persona
video game.
5 is the first video game.
Finally.
like, you know, I don't fucking care anymore. You know, if they announced a Metal
Obviously.
Gear Solid movie, I don't fucking give a shit. The games will always be a million times better. The Ratchet and Clank series of video games shit all over whatever the fucking movie could produce, and I think that's the thing.
I'd like to remind you, he has not seen.
He still has not seen the movie.
He has not
Here's why
seen the
the
movie.
movie
To be fair, he
It's
has
gonna
seen some
be shit.
cutscenes. At
He-
least.
He has seen some cutscenes. Yes. Excellent.
I think it's like 6 minutes of cutscene across the entire fucking game.
He's seen the movie then.
Like,
There you go.
I believe that he has put himself in a position where he will dislike the movie no matter what.
Oh, of
Oh,
course.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I like
Video games are so
I'm sorry. I like the game. And even then, I'm like, I'm never going to watch that movie again, except for content. Like, I'm never going to fucking, like, I watched it. I liked it. I liked it because I was a fan and there was dumb fan service in there. It was not a good movie. It was not
No,
a bad movie.
Yeah, it's super average, and it's absolutely fan
the
service.
Most milquetoast fucking fan service movie you'll ever fucking see. But hey, that's what I wanted. I would have liked the movie to have done fucking gangbusters and brought in a bunch of new fans because the current fan base is garbage. But you know, take what you can get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, super okay with that. I didn't expect more. I
Ratchet
watched it
fan
on like
movie-
Netflix or something for free. You know what I mean? Like,
Every fan,
Oh,
every Ratchet
someone
fan
got
movie
it
will leave
cheaper.
you.
yeah, I got it cheaper.
Bingo.
Bingo.
special is because they're video games, and then when video games do translate into movies like Resident Evil or Wreck-It Ralph, they've
But you just said
Whoa, whoa.
Was Wreck-It Ralph an actual video game?
No.
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 It was a movie
I know what I
about
know.
video games.
I know the intent that he's going for. That is dumb.
It is really dumb. Also, he literally just moments before this said that Ratchet and Clank is the first time it ever happened.
He also said that video games are cool because they're video games.
Yes, and not because they're movies. They could never, like, a video game isn't a movie, and that's why movies aren't cool.
I keep pressing X and the game just stops. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, this is the guy who would eventually go on to be known as Kojima.
Did you
No. You got it wrong.
Did you see the
Not
tweet?
Kojima. David Cage.
Oh.
Yeah, no, David Cage. Did you see the Kojima tweet from years ago? I just saw it recently that he was like, I met Troy Baker today. He sold me weed.
No,
you can't get weed in Japan. It's really hard to get. And I immediately understood why he was in Death Stranding.
That's funny. That's really funny.
I like the idea of selling Kojima weed. Like,
right?
Like, just, hey, you want some weed? Just give it to him.
No. Okay, you got $20.
He weighs it out in front of him.
Hey,
I'm not
hey,
giving you. You're not getting too much. For
Hideo, hold on. Big fan. I got a dime bag here.
Well, if I ever meet Kojima, I'm gonna offer him marijuana. I'll have to like.
That's how you get into his games,
right? I'll have to get some marijuana before I go.
So
Be good.
Not to go on a side tangent, but I did a little bit of digging on this guy. He, the dude that's made this video. Oh boy, he's got a. The fact that he says he's a writer, he's not lying. He has a comic.
Oh, he's a comic writer.
Good
like,
for
is
him.
it a
artist.
real comic?
Yes.
Like
You
an
can buy
actual.
issues-
Wow.
You can buy issues of it on his website.
Send it to
We'll link it
Ryden,
in the
and
Discord.
he can pull it up, and we can take a look at it.
Okay.
He has. He has a real All right, we'll pull that up in a second.
You know, things must in translation, I get that, but with video games being a deeply interactive medium, they can put you on a level with the protagonist or the person you're controlling on screen that movies just can't. Like, I connected with Harry deeper when I was playing the video games as opposed to watching the movies, but they're still great
Didn't read the book. Writer.
movies, don't get me wrong. And
The thing is, this is a dumb argument because, of course, video games are more immersive than movies. This is stupid.
This is just like somebody who doesn't seem to understand agency.
Right? Like, that's absolutely what it is. Of course. And that's all I can say to him so far is, of course.
I guess what it comes down to is not every good video game story needs to be a movie. BioShock's a fucking great game, and, I don't think the story of Jack and, being led around Rapture in that immersive environment could effectively be told on screen within a 3-hour time frame. I mean, you could try, but it would be hackney and nowhere near as good as the game. And
the main thing about he doesn't understand. He seems to understand agency, but not maybe by name, because the only thing that made BioShock memorable is the fact that it played with the concept of agency as a narrative mechanic for pretty much the first time in a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, because it sure as fuck wasn't the gameplay. Sorry. Like,
yeah, it's pretty.
They had to.
It's not bad.
No, it's not. It's not bad. But they had to 3 weeks before release put in the arrow to tell you where to go because the game was so poorly designed as levels.
Yeah, I mean, oh god, the levels are they're pretty terrible.
Like no one knew what they were doing. As far as like players, not the developers. I mean, players had no idea what they were doing in focus tests, so they just gave you the crazy taxi arrow and hoped.
And when you think about it, right? Like, I think that BioShock is a very competent shooter. I think that it was incredibly good, successful at combining firearms and magic in a way that we hadn't really seen in a first-person shooter. And I think that it played with the sense of agency and story, and that's why we love it so much today. It's not because it did, boss fights in some incredible way, because they suck. The boss fights are garbage. It's not even that they did combat in any exciting way, because it's just Deus Ex again. And it's Deus Ex without any of the Deus Ex-y part, like it doesn't have any of that. It's hard to look at BioShock and say that the reason we love it is anything other than those three things,
Yeah, no, 100%.
And then for him to pull it up and say, "Oh, but that's why we couldn't have a movie." No, that's not why we couldn't have a movie. It's because if you did a movie of BioShock, you'd have to do it from the point of view of Andrew Ryan. Or
and that's just Wolf of Wall Street.
I mean, maybe you could do it from like some side character, but then you're creating an audience stand-in like his fucking Cats. I don't.
There's no way to tell BioShock in movie form.
I can't see it.
You could tell a separate story in the BioShock universe, but then that's just BioShock Infinite.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell the story of BioShock, right? But you wouldn't be telling it from the point of view of Jack. You couldn't do that. You just couldn't do it. You could tell it from somebody else who's like around as it falls. You could tell the fall of Rapture.
Yeah. Like this is just such a weird argument to make, especially using BioShock. Because it's like, yeah, of course, not all games can be movies, because some games were designed as screenplays for games.
Mm-hmm.
God of War was designed as a screenplay for PS4. God of War was designed as a screenplay for that game.
Mm-hmm.
The Last of Us was designed as a movie screenplay. That's why The Last of Us is going to get an HBO show, because it was a screenplay that was turned into a game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was an idea that Neil Druckmann had that they converted into a game, because he wanted to play with the idea of introducing games that have actual human characters, which was really rare. And that's why everyone likes The Last of Us, because it's, again, sure as shit not the gameplay.
Yes.
Sure as shit not the road knockoff story. It's the characters.
Yeah.
It's just, man. Mass Effect couldn't be a movie because you can't choose which scenes you want to have sex with.
It's a stupid argument. It's really dumb.
Make it like a Bandersnatch style.
You could do that, but then at that point, why not just go play the game? Like,
yeah, it's just
no. It's an interactive Netflix show. Get off your high horse.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, obviously big companies are going to try and make movies out of things, and you know what? I wanted this to be good because it's a kids movie. It doesn't really have.
You haven't seen it. You have not seen it. You have said 3 times you haven't seen it. You haven't seen it.
I just love that he did the thing. He said, it's a kid's movie. And after moments, less than a few minutes after saying, kids, everyone you love will leave you. because
friendship's not real and nobody
friendship
will
is
love
an
you.
illusion.
Like, if you want to know what real writing looks like, I'm ready whenever.
Oh, you got it? Okay, so here is this guy's actual comic. Let's see. It's an actual comic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it. There we go. There you go.
This is his thing.
He's the writer, not the artist, apparently.
I skimmed through it. The first couple pages were not going to get banned, at least. Okay. I don't know how confident I am.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with you not going any further. I don't okay. Like, I'm not showing porn on. If you want to find
No, there's not, but I wanted to get to at least some of this dialogue.
Okay, let's see some of the dialogue from this writer.
All right. I thought you may be thirsty, my mistress, so I've prepared some refreshments in hopes it may enrich your listening to the city's suffering in silence.
That is pretty...
She takes it, and then she drinks it. Fine and fresh. Tell me, Axis, dear, did this one scream and suffer? But of course, one who fails your will. Mistress is hardly deserving of the blood running through their veins. I thought his blood could be better spent sating your ladyship's insatiable bloodlust.
Okay, we don't need to go any further.
That's good writing, bad writing.
Trash.
Right
in the middle.
You are my
where are we?
That's trash.
This sounds like something a 13-year-old who just found out who My Chemical Romance is would write.
It's bad.
Like,
it's
actually funny.
He's a writer.
The lead singer of My Chemical Romance wrote the Umbrella Academy, or the Umbrella Academy.
Yes.
The thing to me with that is, I give him credit because he produced a thing.
He did. You know what?
But that doesn't give him. But that doesn't give him authority to say.
He did produce a thing.
Like that takes.
I'm very uncomfortable. I'm gonna. There's no page. I'm not gonna be uncomfortable. I'm just gonna.
It takes.
I've already taken it down.
Effort.
Yeah. Okay. Thank God. It's closed then. Yeah. That ordeal is over. Thank you.
Effort and to some level guts to produce a thing and release it publicly.
Of course.
And I give him credit for doing that. And in the same breath, I need to make it clear that just because you've written one thing, you are not a writer.
Yeah.
I do journalisty things for my channel when I interview developers or do extra research into long lost developer interviews or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I am not a journalist.
I think I'm okay with him going by writer if he actually wrote
he can go by you can go by writer if you've produced and written a thing.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But then you don't use that as backing for your argument.
There's no clout there.
it's not an authority to anything.
That's
why I give him credit, but you can't be an authority on that.
It would be different if we found out that this guy has an IMDb page with 13 movies or something. But
yeah, like I've written a screenplay. I'm not going to say I'm a writer for it because I haven't published it. Like I'm not going to use that in an argument. I've written a thing. Cool. That's it. I let my arguments make themselves. I don't need to have the extra. Well, I'm a writer.
Yeah, what do they call it?
This is why the writing
appeal to authority.
Yeah.
Have a complex story, but they've just butchered the characters. It's got poor writing, and it's not fun. I don't want to fucking.
Once again, you haven't seen it.
Go see the movie at all. So back to the whole movies being video games thing. So Metal Gear Solid has a great game. It's a great game with a really deep and atmospheric story, and that.
What's up, DJ?
No. I thought he was gonna rag on Metal Gear for a bit.
No, maybe.
Just like BioShock could not be conveyed on screen within a.
The irony, of course, being that it's about to be portrayed on screen, right? Like, it is. They just hired Poe from Poe Dameron, the guy who plays him. Can't remember his name.
Oh my God, that's right, they did.
Yeah, they just hired Poe Dameron to play as
Oscar Isaac.
Oscar Isaac?
Yeah, there you go. Oscar Isaac. He's going to be playing as
and he's a huge Metal Gear fan, so like he's got the research down.
Yeah, and he's coming right off of Dune to do that. So, like, yeah, they're going to be doing that, buddy. You didn't call that one. Sorry.
2.5 hour time frame because there's just too much information and like world building that you couldn't get out of one film. And I mean, you could get around it by making a trilogy, but it just...
Okay, so just a random aside here. I don't know why everybody expects that video games need to be origin stories. I don't understand that. I feel that with a lot of cases, you can just start your story and make expectations that people will assume this is part of the world. You know, you look at like The Expanse, okay? This show, if you start it today, and I absolutely recommend it if you haven't, I think it is one of the best TV shows that exists. I think it's fantastic.
I'll second that.
It's so good. But if you start it and you've never read anything and you don't know anything about it, it gives you absolutely nothing to do that. It just starts its story in its universe. And you're along for the ride or you're not. And that's it. You will put things together through deductive reasoning and, you know, through things that are shown later on. But it does not give you this origin story for world building. It just is in the world. And by doing that, the world they've built is incredibly detailed and fantastic.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, if they were going to sit there and like do an hour-long video, this is the world, and it wouldn't be as good.
Yeah, I was going to jump exactly off that and say there's a whole thing about how the John Wick's writer wrote that as a sequel to a movie that does not exist.
Yeah,
like as an attempt to like, you don't need to explain that this coin that he's giving is the coin that allows him to be the assassin again, or whatever. I don't remember what happens with the coin, but like they specifically highlight the coin. Like this was a thing. I was in a screenwriting class a little while back, like a month ago, just because I wanted to see how professional screenwriters are supposed to do it, because that'd be fun. And they had an actual the writer for the upcoming Texas Chainsaw Massacre reboot. He came on because he knows the professor, and he came on and said exactly that about John Wick. How if you want to write world building in, just have it already be a world.
Yep. Have them live in the world.
Tolkien made a fucking book specifically to justify making a fake language up. It wasn't the other way around. He wanted a fake language and wrote lore to fit the language.
Yeah.
He didn't write he didn't write Klingon in as like he didn't do Klingon where it's like they needed an extra language and they made it. It was the other way around.
Yeah. Yes. So
yeah, well, I think it just runs into the trap. I don't know if you can say that it's because of that thing. I think it's just all the failings of amateur writers come together, in which if I write a really cool thing in world building and I'm an amateur writer, I'm not going to be able to let go of that cool thing, but I might not be able to figure out how to introduce it naturally, so that comes across as forced, right? Whereas a better writer might either introduce it properly or not introduce it at all and keep it as that mysterious element of the world that has an explanation in world, but you're not explicitly told.
Yeah, I mean it's both show don't tell, but also a good world builder doesn't need to. That's it.
Pretty much.
It wouldn't work, and I think that's the thing. So for so long we've been trying to make video games this thing where, we can just make them into a movie for our parents to enjoy with us, but that's the thing. If people don't want to play the game, fuck them. They'll never get to experience the joy.
Yeah, fuck you.
Of, the deep underwater city of Rapture, the struggles of Snake, the quest of Master Chief, whatever protagonist.
Halo TV show coming out 2022.
This is such a weird, elitist, point of view too. Is he the same way about books? Should books never be turned into shows? If you don't watch the book, then you're just missing out. You don't get to watch. You don't get to watch Harry Potter get those British actors out of my face. I'm imagining them as
this feels
whatever. I don't know.
This feels like every argument I've heard from a late teens, early 20s. Angry internet raised male who just thinks that video games can't be movies because video games are too long, and that fundamentally having that longer length means that the worlds are built better, and not that size doesn't matter. You could tell a lot of video games in 2.5-hour runtime movies, and they would be fine. The problem is that the movie writers and the people that take over from the original script, what's it called? I forget the word. Proof of concepts. That's not the word I'm looking for, but there's another word for it.
Pilot?
No, not pilot. It's treatment. The people that hand out the original treatment and pass it along before it's rewritten by the movie's director or one like a separate writer or
an editor.
No. There's in the case of the Ratchet and Clank movie and in many movies, there is one person who wrote the original treatment of that film, the original script, that is taken and either adjusted or tweaked or completely redone in the case of the Ratchet and Clank movie and many video game movies. Because the people that are involved in production, either the producers or maybe the directors or maybe the actual, like the second writer that is then credited as a writer, even though they just rewrote what was already there. Any of those people may not be a fan of the property, and they don't necessarily need to be versed in the property, for one. But the fact is that it's not a failing of crossing over between mediums. It's a failing of the people that are entrenched in the Hollywood system get that nod before people that may be more versed in the product.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
I think that's my biggest issue with Hollywood movies, I would say. Sorry, did I cut you off? If you want to finish, you can go ahead.
No. I mean, there was another point I was going to make that was on the same vein, which was just I kind of lost it now. No big deal. It wasn't important. It was that we're getting into this era now where the people involved in Hollywood are fucking nerds. Comic movies are the number one movie every year.
Yeah,
and
even this year or last year, it was Sonic.
We're getting Sonic might win an Oscar.
Well,
doesn't matter. Sonic might win an Oscar.
With COVID, I think.
Sonic
like
might
the timing
win an Oscar.
But the timing, it was the
Sonic
last movie.
might win an Oscar.
But COVID hit immediately.
In the first extended Oscar season of all time.
It deserves an Oscar. Did you see?
I
don't remember any of the actors' names. Never mind.
We're getting to the era where we have tens of millions of people watching WandaVision at 3 a.m. Because they need more of that deep lore for these two C-tier characters that no one cared about 4 years ago. And it's the number one show in the television sphere right now. And it's just completely it's lore that people that nerds have absorbed, and those nerds are in charge now. That's going to happen sooner than later when it comes to transferring games to the film sphere, to the silver screen.
I mean, I would say it's already starting with things like The Witcher.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That show was fantastic.
Yeah, the Witcher. There was another one I can't remember that was pretty good.
Well,
Super
The Witcher
Mario
was
Brothers?
based on the books more so than the games, I believe.
Yeah, but okay, first of all, fuck that. No, they weren't. They said that because they had Sapkowski involved, and he hates the video games. But bullshit. Yeah. The only reason there's a Witcher TV show is because there was a fucking video game.
Okay, that is fair. That is fair.
Like, it might be based on that source, but that's a video game TV show, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like when there's inevitably a Metro.
He can suck a dick about this shit.
Yeah,
100%. That's a video game TV show. He can go ahead and just bullshit.
Yeah, it's very pedantic of that guy.
It is very.
Yes.
I know, but my problem with Hollywood has just been, I wouldn't say it's like the nerd aspect. It feels like they feel like it is like a necessity, or like they have to change it in somehow. It feels like they're never respectful to the source material.
That's just because if you don't change enough things, you don't get your name on as a credit, and that means you get less money.
There is a part of that, right? Like if you don't change something, this happens a lot with rewrites. There's they have to rewrite a percentage of the film, or else it is written by X and X. So if Bolt sent me a script and I was going to rewrite it, if I don't rewrite 40% of it, I don't get my name on it. And if I don't rewrite 61% of it, or if I do rewrite 61% of it, his name comes off of it. So that's part of how the RTNDA and how SAG, AFTRA, and all these other major unions, how they determine where things go and what credits happen on stuff. And like, for example, who gets first billing in a film is a big deal, right? Like it's a major part because it determines what percentage of that film gets given to your lifetime earnings, right? So one of the things that they do in Hollywood is they determine value of an actor based off of how much revenue that actor has driven versus how much cost they have, right? So like if I give this person $1, how much money will I get back, or an ROI? But they do it based off of the percentage of the video that they drove. So first name billing is a big deal because it means that you get more of that. For example, just a random thing out there. What the little girl from E.T., Drew Barrymore. So Drew Barrymore is the least profitable actress in the world according to this mechanic. Period. The least profitable actress in the world. If you give her $1, you'll get 60 cents every time, according to their mathematics.
Let me throw out another thing. Just for Ratchet and Clank, like just for this movie here, I'm going to read you the billing. And this is not the billing that was in the credits, but this is the poster billing. Who would you think is number one in the Ratchet and Clank movie as far as billing goes?
You would assume Ratchet.
Paul Giamatti.
Who plays
the villain.
There you go.
John Goodman.
Who plays the dad.
Who's not on the poster. Bella Thorne. Her first film credit.
Yes.
Rosario Dawson. James Arnold Taylor.
And he's the actor.
Ratchet. He's Ratchet.
He comes in 5th.
David Kay, Clank. Last, because last billing is also important, because some people, if they're not first, they want to be the final one. Sylvester Stallone.
Well, so that's the thing. Like a with or featuring or introducing, those are very specific titles that are determined by the union. So whenever you see a movie where it's like actor A, actor B, with actor C, introducing actor D, featuring actor E, that is set by the union. It's very specific. Yes.
And also for like they actually have on the credits for the I don't have the actual credits pulled up, but I have IMDb pulled up, and the order of the writers, if it's the same as what it was for Ratchet and Clank, it is written by TJ Fixman, the writer of the PS3 saga of games, wrote the original script, and Kevin Munro, the director, and Jerry Swallow. And then they also credited 3 of the Insomniac Games writers for having written the PS2 games plot. So that means by that same metric is that Kevin Munro and Jerry Swallow rewrote at least 40% of that movie from TJ Fixman, but they didn't rewrite enough to get top credit.
Yep. And it may not be 40%. I don't know off the top.
Yeah, whatever it might be. Yeah.
In Skyrim, there you're making your own story. Like, they will never know the coolness and awesomeness of Dante from the Devil May Cry series, or the sick style of Bayonetta.
Bayonetta had a movie.
Or anything like that at all. Video games and movies are definitely separate entities, and I feel movies can incorporate...
Sandwiches and hamburgers are very different entities.
It's incredibly separate. They are not the same thing at all.
In a games world, but games can't quite incorporate into movies because video games are a better medium than film. They convey stories better. They're
no.
Is that literally where he's taking it?
That's where he's taking it. That video games are just better than film at delivering story.
Why? Hear that again?
Yeah.
Video games are a better medium than film. They convey stories better.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Wow. And not at all.
That's why the highest grossing game. Oh, go ahead. You first. Go ahead.
Yeah, we play video games to play video games. We don't play video games to watch movies unless your name is David Cage.
So some of the highest grossing video games of all time. Minecraft, Grand Theft Auto Online, Tetris,
right?
Fortnite.
Oh, this guy. You know what the number one, the biggest game in history by number of players is? By number of concurrent players or monthly active users, rather.
It's got to be
Old school RuneScape?
fucking probably PUBG Mobile.
Among Us.
Really?
Among Us on, I think it was December, but it might have been November. 500 million active users.
Wow.
Like played that month.
Good grief.
500 million, making it the biggest game in terms of active users. What story exactly is there that
You play
that's
you
doing?
play a differently colored jelly bean aboard a spaceship / skyship / research base.
Yeah.
Volcanic
Yes.
research base.
I mean,
and
I
your-
suppose
your
it's
objective
literally
is to
just
not die.
Literally just the video game form of Mafia / Secret Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is, and that means that if you didn't play Mafia / Secret Hitler according to TheGoldenBolt, that's wrong. You can't do that.
Correct.
You can only absorb the original good medium,
Yes.
and outside is better than video games.
Correct.
Longer, they entertain you more, and they ask involvement from you, the player. Watching a movie is passively consuming media. Playing a video game is actively contributing and engaging that media. So
Again, Kojima.
Hold on a second. Did he just contradict himself?
He does it a lot, buddy.
I noticed, but this specifically.
Which contradiction? Because I'm starting
Video
to blank
games are
out
better
on this
than
dude.
film, and then he turns around and goes, movies are just they're just passive media. Whereas in video games, you actually engage with the media
Yes.
that is being presented.
Yes.
So it's
I think that's like consistent. He's saying like that's still saying video games are better than movies.
Yeah, it feels consistent. It's just dumb. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's consistent.
Yeah.
He's just dumb.
This is a take.
He's consistently dumb.
This is a take. Again, this goes back to the thing where it's like I've heard this sort of take so many times, and I feel like it's one that people just grow out of.
Mm-hmm.
the story of Ratchet & Clank 2016 made me hate this game so fucking much I don't even want to gush about the gameplay. The Ratchet & Clank series as a whole is...
Yeah, he did. He did for quite a while. And I'd like to remind people who've been here for the past 3 hours that he has not yet said one thing about the writing other than that it sucks. With the sole difference, or sole exception being that he has suggested that Ratchet, his characterization is nicer and therefore more bland. That is it. Nothing more. He said nothing more.
Well, no, he did bring up that one point about the discrepancy between the movie cutscenes and the video game.
But that's gameplay. That's gameplay. That's not writing necessarily. I don't.
That's story.
I'm willing to give him that one point. He made a single point. He made one point, and then he talked about how your dad will leave you. So like, I don't know.
It's amazing, it's fun, and don't let this one title based on a fucking movie throw you off. The older games in the franchise are amazing. You can pick up the old HD collection that has the first 3. You can pick up any of the ones on PS3. The Ratchet & Clank series...
The one he named on PS3 there is the one that nobody likes. The one that he just showed there, that was the one that not a single person likes, and it's probably the one he traded in.
Series is fun, but this game, it's fucking shit. The story is terrible. I could pull a better story out of my fucking ass.
Is he reusing the same lines now?
Yeah, he's just summarizing.
Yeah.
Summarizing and lying.
And lying, yeah.
In fact, I'm such a goddamn good writer, I should be writing the Sonic the fuck...
Ooh, boy.
Ooh,
I can't...
boy.
Here's the thing.
Now he welcomed it.
We looked at your writing, and it was fucking trash, bro. Like, you know, we weren't going to bring it up again, but dude, you're such a good goddamn writer. Come the fuck on.
Hold on. I'm such a goddamn good writer. I should be writing
Sonic fan fiction.
Yes.
That's holy shit.
Do you see
I'm such a good athlete. I should be playing Little League.
do you see what you miss, Bolt, when you don't go all the way to the end?
Holy fuck.
In Hedgehog games, I turn that shit around every time Sega fucks it up and go, let's make him a werewolf or let's make him too nice. I'd be like, no, fuck off. Sonic is a jerk with a good heart and let's make this game fun, let's make it lighthearted, and let's maybe make Dr. Robotnik a little bit more threatening. And yeah, we're calling.
I think he wants everybody to be an asshole. I think his idea
again, all comes circle.
Yeah.
Who hurt this poor boy?
Yes,
hurt this poor boy
Framinator.
so much.
Wow, talk about cringe. This dude's fucking cringy. Like,
Calling him fucking Robotnik again. So, usually my reviews are scripted, written. This game couldn't be fucked to write a script for its fucking story, so I couldn't be fucked to write a script for this review.
that is really bullshit. You couldn't be fucked to write a script because you can't write. This is your idea of like he spent 14 minutes bitching and moaning. And in the end, his only point, literally his only point, is, by the way, the cutscenes didn't line up with the in-game actions very well.
Pretty much.
Yep.
It's been more of a rant. I'm BitBolt, the fastest gamer alive. Man, fuck this game. Just fuck it. Don't buy it. Go buy an older Ratchet & Clank game. Go buy fucking Q-Force or Crack in Time.
Again, Q-Force is the one nobody likes.
Go buy fucking Into the Nexus. It's about as expensive as this, and it's fucking just a better experience overall. It's fucking fun, and Ratchet actually has a personality. Ratchet isn't even fucking in this game. Ratchet's soulless 3D model is fucking in this game. I hope the movie doesn't fucking tank as bad as they shoot.
Oh yeah, I forgot he was a My Little Pony guy. He's a brony. I forgot about that. We're seeing it again here at the end. Yes, by the way, he's a brony.
Wandered into this game. Anyway, I'm BitBolt, the fastest gamer alive. Check out my other shit, subscribe, and man, fuck this game. Just stay away from it.
So there you go. That is
This was my video essay on why all Ratchet fans are bad.
Ratchet and Clank 2016 Rant Review.
That one drained my energy bar.
That, no joke. That drained the shit out of me. I, like, dude, after 5 minutes, I was like, do I do the cardinal sin and be like, we're not watching the rest of this. So let's see what happened today on the stream. We got a follow from Wise Eye, Stance 111, and J-Man Gamer. So thank you very much for following. We have 6-month resubscription from Klee. Yo, 6 months. Yes, thank you very much. We have a 24-month resubscription from CryptoSpook. Thank you very, very much for your 2 years of patronage. And we have a gifted tier to 2Tim505 from Aaron Animate. So 2Tim, you are now a friend. Thank you very much. And the Framinator has gifted a tier 1 sub to TheGoldenBolt. This was your first gifted sub. Thank you very much. I super appreciate it. Let's see, what else do we have? So, oh no, what did Ratchet and Clank do this time? In any case, cheers to the man who wheezes. Turns out Ratchet and Clank didn't do anything. Both State of Play and Pokemon Direct were pretty disappointing. I mean, the Direct was, I think, disappointing to people because they always expect more than they get.
Did you see the Post Malone concert?
Yes, I did.
There was a Post Malone concert?
It made up for everything.
Yeah, it was. It's
oh my god.
It's Poke Malone, right? Like,
it's a poorly rigged. Like they fucking mocapped him and rigged him up onto a model that looks like a Pokemon Go model, and then put him in like different scenes with a bunch of Pokemon, and he's singing his actual songs, mostly uncensored, including the line, "She thought that it was special, but it was just the sex though," as Lugia flies over. It made up for anything. That's canon to the Pokemon franchise.
Yeah, it's part of the, like, Post Malone is in the Pokemon
They
world.
thanked him afterwards.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure they knew what they were. 100% it wasn't just off the cuff kind of a thing.
No.
Like they threw the Poke rap back at the end of the Pokemon movie. This has been years in the making.
State of play, yeah. I mean, nothing was really announced. I think that's exciting. I don't. Was there anything for you there, Bolt?
I didn't watch it because state of plays have never been exciting, and I don't know why anyone expects anything from them. That's what they are.
They're just not exciting. I think the next big exciting thing that's happening this year is probably the Summer Game Festival and then E3, which is going to be like the first big E3 since 2019. So
I mean, we'll see, because I don't know that they're going to be able to get a bunch of people involved in their platform as far as larger publishers go.
Yeah,
because they're just charging for holding Nintendo Directs.
Yeah, I don't know.
There isn't even going to be a physical convention, is there? Nope.
No.
Not this year. Next year, maybe. We'll see. I don't know that there's any, like, I think those are the next big things, though, that we can expect to see anything announced or, whatever.
I think they'll just come when they come.
Yeah, at this point, everything just kind of releases when it comes out. It's separate. We talk about it here. Like that's what it is. I don't see a whole lot. Watch Mojo Raiden is back, y'all. Yes. So if you're on the Discord, his username is actually Watch Raiden. Because I think that's funny. The real fans don't need a tag to know that you're streaming. Yes. So if you're a real fan, because we didn't even tag anybody on Discord until we were streaming for like 35 minutes or an hour or something. I turned off Knives Out in the first 7 minutes of turning it on. What a bad movie. Wow. I mean, I
didn't think it was that bad.
Well, I know a lot of people really don't like it.
Like I said, I haven't watched it yet, and I really don't want spoilers, so I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I dig. It is what it is. People don't like it. It's gonna be a cinematic universe apparently. So he'll be making several more videos about the detective. We'll see. Only 8,000 more bits until I get the shark. Yes. So I think it's, I want to say it's 250,000 bits, maybe, or maybe I don't know. It's somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. It's like $500. You get access to the shark. I love Erin. She's the best supporter, the cutest, the most important. Well, you can imagine who sent that one in. When you hear Moriarty say how old some games will be, thank you for making me feel old. You're very welcome. I am pleased that I was able to make you feel older as we talked about the games that are hitting 20 years. Cereal is to be eaten, and I'd like to remind everybody this is not me saying it, with milk. What's up with your love of Luigi? And I'm sorry, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it verbatim. What's up with your live of Luigi and your live of Luigi's Mansion? Why are we always coming back to a Luigi essay? And I think this really comes down to Raiden just really loves Luigi.
I think that I just am attracted to Luigi in general, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Next one is live is love. Frick my autocorrect. Yes. Apparently, Dan goes down the block to purchase sex. Oh, yeah. Were you here for that one, Bolt?
Yeah.
Where he was talking about he goes down the road and purchases sex. Consensual Wii boards from where you purchase sex. Whoa. Okay. Bolt is only able to think about Ratchet and Clank. Is that wrong?
Is that true?
I barely think about it, actually. I come back to it a lot when I'm talking in terms of content, but outside of that, I'm just like, hey, I play other things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I haven't talked about Ratchet and Clank on my channel outside of one video in the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Baby steps.
I think it's one of those things where, for example, Doom. People think I think about Doom a lot, and I don't. I've made 3 videos about the franchise and then 2 separate games, or 1 separate game, really. 2 videos about 1 game. Like I don't think about Doom, but you're expected to, I guess.
Yeah, it's like once you talk about one thing, that's your thing for life.
So bring back MK for Cheer 6. Oh,
did I?
I think
it's every time.
No, you're good. No, you're good, but you lagged.
Okay, so bring back MK for Cheer 69. I know what this one is. I'm going to see if I can't find it real quick because I'll play it if I can. We used to have, back when we did VidChick games, which of course we don't do. We would never do a video game here.
What are those? The inferior medium?
We would never do that. We had cheers, where when you gave a cheer, we would play a sound, and I don't think I have it somewhere, but I don't know where it is anymore. At 69, you would get. Let me see. I'm just going to look one last place and then I'll give up. I promise. Oh, you know what? I know where it is. I know where it is. I can find this. This is. I can actually find this. Ah ha 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 ha. Look at me. I'm so cool and so good at everything.
Shout out to Framinator, by the way, for being the only person that predicted yes for the prediction.
Oh yeah. So we can go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and choose outcome. Will he complain primarily about Ratchet? Yes.
Fucking spot on.
Yes, he
Nailed
will. And that, by the way, means that for every point that you spent, you will get 119 and a quarter. So good job. And
Wow.
we're going to do
Those are some huge gains.
No. MK. Oh, it's in here somewhere. Oh, I know it's in here. I'm gonna fucking find it. I'm gonna take the half a second to do it. Just relax. Quit being mad. You're cool. You're not in a hurry.
I'm very angry.
Anyway, so we had these things, and at 60 points, I had a friend of ours make a thing. Wow, I may not have. You know what? I don't think it's in here. I will find it one day. Anyways, it's her. She's another streamer. MK is the best, is who she is. And she did a thing that said, for 69, if you gave 69 points, she would say, what was it? This is a house of Jesus. Get that out of here. I'm fucking it up. It doesn't matter. I'll find it. We'll find it and we'll play it someday. I guess. Man, I really thought it was in here.
It's always the last place you look.
Well, yeah, of course it is. Why would I keep looking for it after I found it?
For posterity.
I'm sort of disappointed by that because I thought I knew where it was and now I don't. Anyways, so there you go. Yes, that is it. That 80s music, though, from this video, the review of Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, so at the beginning of this, remember, there's 20 seconds of 80s hairband music.
Oh, yeah.
This isn't even a scaly. They're a brony. Yes, at the end, it turns out that they're actually a brony. Do you remember, Bolt, when he was standing on the huge pile of skulls?
Yeah, that was 6 months ago.
Bolt is a
still have
scaly.
nightmares
It all
about
makes
it.
sense now. The golden is a reference to his scale color.
Oh.
Slander me.
Golden Bolt is a metallic. Framinator, don't forget to put milk with your pixels. Only monsters eat cereal without milk, which is incorrect. Read me another bedtime story. I lost the 3 little pigs. So one of the things I do for my patrons is if you are $25 a month or more, you can ask me to read you something. Because apparently people like my voice. Do you guys have Toasties, a grilled ham and cheese sandwich made from sliced bread? I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is, do we have grilled ham and cheese sandwiches? Which, no, they're hamburgers only. Bolt is God. Hamburgers are domesticated sandwiches. You're a towel.
Aw. I'm not a towel.
Can we say that DJ looks like he got hit in the face with a shovel just cause? The fact that M and
Please
Bolt
hit
are
me in
here
the face
giving
with the shovel.
me... What? I'm sorry, what was that, DJ?
Please hit me in the face with a shovel.
The fact that M and Bolt are here is giving me going ogre board vibes. Yes. Where's the Sanic fanfic? Oh boy, I don't think I will ever do that again in my life.
No, I think I'm good.
Yeah.
There's a reason we killed Ogreboard at 4. It never made it to 5.
Someone had to do a 420-bit someday, but alas, here I am. Everybody who smokes, smoke up. I believe that is none of us. Yes. 90-minute video made by Bolt about how Ratchet is a dick. We had 2 separate ones from an anonymous here, and no message, but thank you very much. When Mr. Mojo brings a conversation in an existing conversation, that makes him the last of them. Okay. Additional bits because I have to make it an even number. Understood. Aaron is the best, the very best, and the ultimate best. Don't you ever forget it, Mr. Ixert. Yes.
So are you a Kingdom Hearts character or something?
I've heard that already. I've heard it
talk about
already.
that?
It's not even a unique joke. You've made it bad, and
to be fair,
Are you a
to be
Kingdom
fair-
Hearts character?
To be fair, I think I was the first one.
It doesn't matter. The point is, it's unoriginal now. You can't make it 6 months later. It's not how it works. Ray Croy needs to be named by both his English and French name. Yes, we agree. That's Ray Croy and Ray Croix. I thought it was very socking when M was Norded. I do not understand. I don't understand. Having to play that game was bad. Valorant sucked. Yeah, so whenever I need to record something, I tend to go to the Discord first and see if people will play with me, because I'd rather play with people instead of randoms. And this past week we decided to play Valorant so I could get my footage for tomorrow's video. And yeah, it was not good. I think part of it is that the skill level is pretty drastically different. Like, I'm pretty accomplished with competitive FPS, and some of the people that were on both my team and the other team are a little bit more casual. Kingdom Heart joke, I am soupy. I'm sorry, man. I could be Wamug Raiden. Yes, he did say that, didn't he? You did say that you could be Wamug, right?
Yeah, no, I can be Wamug.
Yeah.
I'll probably totally forget that I said that. So just nobody just stay in silence until I realize, and then I'll be like,
give back Bolt with long hair.
No.
Yeah, you can't cut it.
I fucking love M's laugh. I want it as a ringtone. A lot of people seem to like my laugh. I think it's okay. It's just natural to me. Bolt just killed M. M is wheezing. This is gold content. It's golden content. Legally distinct.
These motherfuckers just don't think. Don't think that I might get sued. Don't think about it.
Right? The story doesn't go any woe. Like, what the fuck is that language? That's Australian. I go sleep now. You guys have fun. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, I must be off to bed. Good night. And finally, at the very end here, you just got in at the very last part here, Framinator. M is a prospector. Yes. So, there is this belief that because I wheeze when I laugh, that I laugh like an old
black lung.
That I laugh like an old prospector from the cartoons and stuff. Yeah, I mean, kind of like a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. So there you go. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming. We've got on the left DJAtomika. Where can they find you, DJ?
You can find me on Twitch at DJAtomika Plays. I have all the links to all of my socials there: YouTube, Twitter.
DJAtomika Plays on Twitch, Yes, so that would be. I'm trying to type. DJAtomika. No, I typed JD. DJAtomika. There you go. So you can go follow him there. Then, of course, you got on the far right, Mr. GoldenBolt. Why don't you tell him a little bit about yourself?
You can find me at youtube.com/TheGoldenBolt, where I will be uploading this coming Friday, March 5th, a massive 90-minute video-ish about Ratchet & Clank 1. And then I will continue, hopefully weekly, to do long videos about the rest of the series the whole way through.
Except for the one that you were playing, what was it? The one that's like 12 frames per second?
Oh, well, that one wouldn't be as long of a video, but I still would like to cover that one. It depends on timing, because the Rift Apart comes out in 14 weeks, and I have 13 games to cover.
So you're hoping you could do one a week? That's pretty...
Probably not, so I'm not anticipating it, but I'm also going to do the PSP games in one video.
So you're hoping you're going to get through like the main line, and then maybe
swing back around later.
Yeah. Or maybe tie them together into like a omnibus kind of version.
Yeah, because my plan was maybe at the end of the year in December for big ad revenue, I'd put them all into a long 7-hour video.
Sure.
Yeah. But
somebody did that, and it worked really well.
Antu did it. Kedekris did it.
Mm-hmm.
Waz did it.
Yeah. Good idea.
Yeah. So anyway, point is, I'm going to be doing a lot of Ratchet and Clank videos. So if you liked the last 6 hours, I'll have more of that soon. I'm on Twitch, tentatively Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, usually later at night, either playing the games that I'm going to look at later on YouTube and talking with you guys, or just playing something else. I think I'm going to go through some of my old SNES backlog that I haven't played.
Yes.
You can find me there.
There you go. And of course, there's myself. I am Moriarty. You can find everything down below, and you're already watching it, so why would you? And my wonderful co-host.
Yeah.
Mr. Wright.
Same deal. You're already here.
You're already here. You're already watching me. So, I already got you. Right? We're like cigarettes. We already hooked them, man. We're good.
My dad wants you.
All right. Thank you very much for coming, and we'll see you next Sunday, where apparently we're going to be watching the Radical Feminist. Is that what it's called?
Feminist Frequency.
Feminist Frequency, otherwise known as Miss Sarkeesian. So she's fun. I'm sure I'll get sued afterwards. That's what she tends to do.
Full circle when you tried to get sued for fucking digital
homicide. Yeah, I tried to get sued for digital homicide. I worked really hard to get sued for digital homicide, and then they fucking sued Jim Sterling and said, God damn it. Now he's famous, and who am I? I'm just me. All right. I love you very much. Have a good night.